Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Hacked Reality? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It never really begins. The signs were always there, only they didn't seem like signs until Shota knew what to look for. Sure, they stood out, they certainly didn't seem normal, but they weren't enough to grab his attention. Not until one Tuesday night, out on patrol, when a villain ambushed Shota, seemingly coming from nowhere. "I've been looking for you, hero." The villain sneered. Although slipped through his mind, this one seems familiar, but there wasn't time to stop and think about it. "You're a tough one to find, Eraserhead. A lot of villains don't even know you exist." "Not me." The sneer turns malicious. "I know you. You took my brother. You're the reason they killed him." Shota gritted his teeth. He hadn't been paying much attention to what the villain said, he was busy fighting him after all, but something about his words didn't make sense. Shota hadn't taken anyone. Not that he remembered, at least. "And I'm going to kill you for that." The villain grabbed him by his capture weapon, lifting him into the air. It was then that it happened. Shota almost missed it. It was quiet and completely unexpected. If he hadn't been a hero trained to keep a keen eye on his surroundings, he would have missed it. The tired little voice that could only belong to a child echoed through the small alley. "Leave him alone." Shota risked a glance behind him, though the villain was just as distracted by the sudden appearance of a kid. A small kid with fluffy green hair was staring at them, completely blank-faced with glowing green eyes. He opened his mouth, and the moment he spoke, Shota was dumbfounded. "I said leave him alone." That kind of exhausted, emotionless voice sounded so wrong coming from a child that age. The villain dropped him abruptly and Shota whipped his head back around, his quirk activating on instinct. Holding his hands up, the villain took a step back, a nervous smile on his face. But he wasn't looking at Shota. He was staring straight at the kid. "Hey kid. I wasn't, well I was fighting Mr. Eraserhead here, but I'm not anymore, so, could you not?" Shota wanted to look at the kid, he wanted to know how he was reacting, but he couldn't risk looking away. He was already lucky that the villain hadn't taken advantage of him the first time he turned around. "I'll go peacefully and everything. Just, don't." It was obvious the villain didn't want Shota to know what he didn't want the kid to do and was being careful with his wording. Before the villain could do or say anything else, Shota wrapped him up in his capture weapon. Besides a defeated sigh, the villain put up no resistance. Shota called the nearest police station, and once they dispatched someone to pick up the villain, Shota spun around to search for the kid. Except the space where he'd stood minutes earlier was empty. He ran to the opening of the alley, looking left and right, but there was no sign of the green-haired kid. He was tempted to just pick a direction and see if he could catch up with him, but that would leave the villain free to up and run. So, with a sigh, Shota gave up on the little boy and returned to the villain. The next morning, when Shota had returned to his apartment, he tried to recall what the boy looked like. He had messy green hair, which should make him rather easy to find, but those glowing green eyes must have to do with his quirk. He was small, so either very young or just short. The memory of another fight earlier that week came without warning. A small green-haired child in the crowd had, and the villain being distracted for a moment or two. If he really thought about it, Shota could recall seeing a green-haired kid at a few of his other fights, even the ones at night. With more questions than answers, he called Nedzu, who could probably make more sense of it than Shota could. 30 minutes later found Shota in front of his boss. Shota knew better than to believe the cheerful smile on the rat-bear-dog-thing's face. He was trained enough to spy the evaluating look in his eye. "So, Aizawa, care to tell me the whole story? Start from the beginning." Nedzu had a small notepad next to him, but Shota knew he wouldn't use it. Still, Shota kept his attention on the notepad, picturing the scene as he described it, making sure he didn't leave out any details. Nedzu nodded once in a while, nodding along with the story. "So a little boy, you say? Well, that shouldn't be too hard to find. especially if he has both green hair and eyes. Those are rather rare genetics. I'll talk to Tsukachi today and have him dig into some records to see if we can find the boy's name. He would make such a great hero. So young, yet already trying to help. Nedzu's eyes lit up, and Shota would have groaned if he cared enough. Of course Nedzu would try to recruit a child. True to his word, Nedzu called the detective, repeating Shota's description of the child to him, including the green glowing eyes. Shota was ready to climb into his sleeping bag and nap in the teacher lounge for a while, but Nedzu insisted he stay for tea. Sooner than expected, Nedzu's phone was ringing and Tsukachi was calling back. "There's no one that fits that description," are the first words Shota hears when Nedzu puts his phone on speaker mode. "I've looked through every legal record there is, quirk, description, area, even school records. There's nobody who fits that description, and if there is, then as far as the government is concerned, they don't exist." Shota had been prepared for, even expecting, many different possibilities. A kid sneaking out, maybe one whose parents don't care, or who doesn't have parents at all. He was not, however, prepared to be told that this kid, one who may or may not have saved him from a villain, does not exist. "Thank you, Tsukachi. You've been very helpful," Nedzu says, before hanging up and placing his chin on his hands /pause/things. "This is quite the predicament. A child who doesn't exist." Shota nods, though it's barely more than a short JRK of his head. "I would certainly like to meet this child that does not exist." "Me too." Shota manages through his confusion. "Me too." Toshinori interacts with kids a lot. He's used to them. He likes to think that, as All Might, the symbol of peace, there's not a kid out there who can catch him off guard. He knows how to handle kids. And then there's a fight in the middle of Tokyo, the villain is causing colossal damage to the building around them, and the civilians are panicking. There's a group of children nearby, and their teacher is trying desperately to guide them away from the fight, though she is having little success. Toshinori is preparing to send another punch the villain's way when said villain freezes. It only lasts a second, they just stop, staring at something behind him that Toshinori can't see. He mouth drops open, eyes wide, and then it's gone and they're back to normal. Toshi doesn't stop to question it. He takes half a second to wonder what the hell and then resumes fighting. He doesn't look behind him, he certainly doesn't ask the villain what's going on, and maybe that's his mistake. The villain is captured easily enough, and as Toshi is cuffing them, he glances up to find himself being stared at. Granted, a lot of people stare at him, he's the #1 hero after all. But this stare is different. It seems like he's being looked through, not at. It's a little boy with a scar across his forehead with bright green eyes that almost seem like they're glowing. His hair is messy and shines green in the sunlight. The kid is only 1, maybe 2 feet away. Toshi takes a moment to panic because holy shit, this kid was so close to the fight, how did he not get hurt? But then he actually looks at the boy. He appears dead on his feet, the glowing eyes rimmed with dark circles that tell of sleepless nights and many tears. The scar across his temple isn't the only one, they line his arms and legs, just enough that you could see them, but not enough to really stand out. The boy smiles at Toshi, and the villain beside him lets out a sigh that almost sounds like relief. "Good job, Yagi-san," the boy says, and that voice should not be coming from a child so young. His voice sounds blank, ridden of emotions. It takes a moment for Toshi to register that this child, who looks so young, sounds like a retired hero with a child's voice. He sounds like he's been through hell and back. It takes another moment to register what the boy had called him. Yagi-san. Not All Might. The boy had addressed him by his civilian name. Aizawa steps from the crowd, and it's only then that Toshi notices the underground hero had been keeping the crowd back. His colleague races toward the child who is already walking away, blending into the crowd in seconds. Aizawa curses under his breath and turns to Toshinori. "Finish up here," he says, while Toshi is still reeling. "You and I need to have a chat with Nedzu." There are 4 other heroes at the meeting but no new leads on the mysterious child. Hizashi isn't fighting anyone that day. He'd been patrolling for hours but had yet to come across a villain, or even any common criminals. Nobody wanted to mess with Present Mike that day, not that Hizashi minded. No news is good news, And he'd take a quiet walk through town over a villain fight any day. And then there's someone in front of him, running into him, staring up at him with wide green, glowing eyes that look trough him, seeing something nobody else can see. Hisashi has to take a step back and the boy steadies himself. The glowing eyes are slightly off-putting, but Hisashi figures it's just the boy's quirk, even though he hardly looks old enough to have his quirk. Hisashi looks the boy up and down, scanning green hair, a large scar across his forehead, and scared arms and legs. Once he's satisfied that the boy is uninjured, and kneels down to talk to him. "You're present, Mike," he says in a matter-of-fact tone before Hisashi can even open his mouth. "You're not supposed to be here." Hisashi is startled by that. Not supposed to be here? What does that mean? The boy points to a building a couple houses behind them. "You're supposed to be in there, fighting the villains and saving Kohei-chan." Hisashi looks between the boy and the seemingly abandoned building he's pointing to. "Kohei-chan as in Kohei Matagawa who was kidnapped 2 months ago?" Hisashi asks. It may just be the imagination of a little kid, it may not lead to anything, but the Kohei case was about to go cold and any lead was worth at least looking into. The boy nods, grabbing Hisashi's hand and dragging him to the building. "Don't worry," the boy says out of nowhere. "Everything turns out fine now. I saw it." Hisashi doesn't question his words, simply opens the door and makes his way through the abandoned house. He doesn't even notice the boy following him until he spots the glowing eyes out of the corner of his eyes. It almost gives him a heart attack. Hisashi calls in backup, specifically Aizawa, since he's been on the Kohei case since it opened. "It's fine. I made sure," the boy says, and though he never enters a room before Hisashi, he gets the feeling that this boy knows the house already. A few minutes later Hisashi finds a bunch of criminals passed out on the kitchen table, and secret door in the wall swung open to reveal stairs down to a secret basement. There Hisashi and the boy find Kohei Matagawa, the missing girl. The boy isn't surprised, but Hisashi is. "How did you know?" he asks, and the boy follows him up the stairs again. Hisashi is carrying the poor girl, who started crying as soon as she saw them. "I saw it," the boy says, his voice completely monotone. "You were supposed to die, but I didn't want that, so I made sure you got here safe." "That saw it?" Hisashi glances back at the boy as they step into the kitchen. Aizawa is waiting there having handed the criminals over to the police. "Mike," Aizawa says in lieu of a greeting, as he accepts the sobbing girl being handed to him. Hisashi turns around to face the boy, and it's then that Aizawa notices him and curses quietly. The boy stares emotionless, which is beginning to worry Hisashi. "You saw it? What exactly did you see?" he questions. Aizawa runs to get the girl to a paramedic outside. "You're deaf." "That's what I always see." Finally free to take a look at the boy, really look, Hisashi does not like what he sees. The scars he'd seen earlier are far too common on his pale skin, his eyes are surrounded by eye bags that do not belong on a child his age, and the messy hair looks as if it hasn't been brushed in weeks. "It's my quirk. A future sigh of sorts. But I only see when people die, usually important people. Sometimes I can get there and stop it. Sometimes." The look in the boy's eyes speaks of horrors no one should have to see, much less a child. "Right," Hisashi says nervously, right as Aizawa coming sprinting back in. "You are not getting away from me this time, mystery child," he yells, but the boy is already on his way out the back door. Aizawa is quick to follow him, leaving Hisashi behind and very confused. It isn't until Aizawa returns a minute later, empty-handed, that Hisashi gets an answer. "You'll have to come talk to Nedzu too." Aizawa sighs. They end up at you a little while later, with All Might on the phone, and a large group of heroes there in person. Nedzu runs into the boy at the store, which is the last place he'd expected to meet him. It seems as if the boy had been looking for him specifically, seeing as he ran right up to Nedzu, tugging on his arm to get his attention. Nedzu turns to the boy, used to being grabbed by curious children. He blanks for a moment when he catches sight of curly, messy green hair that seems all too familiar, and glowing green eyes he's heard about so many times. The boy looks exactly as Nedzu pictured him, small, scarred more than a child his age should be, tired eyes that seem to look through him, not quite at him. But this boy has a smile, A bright, cheerful smile Nedzu had never been told about. It almost makes up for the dead look in his eyes. Almost. The boy blathers on, rambling far too fast for Nedzu to hear what he's saying, much less understand it. He seems like little more than an excited child, and if Nedzu hadn't heard the testimonies of over 20 heroes regarding this mysterious boy who does not exist, he might think that's all he is. An easily excited kid. But the boy is talking about things most kids don't make a habit of talking about. Hero fights nobody saw, heroes nobody's heard of, names nobody is supposed to know, and deaths that never happened. And then the boy stops to breath and, when he resumes talking, he speaks slow enough for Nedzu to listen, to understand. Don't. The boy says, suddenly serious, his glowing eyes trained on Nedzu. They'll all be alright, everything will turn alright. There's no need to worry or do anything. Don't try to save anyone. Don't. Nedzu does not quite know what he's talking about, but he listens closely, combining it with all the information he's gathered about this boy. Eventually, he figures the boy is trying to warn him, to keep him from doing something that will eventually kill him. Alright, Nedzu, principal of UA High School. That startles Nedzu. He wasn't expecting the boy to know exactly who he is. Don't do anything. The boy is gone just as fast as he appeared. He lets go of Nedzu's arm and turns around, walking away fast enough that Nedzu cannot follow but not so fast as to draw attention to himself. Nedzu contemplates the young boy's words as he finishes his shopping, only to have his thoughts interrupted. 3 criminals burst into the store, guns blazing. Nedzu lets the boy drift from his thoughts, instead turning his attention to this new threat. Give us all the money in the register. They demand of the cashier, one pointing their gun at the cashier, one watching the ore carefully, and the last waving his gun around and watching the shop's occupants. Else we'll take it upon ourselves to shoot up everyone else in this pretty little shop and take the money ourselves. Nedzu is just about to step in, to say something that may stop the criminals, but the boy's words echo in his head. Don't try to save anyone. Everything will turn out all right. Nedzu hesitates, glancing around the shop at all the civilians. I didn't see him leave. Nedzu murmurs. He must still be in the shop. If I do something and they start shooting, he may be one to get hurt, or worse, die. He takes a moment to consider other possibilities, other things he may be able to do to stop the criminals, or at least help the civilians. In the midst of his thoughts, the glass shatters, and Endeavor bursts into the shop, quickly taking care of the criminals. The civilians are quick to get out, met with some paramedics and police officers. The 3 criminals are detained. Nedzu spies a small green-haired child at the edge of the crowd, scowling at Endeavor with a look harsher than any Nedzu has seen before. With quick, quiet steps, Nedzu walks up to the boy. Not a fan of Endeavor, I see. The boy's scowl drops for a moment, replaced by the same bright smile Nedzu had seen in the shop. He's the cause of a lot of deaths I've seen. Slow, painful, fiery deaths. Even. The boy hesitates, the glow of his eyes brightening slightly as his smile wilts a bit. Even his own children a few times. Nedzu hums. I have a few questions about that. The boy shoots him a questioning look. About your quirk. He elaborates. The boy says nothing, only watches him, so Nedzu goes ahead and asks. What exactly does your quirk see? You told Present Mike you see deaths, but that is not incredibly helpful. The boy is silent for a moment, and Nedzu worries he won't answer any of his questions. If I answer, the says finally, and Nedzu lets a bit of his anxiety fade. You won't try to take me? Promise. If I answer your questions, promise you won't take me. Nedzu smiles. I promise. The boy nods and thinks for a moment before answering. I see possibilities. Futures where someone might die. If I do the right things, change the present in the right ways, I can prevent the death. Sometimes they stop themselves. Sometimes someone does something without even knowing that stops their death. Nedzu takes a moment to just be horrified. This child has seen people die so many times. He stopped people from dying. No wonder he looks as if he's a retired war hero. And you help the heroes sometimes? I know quite a few who have met you. Yeah. His reply is quiet. Sometimes I see their death, and their death causes lots of other deaths, and I figure if I stop the hero's death, then I can stop all those other deaths. It works most of the time. When Nezu looks down at the boy, he sees his eyes have stopped glowing, and he's looking right at Nezu, not through him. My quirk doesn't turn off often, only when I sleep and when I force it off. I'm always seeing something from the future, another possibility. But not now, Nezu adds in his head. The boy is in the here and now. And your name? Nezu asks, though he has a feeling the boy won't want to answer this question. Just as he expected, the question is met with silence, and Nezu turns away from the boy to face the rapidly thinning crowd. Izuku. The answer comes so suddenly that it startles Nezu, however when he turns to look at the boy again he's gone. Nezu grins, laughing bitterly. Izuku. He says as he calls Aizawa to meet him at U, the disappearing boy who doesn't exist. They search every database they can, but there's no record of a green-haired, green-eyed boy named Izuku. Aizawa swears loudly that he'll find the boy and keep him out of danger if it's the last thing he does. Nobody doubts him for a second. It never really begins. The boy comes and goes, saving lives nobody knows were going to be lost. He was almost always there, and he remains for months, a constant in the heroes' lives. They become so used to the green eyes boy named Izuku that they aren't expecting it when it stops. It never really begins, but when it ends abruptly. It ended abruptly. One day he was there, showing up at villain fights, running into heroes, saving lives nobody knew were to be lost. The next he's gone, nowhere to be found, as if he never existed in the first place. They don't really notice at first, and when they do they don't worry much. It may not be normal, but it's not exactly unusual. Nezu promises any hero that asks to keep an eye on the situation, saying he'll keep an eye open for the boy. Shota doesn't ask. It's not that he doesn't trust Nezu, Shota just trusts himself more. If the little troublemaker was still showing up at villain fights, Shota might just go search for some villains to fight, but that wasn't happening, so instead Shota found himself perusing the part of town where he'd first met the problem child. After clearing that part of town, he made his way to some of the other places the boy had been spotted. The street where he ran into Present Mike, the area All Might had been fighting when he saw the boy, even the store where Nezu had run into him. All his efforts turned up fruitless, and the boy just as mysterious as before. Shota gave up for the night. Recalling the information Nezu had given them a few weeks prior, about his quirk, about the boy himself, about his name. Izuku. Shota grumbled. Perfect name for a problem child. As if the world agreed with him, a streak of lightning followed by a clap of thunder. It would rain soon if that was any indication. I should head home. Shota decided aloud. It's only logical. His apartment wasn't very far away, but it certainly wasn't close, and it had begun to sprinkle by the time he reached the front door. The elevator was out of service again, so Shota took the stairs up. He let out the loudest sigh he could manage when he saw the mop of green hair leaning against his front door, presumably sleeping. Problem child. Are the first words out of Shota's mouth as he approaches, almost expecting the boy to disappear again. What are you doing here? The boy looked up slowly, and for a moment Shota doubted he had the right child. There were no glowing eyes, his hair actually looked brushed and styled, and the exhausted bags that had been prevalent every other time Shota had seen him were gone. If it weren't for the scar across his left temple, Izuku almost looked like an entirely different boy. Come on in, it's warmer inside than out here in the hallway. Izuku said nothing as he hefted himself up off the floor and followed Shota into the apartment. Shota paused once they were inside, taking a moment to really examine the problem child. He was quite a bit taller than the first time Shota had seen him, which was over a year ago. Izuku sat down on the couch, the usual glow in his eyes returning. Shota took one look at his kitchen and grabbed a takeout menu from the fridge. I'm ordering some katsudon for dinner. I'll get you a plate if you tell me what you like with it. A vague sound of acknowledgement was the only response he got. All right, I guess I'll just get you whatever. There was no contradiction, so Shota did just that. When all was said and done, and they were only waiting for the food to arrive, Shota sat down on the couch next to Izuku, who wasn't asleep but didn't seem to be very cognizant either, staring at the floor as if it held the secrets of the universe. I'm SRY. Izuku mumbled, before Shota could say anything else. I didn't mean to cause you any trouble, I won't even stay for long. I just didn't want to be alone. Shota shook his head, running a hand through his hair. There are a lot of people worried about you, you know? Shota said, and the boy finally looked up from the floor. Worried about me? This almost drew a laugh from Shota. Yeah, he said instead. That happens when you drop off the face of the earth for a month. A lot of people thought you were hurt, or worse, dead. It took a moment for the words to really register, and Shota watched as the boy's face shifted rapidly from horrified, to confused, to astounded, though he had no idea what kind of thoughts were going through his head to cause such reactions. Eventually the boy spoke, though it was not anything like Shota expected. Wahas. It was much quieter than expected. Still, Shota pinched the bridge of his nose. You're not causing us any trouble, Shota said, and though he would give anything to get this kid away from villain fights, Shota wasn't lying when he said that. The kid didn't interfere with the fight, only watched a little too close for comfort. And I don't mind having you here. I just worry about your parents. The kid took a sharp breath and let it out slowly. You shouldn't, Izuku said, and any emotion that had been in his voice was gone. It was the same dead, tired voice Shota heard a year ago when he first met the child. They're dead. And now Shota had even more questions than answers. Dead? Dead? So you're what? An orphan? Living on your own? On the streets? Shota tried to keep his voice even, to keep from yelling. He tried, he really did. But an orphan? Alone? Searching out villain fights? Where heroes were supposed to die. No. Shota was done. Absolutely done. Just no. You can stay here with me, or we can talk to Nedzu. The glow in the boy's eyes brightened when Shota said his boss' name, and he remembered how Izuku had only openly spoken to Nedzu before now. We'll find somewhere for you to live, someone to take care of you. You're what? 5. 7. That's even worse. Shota caught the beginnings of a smile on the boy's face, and figured if he was smiling he must not be totally against coming with him, letting them take care of him. You can stay here for tonight, in the guest bedroom, but tomorrow we're going to UA. U.A. Yes, UA, and we are going to get you taken care of. Shota finished decisively, with perfect timing too since the doorbell rang right then. Food is here, Izuku, why don't you wash your hands and you can eat? When Shota returned, arms laden with takeout boxes, Izuku was sitting silently at the kitchen table, eyes downcast once more. Are you sure I can stay? You're sure that's all right? I'm not causing you any trouble? Shota set the boxes down and ruffled Izuku's his soon-to-be son's hair. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. And Shota was rewarded with a dry, tired, but ever so happy laugh. They show up at UA the next morning, Izuku wearing some of Shota's old clothes. Shota had called Nedzu before they came, informing him he had a very important and very delicate guest with him. He could almost feel the bear/mouse/dog/thing's confusion over the phone, but Shota refused to elaborate. He knew a few of the heroes Izuku had helped would be here, they worked here after all, but Shota figured it would only overwhelm the kid if Nedzu called in all the heroes. Would all the heroes even fit in the school? There were so many he'd lost count. Izuku seemed caught up in admiring the school itself as Shota led him through the school, carefully avoiding areas he knew student would be milling about. When they stepped into Nedzu's office, Shota was almost proud of the utterly confused look on the principal's face. Izuku? Nedzu questioned, just as surprised to see the little green-haired kid as Shota had been when he spied him in front of his door. Izuku, in turn, gave a half-hearted wave. Well, Tezawa, I'll be darned. You found him. As much as Shota wanted to agree, to take the credit, he knew the other heroes were searching too, but nobody had succeeded. Shota figured honesty would be best, especially with the kid around. Actually, it's more like he found me. Oh. Nedzu raised an eyebrow, steepling his hands/paws/whatever. Care to elaborate, Aizawa? You should feel free to chime in whenever you feel like it, Izuku. So, with a sigh, Aizawa explained how he'd found Izuku in front of his apartment, repeating the conversation they'd had, including what he'd told and been told. I see. Nedzu said after a while. It had taken him a moment to really digest the whole story. You look rather small for your age, Izuku. Have you been eating all right? Living on the streets so young can be tough. For the first time since they had arrived, Izuku spoke. It wasn't the tired, retired hero voice, but it wasn't excitable child voice either. It was more like a mature adult trying to talk through their emotions. I'm fine. I'm not exactly on the streets, and my parents left me enough to get by. Izuku shrugged, but Shota had too many questions zipping through his mind to really notice. I've been doing pretty alright for myself, all things considered. Nedzu seemed to be on the same wavelength as Shota, because he asked the very question stuck in his mind. Your parents left you enough to get by? Enough of what? Izuku's eyes sharpened, the glow getting slightly brighter. Money, legacy, reputation. Just as quickly as it appeared, the sharp look was gone, and Izuku was back to the little kid Shota recognized. Right. Nedzu said, the answer seeming to have caught him just as off guard as it did Shota. Well, I suppose we'll have to find you someplace to stay. Izuku opened his mouth, but Nedzu kept talking. You could stay here and we could build those dorms I've been planning a bit early, or you could stay with a teacher. We should be able to set you up with a legal identity easily enough, and school won't be much of a problem once that's taken care of. All we really have to find is a home for you. And Shota was speaking before he could even register the words in his brain. He can stay with me. Well, Shota didn't. Regret it, not one bit. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. Izuku said, in the same sad quiet voice he had the night before. Shota smiled because that meant he wanted to, he just didn't know if Shota wanted to. It's no trouble at all. He promised. Well then it's settled. I'll call Tsukachi at lunch and we'll figure out all the legal technicalities. You go on now. Aizawa, you have a class to teach. I'm sure Izuku will be fine hanging out in the teacher's lounge until the day is over. And with that, Shota had a new family, a new son. One with messy green hair and glowing green eyes. Hisashi didn't know what to expect really. It certainly wasn't this. He knew Nedzu had a meeting that morning that was apparently very important and very delicate, so nobody was to interrupt it for any reason at all. He expected the meeting to last a while it did. He expected Nedzu to announce something very important he hadn't yet. He expected Aizawa to ignore most of it and sleep from experience. He expected to find his best friend seated in the teacher's lounge sipping on a cup of coffee, already wishing it was night. He did not expect to find a very alive green-haired boy seated next to him reading the newspaper and drinking orange juice. Can you really blame him though? A lot of people thought the boy dead. You're the boy who solved the Kohei case. Hisashi said, drawing both of their attention to him. It was months ago when that happened, but it as so out of the blue Hisashi just could not forget it. You saved a lot of people's lives, heroes and civilians alike. Hisashi said after no one reacted to his initial statement. Yeah. The boy said, as if what Hisashi had just said was the most normal thing in the world. I do that a lot. Izawa, his supposedly best friend, grinned. The traitor? Yamada. He greeted. Meet my new son. Midnight later says that the resulting screech could be heard on the other side of the school. All Might claims he could hear it from the other side of the world. The first few times it happens, Izuku doesn't quite understand what's going on. He watches as people smile and then stop. He watches them bleed with awful injuries that never end. He watches the people around them cry, scream. He watches them stare with blank, unseeing eyes. He watches them grieve. But he doesn't understand. And then Mama tells him about death. How sometimes people go away and they never, ever come back. It's a sad thought, and suddenly Izuku knows why they were crying. Sometimes Izuku cries with them. After a while, he sees them more often. The sad people, the hurting people, the people going away, the people who die. He sees some people more than once. He sees some a lot. He sees some die surrounded by family, crying, hugging, loving family. He sees some die alone, a knife through their heart, and no one to remember them. Izuku remembers those. He has a notebook dedicated to the alone ones. Then he starts to recognize them. The first one is on TV. She has funny green hair, different from Izuku's, and she laughs a lot. He asks his mama about her. She tells him she's a hero. He says it without thinking. He doesn't quite understand what it means yet. She died 4 times. His mama looks something between sad and horrified, but Izuku is only confused. If she went away 4 times, how is she still here on TV being a hero? Oh, Izuku, Mama says in her not sad but not happy voice. I wonder what you really see. Are you seeing people dying? She is in a deep breath, and Izuku stares. Or are you see how people could die? Izuku hadn't thought about that. He'd just seen them die and thought that was it. But seeing people die multiple times was weird, and Mama's idea made more sense. So I'm seeing what could happen? He questions. His mama nods, though she has a funny look in her eye, the kind she gets when she worries about him. He's only 3, Inko thinks. He's too young to be watching people die. He's too young to deal with that kind of grief. Izuku turns back to the TV happily. As he watches the hero on screen, he shares more unsettling facts with his mother. She died laughing 3 times. He provides and continues at Mama's sharp breath. She was sleeping the last time. But she looked happy. Maybe she was having a good dream. Mama nods. Papa comes home soon after that. Izuku happily repeats everything he'd told Mama. Papa doesn't look the same way Mama did. Papa looks proud. Izuku feels proud. He sees the heroes on TV, he sees them die, he watches them fight villains, he sees them cry, he watches them save civilians, he sees them scream, he watches them smile as they help. Izuku doesn't meet one in person until a few months later. Papa takes him to the park where he's going to meet one of his mama's friends. They have another child. Izuku's seen children die. He's watched them get hurt and stop. He's watched them cry for their dying parent. He's seen them die quietly. Izuku doesn't think about that, and Papa is excited for Izuku to make his first friend. Izuku is excited too, but he's distracted by the loud noises coming from nearby. The person Izuku meets is soft and quiet, and very unlike his son, who is loud and brash and curses almost as much as All Might. Izuku watched All Might die 14 times, 7 of those times because of the same villain. The man is very nice, and holds his hand out for Izuku to shake. His son scowls at Izuku. Papa told Izuku before he came to be polite and nice and say hello, and Izuku wants to. He likes Bakugo, but he also recognizes him. He doesn't exactly mean to say it, the words just come spilling out of his mouth before he can stop them. You died. Twice, I think, but you were also there when the angry lady died. Nobody says anything. They usually don't when Izuku tells them about his quirk, but it makes Izuku nervous nonetheless. Papa is the first to react. I'm sorry, Papa says, tugging Izuku back, away from the nice man. It's just his quirk. The nice man looks like he wants to say something, but before he does, the angry blonde who curses a lot speaks. Your quirk? He asks, and Izuku stares at him. He'd never seen this boy die, but he was there when the nice man died, and when the angry yelling lady died. Izuku nods, but otherwise does not answer. You're only my age, Dad told me so. Why do you have your quirk already? The boy gets very angry, and for a second Izuku sees someone else, like him but taller and angrier, with explosions coming out of his palms, yelling at Izuku. For a split second Izuku hurts, and there's blood on his hands, scars that weren't there before, and Izuku is smiling, but it's not a happy smile. But Papa is there, shaking his shoulder gently. The nice man and the boy are looking at him oddly, but in the back of his head he still sees the blood and the pain and the death. Papa? He asks. Instead of answering the loud boy's question, he's already forgotten what he asked. Can I see my own death? They don't answer him, not today, not ever, but they don't have to. Not when Izuku saw it for himself. Mama tells him later not to think about it too much. She tells him it's only a possibility. Izuku dreams about it that night. It's not what he usually sees, just the memory of what he saw. Izuku decides the next morning he wants to befriend the loud, angry boy. He never gets the chance. Mama cries when he tells her he saw her and Papa die. He wants to cry too, but in the back of his mind he's watching another hero die, and he just can't bring himself to cry. He wants to stop. He doesn't want to see it, it won't turn off. Mama looks at him after crying, and Izuku hugs her with everything he has. They hug again later, when Papa's home and Izuku tells him. They both inform Izuku that his eyes are glowing, and Izuku tells them he can't turn it off, and the people dying behind his eyes won't go away. They tell him not to worry, it'll stop eventually, when he learns how to use his quirk. It doesn't stop. It gets worse. They tell him the truth on his 4th birthday. Mama says she doesn't want to lie to Izuku anymore. Izuku thinks she just doesn't want to die having not told him the truth. They bring out funny clothes and devices. Mama's looks like the heroes on the TV. Papa's looks like the villains they fight. Mama was a hero once. She tells him softly, showing him a picture on the computer. It looks like Mama but different. And Papa was a villain. But we fell in love and had you, so we both stopped. We wanted to give you the happiest life we could, but we couldn't do that if we were always out working. I love you, Mama. You too, Papa. Izuku says, but in the back of his mind he sees her die protecting him. He sees Papa die from his grief. He doesn't tell them what he sees. He stopped telling them after the first time he saw them die. Warning: suicide. Do not read if that will trigger you, please. This is not very important to the plot. Skip to the next line if this will in any way trigger you. You have been warned. No death is ever as vivid and real as his own. With others' death we watches as an outsider, someone there to view, but when he dies he sees it from his own eyes, he feels what the other Izuku feels. He dies with them. The second time, the first, he later realizes, was when he met the nice man and his angry son. That was the first time he felt himself die. Izuku doesn't see much. There's a tightness in his chest and goo surrounding him. He tries to move but he can't, he never can. Whatever's surrounding him is alive, and it's saying something, but Izuku can't hear, he can't breathe. Izuku is drowning, 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 drowning. He closes his eyes and then he's not. The next death is playing in his head and Izuku died. The third time is worse. Izuku is high up, and the ground is so far away. There are people there, so many people, and Izuku doesn't want them to see. He knows what's coming and he doesn't want anyone to see, to be there for that. He shuffles a little closer to the edge. Izuku wants to close his eyes, but his eyes aren't what's seeing this. He turns around, and the other Izuku takes a deep breath and steps back. The door to the roof he's standing on slams open. He meets Crimson Eyes and then he's falling. Izuku closes his eyes and then the next death is playing. The fourth time is quiet. Izuku is in a hospital room. There are people around him, people he doesn't know, people he's never met, but people this Izuku loves. They cry a little, but Izuku smiles and they smile back. He's not afraid this time. He dies peacefully. This Izuku goes and he doesn't mind. He stops counting after the 5th time. He tries not to remember who wants to remember their own death. But the vivid pictures give him nightmares for years. Izuku isn't surprised when Mama and Papa die 3 weeks before he turns 5. He's seen it multiple times in multiple ways, and no matter what he did, he couldn't stop it. That doesn't make it hurt any less. He doesn't cry at the funeral. He hasn't cried since he first told Mama he saw her die. Nobody else there notices him. They don't know Mama and Papa had a child. They don't know who Izuku is. They are there because Mama was a hero and saved people. They think he's there for the same reason. Izuku learns that the government doesn't know about him. They don't know about Papa either, which Izuku thinks is even sadder than that. Izuku is alone now. Mama and Papa left him a big house and money and people who owed them favors. Izuku doesn't want any of that. He wants his parents back. They don't come back. Izuku lives alone in the big house for a year. He learns how to take care of himself from the nice elderly lady across the street. She teaches him to do laundry, cook, clean. Izuku sees her die before she does. He doesn't cry. There's someone in the deaths that Izuku sees more than he sees anyone else. He's a hero, this Izuku knows by how he dies, but he's not a hero Izuku has seen or heard of. Izuku follows him sometimes, just to make sure he doesn't die, but Izuku is only 6, and even though the villains are scared of him for now, it won't take them long to figure out his papa is dead. For now, Izuku thinks, I'll just try to make sure no heroes die untimely deaths. He doesn't mean to get their attention. He just wants to help. He wants to be a hero too. He sees a lot of deaths. They're always happening, And Izuku gets used to going about his life while someone dies in the back of his head. He learns to stop telling people how many times they've died. He still keeps the journal for the ones that dies alone, only this time his mama and papa aren't there to help him write. Izuku watches the heroes on TV, sometimes he goes out and watches them in real life. Just to make sure they don't die, he tells himself. Not because I'm a big hero fan. He learns their names and their quirks, but he never forgets the one hero Aizawa Shota, underground hero Eraserhead who dies more times in his head than anyone else. And then Izuku is 6.5 and Aizawa is fighting a villain in an alley. He's supposed to die. Izuku's seen it a few times. There are various ways he could die. All Izuku knows for certain is that he does die. But he doesn't. The villain catches sight of Izuku, and Izuku, summoning all his courage, tries to sound scary like his papa and tells him to leave him alone. And it works. Aizawa doesn't die, and Izuku gets out unscathed. There are other heroes too. Heroes that are supposed to die, but heroes that Izuku saves. Heroes he helps. He meets All Might one day. All Might dies a lot. Not as much as Aizawa, but a lot. Izuku watches the fight. While everyone else runs away, Izuku stays. People around him ignore Izuku, not that he minds. All Might Yagi Tashinori doesn't notice him until after the villain is captured. Izuku stares at him, and he almost smiles at the look on the hero's face. Good job, Yagi-san. He tells the hero. He deserves it. All Might saves a lot of lives, he stops a lot of the deaths Izuku sees. He also dies a lot, mostly because of one villain. He walks away before anyone can ask him who he is. He doesn't have an answer for that. There are footsteps behind him. Izuku ignores them until they go away. Izuku searches for present Mike. He watches the girl Keihi Matagawa die by her captor's hands so many times. She cries every time. Present Mike tries to save her a dozen times, but the criminals kill him too. So Izuku kills them before they can kill anyone else. It's not hard. A little poison in their tea and nobody will notice. He regrets it at first, but when he runs into present Mike, when they take the girl out of the basement, when he sees their grateful faces and how relieved they are, Izuku doesn't mind. He hopes he doesn't have to do it again. Taking a life is not easy on an almost 7-year-old, but he did. He's glad he prevented another death. He leaves out the back door before the police can question him. He swears someone times to follow him, but when he turns around there's nobody there but an empty street. Maybe he said a little more than he should have. Maybe it's making him paranoid. Netsu is different. This time, Izuku is honest. He tells him what to do or what not to do. Everything turns out fine. Except for Endeavor showing up, Izuku does not like Endeavor, not one bit. Netsu asks questions, and Izuku answers to the best of his ability. I've seen Endeavor kill his own children a few times. Slow, painful, fiery deaths. So no, I'm not a fan of Endeavor. I see possibilities. Futures where someone might die. If I do the right things, change the present in the right ways, I can prevent the death. Sometimes they stop themselves. Sometimes someone does something without even knowing that stops their death. Sometimes I see the hero's death, and their death causes lots of other deaths, and I figure if I stop the hero's death, then I can stop all those other deaths. It works most of the time. My quirk doesn't turn off often, only when I sleep and when I force it off. I'm always seeing something from the future, another possibility. Izuku. My name is Izuku. A hero looks death right in the eyes and says, not today. It's been a year since it happened. This month is the anniversary of his parents' death. Izuku is 7.5 and he just can't bring himself to leave the house. He sees people die behind his eyes, but the outside seems so scary when all he can think about is this is when Mama and Papa died. He visits their grave, leaves flowers for them. He doesn't cry, but he does sleep. It seems like sleeping is all he does all day every day. He's so lonely. He saw his parents die so many times but it never quite set in that they were dead. Izuku never gave himself the chance to grieve. So grieve he does. He hides away in his house for a month, then 2, and he lets himself cry, and grieve, and hurt. And it feels freeing. But it hurts to be alone for so long, with nobody else in this big empty house. He finds himself asleep against the door of Aizawa's apartment. He doesn't know how he got there, he doesn't remember leaving the house. He's glad he's here. He doesn't want to be alone. It takes a couple weeks for Izuku to really warm up to them, but when he does he's bouncing around and rambling like he had when his parents were alive. He calls Shota Dad not Papa. He and Papa are two different people who Izuku will love and remember separately. During those long weeks Izuku stays in Nedza's office while Aizawa, his new dad, the man who's going to adopt him as soon as there's proof Izuku exists, and answers questions about his quirk. He doesn't tell them about the deaths he sees, he doesn't tell anyone. He shows them the notebooks he has, 5 filled with quirks, 1 filled with names of people who died alone. Nedzu has an idea, one Izuku likes. The set to work together. They finish it the day before Izuku starts school, and Izuku has never been prouder except when Papa was helping him with his quirk and would tell him he did good, but Izuku doesn't think about that. The shrine is new. Hitoshi knows this because he walks this way to school every day and he's never seen it until now. There are words carved into the stone, for the ones who died alone, but Hitoshi doesn't know what that means. He doesn't think too hard about it. He has more important things to worry about. For example, the teacher said there would be a new student joining their class today, and Hitoshi wants to hope. He wants to hope that this one will be different, nice, won't call him a villain. He wants to hope that this one will be his friend. Except he's hoped before, and it only made it more painful when they turned out just like the rest. So Hitoshi walks to school and ignores the ache in his chest. Everyone ignores him for the most part, and Hitoshi is thankful. It's worse if they hit him, he thinks, but because of his quirk they all just avoid him. It's not much better, but loneliness is easier to deal with than pain. Hitoshi gets to the classroom early to wipe the evil words off his desk. They're there every morning, so he knows what to do. Except he's not the only one there, there's already somebody else in the classroom, standing in front of Hitoshi's desk, and he doesn't look happy. Hitoshi hesitates. He could wait for the boy to leave and then clean off his desk, but that might be too late. So, Hitoshi enters the classroom as quietly as he can, hoping this boy will leave him alone like all the others. It doesn't work. Hitoshi hardly takes 2 steps before the boy lifts his head to look at Hitoshi. It's not very nice, he says slowly, to tell somebody to kill themselves. Hitoshi agrees, but he doesn't say anything, frozen by the boy's gaze. He looks tired, with bags beneath his eyes that could rival Hitoshi's. It's nice to meet you, the boy says after Hitoshi doesn't reply. You're new, Hitoshi says dumbly. He immediately regrets it because everyone gets scared when he speaks. His mouth shuts quickly with an audible click, but the damage is done. Yeah. The boy shrugs. I'm new. He doesn't elaborate, just grabs the towel from Hitoshi's hand and starts to wipe off his desk. You shouldn't listen to this stuff, he says, and Hitoshi takes a chance and steps a little closer. The boy doesn't react, and Hitoshi takes that as a positive sign. Kids can be cruel. He says it as if he's not a kid himself. The bell rings then, signaling 5 minutes to class, and the boy hands the towel back and goes to sit in what had previously been a vacant seat. Hitoshi puts the towel back in the cleaning closet and follows the boy's lead, taking a seat at his desk. The rest of his classmates file in the door, the teacher soon after. The bells rings again, this time signaling the start of school, and all the whispers quiet. The teacher stands at the front of the room. Class, I'm sure you remember my announcement yesterday. We have a new student in class today. Izuku, could you come to the front? The boy stands and shuffles to the front of the classroom until he's standing beside the teacher. His steps are slow but deliberate, and Hitoshi watches him carefully avoid being tripped at least once. This is Aizawa Izuku. He bows briefly. Izuku, do you want to tell the class about yourself? The boy, Izuku, shakes his head and the teacher lets him return to his desk without a problem. Usually the teacher made everyone introduce themselves, that's how the whole class found out about his quirk, but she doesn't say anything to Izuku. His must be a special case then. Lunchtime can't come fast enough, and there are classmates gathered around the new kids in no time. They ask all the usual questions, and Hitoshi finds himself eavesdropping. So Aizawa, one of their classmates, starts to say, but Izuku interrupts them. Call me Izuku. Okay. She agrees easily. So Izuku, what's your quirk? I can see the future. Kinda. Izuku says vaguely, not elaborating even when they ask him to. Hitoshi is surprised. Future sight is such a cool quirk, a great quirk for a hero, so why wouldn't Izuku want to talk about it? They ask more questions, and Izuku answers them all, some with straight answers and some with gauge answers that don't really answer the question. It comes soon enough, and even though Hitoshi was expecting it, waiting for it, it still stings. Well, Izuku, welcome to our class. Everyone here is excited to have you. Just don't talk to him. Hitoshi doesn't even have to turn around to know she's pointing at him. Or else he'll brainwash you. He's going to be a villain when he grows up, even my mom says so. He doesn't really want to hear how Izuku responds, but some kind of morbid curiosity makes him listen. Oh. Are you the people who wrote that stuff about being a villain on his desk? Nobody answers. The classroom is dead silent. That's pretty mean. He seems nice to me, and I've already talked to him. He hasn't brainwashed me once, you know. I think he's pretty cool actually. Brainwashing is a much cooler quirk than mine. It's so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The hope Hitoshi had tried so hard to avoid bursts in his chest. He knows, Izuku knows, and he isn't afraid of him. He thinks Hitoshi is nice. So when the teacher lets them outside for recess, Hitoshi walks up to the boy. Nobody else wants to play with him, not since he said he liked Hitoshi, and he holds out his hand. It's nice to meet you, he says. My name is Shinso Hitoshi. And the boy turns to him slowly, tired eyes looking him over, and Hitoshi notices for the first time that his eyes glow. Nice to meet ya, the boy says, reaching out to meet Hitoshi's hand. I'm Izuku. Hitoshi smiles because the boy spoke to him, because the boy said he's nice, because the boy isn't mean, and he says something else before he can even comprehend the thought in his brain. We should be friends. Hitoshi has never had a friend. Not since his quirk came in. He's not sure how you make friends, but it doesn't seem like it should be this easy. He feels like he's doing something wrong, and Izuku is going to call him out on it. He's going to see what a friendless freak he is, and I've never had a friend, Izuku says, and Hitoshi's mind blanks. I don't think I'd be very good at it. Hitoshi fumbles for words, desperate to answer him. Me either, but we could figure it out. Together. He thinks he may have said too much, said the wrong thing, not said enough, but Izuku smiles a small smile, almost like he's forgotten how to really smile, and nods. Yeah. You'll be my first friend, Shinsu-kun. Hitoshi's smile grows. You should call me Hitoshi, since we're friends and all. Izuku agrees, and they both drop the honorifics. Later, when Izuku invited him to come over to his house to play, Hitoshi will forget the tight feeling of loneliness that sat in his chest that very morning. The first thing Izuku asks when he gets home from his first day of school is if he can have a friend over to play. Shota agrees easily, just happy that the kid his son is making friends. The second thing he asks is how to file a quirk discrimination report. Shota doesn't question it, afraid that pushing the boy past what he is willing to share will have a negative effect. He explains the process as best he can. Izuku nods along, and there are not more questions after that. Instead, Izuku tells him about his first day of school, and as he explains what happened after he reached the classroom, his question about filing for quirk discrimination makes more sense. There were awful things on his desk. Really awful things. They called him a villain and told him to kill himself, and even worse things. Izuku scoffed. They wouldn't say that if they'd ever seen someone do it. If they knew what it was like. Izuku speaks as if from experience, and that worries Shota more than anything. But Hitoshi is great. He didn't even ask about my quirk. We're friends now. Is he the person you wanted to have over to play? Shota asks gently. He's still new at being a dad. Yeah. Shota nods. He doesn't meet Hitoshi for another 2 days, but Izuku talks about him almost as much as he talks about heroes and quirks. When Hitoshi does come to visit, he is simultaneously nothing like what Shota expected and exactly what he expected. Hitoshi doesn't want Izuku to come to his house. His parents, foster parents, if you can even call them, that are mean, and they don't like Hitoshi. Izuku is much too nice for Hitoshi's parents. So instead Hitoshi goes to Izuku's house after school. Izuku leads him to an apartment building only a block away from the school. He points out the shrine when they pass it, and Hitoshi wonders aloud who built it. Izuku smiles but doesn't answer. The building itself seems inconspicuous, but there are people killing about the lobby that seem very familiar to Hitoshi, only he's never met them before. Izuku waves to them all, and they wave back, exchanging a quick greeting. They head up the stairs, past the broken elevator. Izuku says it's always broken. Hitoshi doesn't question it. The walk up to the tippy-top floor, but the building only has 4 stories, so it's not so bad. Hitoshi follows Izuku into what he assumes is his friend's apartment. They tow their shoes off in the entranceway, and Izuku walks inside. There's a man there, lounging on the couch, papers spread out in front of him, with long dark hair, red eyes, and eye bags to rival Izuku's. Hitoshi freezes in the doorway. "Hi, Dad," Izuku says as he keeps walking. He stops when he notices Hitoshi isn't following him. You're Eraserhead," Hitoshi exclaims, pointing at the man. It takes a moment for it to register, but when it does he turns to Izuku incredulously. "Your dad is Eraserhead?" Izuku looks confused for a moment, but that fades and eventually he nods. Hitoshi is too starstruck to ask all the questions he's been waiting years to ask, so he gives in as Izuku drags him down the hallway to his bedroom. The room is rather plain. The walls are a pale yellow, the floor the same dark wood as the rest of the apartment, though there is a monotone rug dropped across the middle of the floor. A twin bed is pushed up against the back wall, and a dresser sits at the foot of the bed. There aren't a lot of decorations, a couple shelves on the walls and a large bookcase taking up the entire wall next to the door. There are a few books on the bookcase, but it's mostly filled with notebooks. It doesn't look like a kid's bedroom, and when Hitoshi voices his thoughts aloud, Izuku only shrugs. "I've only been here for 3 weeks," Izuku says, which catches Hitoshi off guard. "And Dad only officially adopted me a week ago." Izuku doesn't seem to notice Hitoshi reeling behind him. "You're adopted?" Hitoshi asks, terribly confused. He receives a nod in response. Hitoshi, having no other questions, just follows Izuku as they sit down on his bed. Izuku grabs a notebook with a large number 7 on it, and Hitoshi leans over his shoulder to watch as Izuku scribbles some information on their classmates' quirks. "Am I in there?" Hitoshi asks after a couple minutes. "Yeah," Izuku says, flipping to another page lined with details regarding Hitoshi's quirk. Details Hitoshi doesn't remember telling him. Details Hitoshi didn't even know himself. When Izuku finishes, they stare at each other for a bit. "I've never had a friend over before," Izuku admits, though it isn't much of a surprise because neither had Hitoshi. "I've never been to a friend's house before," Hitoshi concedes. They sit awkwardly for a moment before Eraserhead Izuku's dad, Aizawa-san, comes into the room. "Hey kiddo, Shinsuke-kun, you guys up for some ice cream?" Izuku is quick to jump off the bed and agree, and Hitoshi doesn't hesitate to follow. Aizawa-san waits for them to put on their shoes before herding them outside. The trip to the ice cream shop is short, and Izuku bounces around as they walk. His enthusiasm is contagious, and soon Hitoshi finds himself running around excitedly too. Aizawa-san sighs, mumbling something that sounds suspiciously like, "Great, now there's 2 of them." They get their ice cream, Hitoshi gets blueberry, Izuku gets pistachio, Aizawa-san gets plain vanilla, and find a seat in a large corner. Izuku chats animatedly while they eat, and the sugar seems to only make him more hyper. Aizawa-san listens to Izuku ramble and offers him his remaining vanilla ice cream when Izuku finishes his pistachio. While Izuku is devouring his second scoop of ice cream, Aizawa-san turns to Hitoshi. "Izuku told me a bit about your quirk, and how people treat you because of it." Hitoshi feels the sudden nerves like a football to the chest. "Your family," Aizawa-san pauses, likely trying to think of the best way to word his question. "Do they treat you all right?" Hitoshi shakes. Maybe it's the ice cream, maybe it's the nerves, maybe it's a combination of both. He's not supposed to say anything. They threatened to hand him over to the police if he did, but Aizawa-san is a hero, Hitoshi's favorite hero to be specific. Surely he can help, even if it's just because he's Izuku's dad, and Izuku is Hitoshi's best and only friend. "Kinda," Hitoshi says, debating whether or not he should be honest. Not really. Aizawa-san nods. You know, I'm sure if you were willing to move to another family, let someone else adopt you, you could probably get out of there. Hitoshi nods distractedly as Izuku finishes his ice cream. Perhaps, for example, you'd like to be Izuku's brother. Hitoshi falls off his seat. Shota hadn't planned on adopting another problem child. He certainly wasn't going to back out now. He'd done his research, looking into the foster parents currently taking care of Hitoshi. He was already filing for quirk discrimination against them and Izuku and Hitoshi's school, but that wasn't enough. It wasn't fast enough. The words are out of his mouth before he can stop them, and soon he's helping a startled Hitoshi off the ground. Do you mean you would adopt me, Aizawa-san? Hitoshi asks, looking like a deer in headlights. That is what I meant, yes. Shota confirms. He's not ready for the purple-haired boy to burst into tears, and he's certainly not prepared when Izuku begins crying beside him. Boys, please don't cry. Shota tries desperately to calm them down. Eventually he just picks the crying boys up and carries them out of the shop. Later he calls Nedzu to ask about adopting another child. The rat-mouse-dog-thing doesn't seem surprised, and emails him the needed paperwork. Soon the bed in Izuku's room is replaced with a bunk bed, and another pair of shoes add themselves to the growing pile by the door. Hitoshi cries when they throw him a party. The first time they go to UA together, all three of them, Shota hands out earplugs to both his children. They wait in the teacher lounge once more, and Shota hides his grin behind a coffee mug. Yamada walks in right on time. He spots Izuku first, and doesn't seem so surprised, but then he spies Hitoshi, shrieks, and leaps 3 feet in the air. Aizawa, they're multiplying. Shota barely manages to hide his snicker. They later get calls from the police station across town asking if everything is okay and saying they heard a very loud yell that sounded very much like Present Mike. Izuku does well in school. Extremely well. Soon Shota has to take him, as well as Hitoshi, out of school and have them homeschool. It doesn't seem to help much. Izuku zooms through his studies and ends up helping Hitoshi for the rest of the day until they're both ahead. It only takes a month for Nedzu to catch wind of this and offer to personally tutor the both of them. Shota declines at first. He doesn't want his boys close to UA, an accident-prone hero school, until he has no other choice. That time comes sooner than expected, when Izuku finishes all his schoolwork in a week and a half. Hitoshi isn't quite as ahead, but Shota figures if Izuku is getting taught by Nedzu, he might as well have him teach Hitoshi as well. They show up at UA the next Monday with all the grace of 2 7-year-olds hyped up on sugary cereal and ready to cause chaos. He watches from his office as Aizawa shuffles through the front gate, 2 children with identical eye bags bounce in behind him with all the grace of 2 7-year-olds hyped up on sugary cereal and the promise of meeting a bunch of pro-heroes and heroes in training. Nedzu grins behind the window. They're in for quite the show today. Tensei had been to UA many times since graduating. He was familiar with all the teachers. He even knew a few of the students. This time was slightly different, however, because this time he had his baby brother Tenya with him. Nedzu had informed him there would be a couple of other kids hanging around today, one of the teacher's kids, though which teacher, Nedzu hadn't specified and said they were around Tenya's age. The principal had encouraged Tensei to bring his little brother along today, and Tensei couldn't see a reason not to. He hoped his brother might be able to make some friends. They ran into Aizawa on their way to the principal's office. He seemed slightly more tired than usual, though other than that he looked the same. Tensei waved and Tenya gave a short bow. Aizawa had no reaction other than raising a brow and turning away. Nedzu greeted them once they entered his office. Come in, Tensei, it's a pleasure to see you again. Tenya, it's very nice to meet you. Tensei grinned and flopped down into a chair while Tenya gave a 90-degree bow. No need for that. Nedu waved him away, and Tensei snickered as his little brother sat stiffly in a chair. Tenya had freaked out when Tensei told him Nedzu had asked him to bring Tenya to you. He was panicking even more now that he was actually faced with the principal. The pleasure is mine, sir. Tenya announces. Well, I'm sure your brother told you. Nedzu sends a pointed glance at Tensei. But there are a couple of boys hanging around UA today. They're one of the teacher's children. They should be about your age, Tenya. Perhaps you could end up with some new friends. That is if you can find them. Nezu chuckles, but Tensei is hit with a wave of, oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. If he can find them? Tensei asks weakly. Nezu grins. Well, let's just say these two have quite the trouble streak between them, and an overcomplicated game of hide and seek seems right up their alley. Nezu shifts to look right at Tenya. Tenya, you have my permission to explore any open and unlocked areas of UA. As long as you explain your situation, the teachers should have no problem with it. If you ask, they might let you into the teacher's lounge as well. After you find the boys, you're welcome to do whatever else you want to, though I'd be willing to bet you'll end up spending the rest of the day with the others. Tenya nods, and Tensei lets out a sigh of relief as he leaves Nezu's office. There's more to this than you're letting on, Tensei says, though Nezu only grins in response. Tenya, nervous even though he'd received the principal's XPLCT permission, begins his search in the library. To him, it seemed the most logical place for other kids his age to spend their time. Tenya explores the whole of the library, though he only sees older students and a few teachers. Next, Tenya checks the cafeteria. He arrives just in time to watch another student get drenched with water when they open the door. Tenya hears loud giggling nearby, but when he turns around there's nobody there. The cafeteria is almost empty since school is already in session and it's nowhere near lunchtime. There are a couple of groups of students loitering about. Tenya wants to tell them how rude it is to loiter, but they are older than him and that would be very inappropriate, most likely because this is their free PRD. Tenya looks at each group, though none of them are anywhere near his age. Tenya runs into Midnight on his way to the bathrooms, another likely spot to find his soon-to-be friends, and she happily agrees to help him in his task. Not before a very carefully worded warning, though. Look, little ingenium, Aizu and Toshi do not like other kids much. If you want to be their friend, you gotta prove it. They want to play a game, so you play. Just watch out. Midnight pauses, then adds, as if it's an afterthought. Don't want to get hit with a water bucket. Tenya agrees wholeheartedly, and Midnight leads him to the teacher's lounge, where the same man he and Tensei had seen at the entrance. He holds a mug of what Tenya assumes is coffee and sits on a couch. Without a word, he hands Tenya an envelope addressed to him in a green sparkly pen. Midnight is gone when Tenya turns around, so he looks around the room for a moment before settling on the couch, a different one across from where the tired man sits, and opens the envelope. The first thing he notices are the two different pens and two different handwritings, as if the note was written by two different people. It makes sense, since the principal mentioned there were two boys. The green glitter pen begins, reading, "You're new here, I haven't seen you before. You came with Ingenium. You must be his brother. Maybe you'll help us prank him. We're gonna drop a bucket of water on him. It's gonna be great. You should watch with us." Purple glitter pen interrupts. "You should leave us alone." No, he shouldn't. We should be friends. Nezu told me you were coming, so I set up a big game of hide and seek. If you can find us, then we can be friends. Toshi says I'm not allowed to seek because of my quirk dash. Your quirk is cheating and you can't turn it off, so you're not allowed to be the seeker. No matter how many times I tell him, it doesn't help me. And Toshi can't be the seeker because he and I know UA like the back of our hands, so it's much too easy to find you. I'm sure the teachers will help you if you get stuck. Except for Dad. Dad will just watch him suffer. Yeah, but don't worry, Tenya. You'll probably never run into Dad. The game starts now until the end of the school day. By the time he finishes reading the note, Tenya is more confused than when he started. He tucks the note away in his pocket after folding it neatly into fourths and leaves the teacher's lounge. It was Izuku's idea. When Nezu had told them he was inviting a pro hero to visit UA for a meeting, Izuku had gotten incredibly excited, but when the principal said they were bringing their little brother along, his enthusiasm died down. Not that Hitoshi blamed him. They had both had pretty awful experiences with other kids their age. Hitoshi planned to just avoid the other boy, but Izuku soon announced he had a better idea. An elaborate game of hide and seek. Izuku and Hitoshi would leave a trail of pranks for him to follow, and if he really wanted to be their friend, he'd work to find them. If he didn't, then Izuku and him got to pull pranks on the other teachers and students, and the other boy got to wander around UA for 6 hours. Win-win either way. So they set to work. They stayed up all night, curled up on Izuku's bed, the bottom bunk, because Aizu was prone to falling off, and they plotted. Izuku pulled out all his notebooks and Hitoshi watched YouTube videos on non-harmful pranks. By daybreak the two were set with their plan and ran to wake up their dad so he could take them to the store to buy everything they needed. It wasn't a lot. Non-harmful pranks were surprisingly simple. When they arrived at UA the next day, they were bouncing with the energy only two children ready to cause chaos could possibly have. They set up their plans and they waited. Soon enough the pro-hero Ingenium showed up at the UA gates, what looked like a mini version of him in tow. Hitoshi and Izuku shared a grin. Tenya checked classrooms. 4 students and 2 teachers sat on whoopee cushions. He checked training areas. All the weapons had been replaced with cartoon cardboard versions. He checked the auditorium. A picture of an otter wearing an astronaut helmet was projected onto the screen with the words, "Otter Space." He checked the cafeteria. During and after lunch a plate of cookies was set out, though Lunch Rush claimed they didn't make them. Later everyone complained about the cookies being too salty. He even went back to the principal's office to check. The principal was wearing a fake mustache and a funny hat, but Tenya could not for the life of him find anyone his own age. Soon the bell rang and classes were dismissed. Tenya hid in the library until all the students had left, then he went to find his brother. Tensei was waiting for him at the front door. "So, did you find then?" Tensei asked, but Tenya could only shake his head solemnly. They were about to leave when Tenya remembered something from earlier. Something the note had said. "You're all dry?" he asked his brother. "Yeah." Tensei nodded. "I was lucky. I haven't been pranked yet, but I saw quite a few of the teachers get hit." "You haven't been? Hey, wait." Just as Tensei was about to open the front door to leave, Tenya grabbed his arm and pulled him back, pointing up at the bucket of water that sat perched above the door. There was a loud sound of distress behind them, and they both turned to see 2 kids about Tenya's age, though one seemed to be significantly shorter than the other. The short green-haired boy looked close to tears as he leaned against a purple-haired boy who seemed rather apathetic. "He ruined it, Toshi," the green-haired boy exclaimed, dramatically draping his arm across his forehead. "He ruined the surprise." The purple-haired boy Toshi? Pat the top of the green-haired boy's head in what Tenya supposed was meant to be a comforting way. "Well, I'll be." Tensei laughed. "You must be Aizawa's kids, I take it? You're the spitting image of him." "We're adopted," the purple-haired boy informed them calmly, while his brother continued to sulk. "My name is Hitoshi and this is Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Ida-san." Tensei smiled and shook Hitoshi's hand. "The pleasure's all mine. I have to say, some of those pranks you pulled were hilarious." Tenya sputtered at his brother's blatant ignorance of the rules. These boys pulling pranks like that were disturbing the learning environment for the students. How could such a prestigious school like UA allow this? Especially the cardboard weapons. Some of the classes even fought with them instead of their normal weapons. The green-haired boy, Izuku, perked up, but he didn't leave Hitoshi's side. "Yeah, that was all, Izuku." Hitoshi shot him a sly smile. He wanted to see how they would adapt, the hero course especially. Tenya nodded. "Oh, I see," he said, waving his hands up and down. "You were testing them to see how they would react and forcing them to learn flexibility and adaptability." "No," Hitoshi deadpanned. "We just wanted to prank them." Tenya choked on air. "Well, it sure was amusing to watch. Though I wish I hadn't eaten those cookies." Izuku snickered but otherwise remained silent. "We'll have to get going now, but maybe you can get Nedzu or Aizawa to call me and we can set up another time for you all to hang out. Maybe you could even get Tenya in on your pranks." With that, Tensei turned and walked confidently out the door. This time though, Tenya was too slow to remind him about the water bucket above the door, and Tensei was drenched. They could still hear Hitoshi and Izuku laughing when they left, and Tenya found it hard not to laugh with them. Izuku had a backpack full of notebooks. What did Hitoshi have? Gummy worms and 2 pencils. It was their first day of school learning under the smartest creature on the planet, and Hitoshi had 4 packs of gummy worms and 2 colored pencils. Things were going great. Someone screamed. Before Hitoshi could even question it, Izuku was gone, running towards Training Ground C, his backpack abandoned. This wasn't particularly abnormal, so Hitoshi sighed, grabbed Izuku's backpack, and followed his brother at a much leisurely pace. He never knew exactly why Izuku took off like that. Dad had told him it had something to do with his quirk, though nobody bothered to specify what exactly it was, but Hitoshi would be dead before he stopped following his brother to make sure he's okay. He arrived to find a large boulder on the ground and Izuku laying only inches away from it. A student was laying a few feet away, and everyone was staring at Izuku or the boulder with shock and maybe a little bit of awe. Aizu, you have got to stop getting yourself into dangerous situations. One of these days you're going to give Dad a heart attack, and then who's going to expel all the hero hopefuls? Hitoshi dropped their backpack by the door so he could help Izuku up. We'll drop by Recovery Girl's office on the way to Nedza's office. She'll probably want to give you a checkup after she hears what happened, and it's better sooner than later. You're right. Izuku mumbled as he pushed himself up. Before they could leave, one of the students shouted, "Hey, wait." The girl who had been on the floor when Hitoshi got there sprints up to them. "You saved my life." She bows, and Hitoshi swears he spots tears in the corners of his eyes. "I can't thank you enough. You actually saved my life." Izuku levels her with a blank stare. "Yeah, I do that a lot." The rumors spread from there. Every time Izuku saves someone, the rumors grow. Izuku acts as some sort of UA cryptid, appearing randomly, saving somebody from something that could have killed them, and disappearing with only a few words. Hitoshi is often rumored to be his sidekick. It all comes to fruition when the next year starts and a new batch of hero wannabes take the stage. Izuku and Hitoshi find themselves in the middle of a crowd of students, awaiting the beginning of orientation. Around them all the older students whispered to themselves, and the new first years, at least half of those whispered involved Izuku and some exacerbated stories of him doing stupid shit to save someone. Eventually Izuku had enough and spoke up. Most of that isn't true. For people screamed and at least one whispered, "He's here." Hitoshi hid his grin, but with the look Izuku gave him, he must not have done a very good job of it. The rumors remained, some even got worse. 3. Shota learned a lot time ago not to question the problem children thought process. Izuku's was often too confusing to understand, and Hitoshi's was far too chaotic and crazy to make any sense of. Shota did, however, think he could predict and prepare for whatever they may do. He was not prepared for them to fall out of the vents in the middle of class. "Aizu has something important to say," Hitoshi announced, and Shota sighed. Taking in the surprised looks on his class's faces of what's left of his class, at least he turned his kids' surprise visit into a lesson. "If they were villains you'd all be dead." Shota deadpanned. "We'll have to work on your reaction time. Now tell me whatever you need to tell me and be gone." "Nedzu is helping me file a case against Endeavor to get him arrested for child abuse." Izuku said it so quietly Shota almost didn't believe what he'd heard. "We'll need your help, Dad." While his class balked, Shota sighed again. "And this couldn't have waited until after class." Izuku and Hitoshi looked at each other thoughtfully, seemingly thinking over what Shota said, before shrugging. They climbed back into the vents, leaving a trail of chaos in their wake. Shota regretted teaching them about alternate access points and the element of surprised. Later Shota found himself in Nedza's office, objectively the worst place on earth, while Izuku and Hitoshi debated way to take down Endeavor, with Nedzu offering suggestions every now and then. They couldn't launch the case for a few more years since they didn't have any solid evidence, but by the time Izuku was 12 Endeavor was being put on temporary leave while he was investigated for domestic abuse. The next time it didn't happen to Shota personally. Instead, he received a call from Midnight telling him to come get his gremlins out of her classroom, or so help her she'll lock them in the broom closet. Everyone knows that wouldn't be effective since Nedzu taught them to pick locks. Shota took his time making his way to Kiyama's classroom. When he arrived, Izuku was fanboying over various students' quirks. A few students looked like they'd seen a ghost, and Hitoshi was laying face down on the floor. "Come on, gremlins," Shota said, pulling Izuku away from the frankly traumatized students and grabbing Hitoshi from his spot on the floor. Izuku continued to ramble about the various applications of a quirk, which quirk Shota wasn't sure and seemed not to notice being dragged away, but Hitoshi groaned and protested tiredly. No. Leave me here. Let me suffer. Shota grunted in response. What did I tell you about dropping into classrooms form the vents, especially while class is in session? Izuku stops muttering about quirks, finally looking up from his notebook. Didn't you say something about not doing that? Yes. Shota says tersely. That's exactly what I said. And what did you do? Hitoshi perks up. We came in through the window this time, actually. Midnight put something in the vents so we can't get in that way anymore. Izuku said he could probably counter it, but I just said we should go in through the windows. Shota sighed again, though he couldn't keep down the swell of pride. It happens again, only this time Shota is summoned with a loud explosion, suspiciously coming from the support lab where Izuku and Hitoshi were supposed to be learning about security. His students, now well aware of the problems his children cause, look to him. I'll be right back, Shota says, and they nod. There's another explosion and Shota books it out of his classroom to the support labs. He's met with a smiling Nedzu, something to be feared, and two children who look identical with blown back hair, soot covering their everything and dirt all over their clothes. The only visible difference being one has bright glowing green eyes and one has tired purple eyes. Nedzu happily hands over his children with the promise to do something much less dangerous tomorrow. It's a lie, because what would Nedzu teach them that isn't dangerous? Eventually there's a new paragraph added to the rule book warning students about the children in the vents. It only adds to Izuku's status as the local UA cryptid. Izuku is 10 when he wakes up screaming. Shota figured it would happen eventually, with everything the kid saw because of his quirk. No matter how accustomed to it Izuku had become, death was still a traumatic experience, especially for a kid. Shota raced to their bedroom and was met with the sight of a screaming, crying Izuku on the floor, tangled in a blanket, with Hitoshi behind him desperately trying to do something to calm Izuku. It seemed that whenever Hitoshi tried to touch Izuku, whether to hug him or wipe his tears, Izuku only screamed louder. Shota was quick to erase his quirk, and Izuku stopped thrashing about. It was then that Izuku said two words Shota had never heard him say before. Papa. Mama. Izuku cried, his hands balled into fists as he reached for something that wasn't there. The Toshi. Hitoshi tried to talk to him, but nothing they said would register. They're dead. Izuku screamed, and Shota connected the dots. They're all dead. I couldn't save them. They died. Shota reached out and wrapped his two boys in a hug. Izuku, we're not dead. We're right here. Can you feel us hugging you? See? We're real and alive. Izuku's sniffles calmed, but the tears kept coming. But I saw you. You and Mama and Papa and Toshi. You were all dead, and even though I saw it I couldn't do anything. I didn't do anything. It was my fault. My fault. Izuku wiped his nose with his sleeve, his eyes squeezing shut. Shota hugged him tighter. I knew Mama and Papa were dead. I knew. I saw it so many times before it happened. Izuku hiccuped a little bit as he tried to talk and cry at the same time. I was so sure I could protect you and Toshi. I could see you die and I could stop it like I did before, but I couldn't. You died because I wasn't strong enough to save you. Shota contemplated the problem child's words. Izuku, do you want to be a hero? A hero? Like you and Mama? Shota takes this new information like a punch to the gut, but he tries to ignore it in favor of calming Izuku down. Yeah, a hero. You may not be strong enough right now to protect the people you love, but if you become a hero you can protect everyone. Shota lets Hitoshi wriggle out of the family hug as he picks Izuku up. They move to the couch, though Izuku either doesn't notice or doesn't mind. That's what UA does, you know? That's what I do. I teach people to be a hero. Yeah, I remember. Do you think you can teach me? Izuku scrambles off the couch into Shota's lap. If I'm a hero I can protect you and Toshi. Hitoshi shifts closer, giving Izuku a funny side hug. I'll be a hero too. Then you won't have to worry about protecting me because I can protect myself. And we can both protect Dad together. Izuku giggles but nods. Shota sighs in relief. All right boys, back to bed with you. The next morning Dad is waiting for them in the kitchen. Izuku looks nervous, but he's always nervous so Hitoshi doesn't pay much mind to it. At least not until Dad announces, "Hitoshi, I think it's time we told you the truth about Izuku's quirk." Hitoshi stared at his family, his tiny, somewhat insane, but still fully functional family, and he bursts into tears. Okay, maybe not bursts, but he can't keep the tears from leaking out the corners of his eyes. Izuku is quick to respond. "Toshi? Toshi, what's wrong?" Izuku sniffled quietly, and Hitoshi knew that soon his brother would start crying too if he wasn't already. "I'm just so happy, Anne, and I love you so much, Aizu, and you too, Dad. I'm so glad I met you and now why you're my family." Izuku hugged him as Hitoshi cried, and soon Dad was hugging them too. "I hope you don't make this a habit," Dad mumbles. "What?" Izuku giggles. "Crying? Being emotional? Family hugs?" Dad scoffed. "No, waking me up in the middle of the night." Hitoshi laughed and the tears slowed. "So now that that's out of the way, now we have to talk about Izuku's quirk." "What about Izuku's quirk?" Hitoshi asked as they separated. Izuku flopped down into one of the kitchen chairs and Dad grabbed his coffee. "It's just some kind of future vision like night eyes, right?" Izuku was pointedly not looking at him, and Dad looked 10 times more tired than normal, which was quite the feat. It could be a result of the night before, but somehow Hitoshi knew it had to do with whatever they needed to talk about. "I knew this would have to happen eventually. You both just seem so young, too young in my opinion," Dad said, more to himself than anything else. Izuku's quirk does see the future to some degree, however he sees only certain points in the future, and none of what he sees is certain to happen. Dad pinched between his eyebrows. "I see possibilities." Izuku jumped in, still not looking Hitoshi in the eyes. "I see things that could happen in the future, but I only see when somebody dies." Hitoshi stared. "I see when people can die. That's how I first met Dad actually. I was trying to help him because he was supposed to die that night. I saw that, and I also saw how many people he would save if he didn't die, or rather, I saw how many other people would die if he did die." "But didn't your parents die?" Izuku nods and Hitoshi's surprised look. "Yeah, they did. I was right there when it happened, but..." Izuku takes a deep, shuddering breath. "I saw them die so many times before it actually happened that for years it didn't quite feel real. I had a breakdown after a while and ended up here with Dad. I'm still not sure how. It just kind of hit me, oh, they're gone and it's not just my quirk this time. They aren't coming back this time. Luckily Dad was there and he talked me through it. That's what happened. It was actually only 3 weeks later when I met you at school." "So you..." Hitoshi hesitated, but Izuku answered the question without Hitoshi even needing to ask. "I've seen you die, yes." Izuku shivered. "I've seen Dad die a lot. That's what my nightmare was about. I saw my parents dead, but I also saw you and Dad, and I woke up and you were there, and though maybe I was just in denial again. Maybe I just didn't want to believe it yet." Hitoshi surged forward to hug his brother. I'm not dead, I'm right here, alive and well, and whenever you doubt it I'll be right here to hug you until you believe it." Izuku nodded into the hug. "I'll be alright. We'll be heroes, remember? And then you won't need to worry about us dying ever again." "Yeah." Izuku agreed shakily. "Yeah, heroes." Later Shota gathers all the other heroes working at UA in order to explain Izuku's quirk to them. Hitoshi stands proud beside his father, who nervously twists his hands, mumbling under his breath about heroes and going to UA as an actual student. "We're going to be heroes," Hitoshi announces, pulling Izuku's attention from his thoughts. "We're gonna train and get strong so we can go to school here to learn to be heroes, and then we're gonna be awesome heroes who protect everybody." The teachers were silent the entire time Shota was explaining Izuku's quirk, but now they break out in conversation. Midnight loudly proclaims, "I call dibs," teaching them about publicity and the media. The other teachers are quick to respond. "Well, we all know Nedzu is going to be teaching them all about psychological warfare, so I call teaching them about support gear and technology." Powerloader says. "Speaking of which, why isn't Nedzu here? I'm pretty sure he's adopted Izuku as his private student and future successor, so wouldn't he want to know about his quirk?" Nedzu already knew. He needed all the information we could get so he could register Izuku for his identity. Shota explained. Well, I want to be the one to teach them about weaponry and fighting tactics using weapons. Snipe says, I'll be sure to get them gun licenses. They'll be sharpshooters in no time. Recovery Girl stamps her cane on the floor. They certainly can't be heroes without learning something about first aid, now can they? I'll have to teach them about taking care of injuries. They'll certainly have to be registered for their first aid licenses, preferably before they start school. Do you have any idea how self-destructive your first years can get? 2 students in the hero course with first aid training will take a load off my mind. Present Mike started yelling over everybody. I'll teach the little listeners English and sign language. Both can be helpful in hero work. As their father Shota is practically guaranteed to be the one teaching them stealth, so I guess I'll just have to stick to teaching them about basic hand-to-hand combat. Ectoplasm says, side-eyeing Shota. 13 excitedly waves their hands around. And I can teach them all about rescue work. Nedzu laughs and they all turn to see him in the doorway. By the time they actually get into the school, they'll practically be pro-heroes. To nobody's surprise, Izuku is the one who answers him. Actually, because they'll be training us without a class, it will be the perfect chance to teach us about one-on-one fights and such, but once we get into Yuta, Izuku didn't even bother with an since everybody knew they would themselves to the bone if they had to. As long as they got in, we'll have a class of our own to train with, which will be the perfect chance to learn teamwork and how to counter quirks other than the teachers. A well-thought-out answer. Nedzu responds. To be expected from my personal student. You are correct. I'm sure Yagi won't mind helping you boys gain some muscle when he comes for a visit. You'll be fully prepared to take the entrance exam, whether you choose to take the recommendation exam or the normal exam. Izuku and Hitoshi smiled at one another and Shota let himself grin along with them. The recommendation students line up and Izuku WHPS out his notebook. Hitoshi stands beside him looking bored, but Izuku knows better. He knows his brother is watching carefully, picking apart their quirks to the best of his ability. Though he may not be at Izuku's level quite yet, he's still very good at it. Nedzu made sure of that. Both he and Hitoshi had turned down Nedzu's offer to be a recommendation student. There were only 4 spots in total, and having Izuku and Hitoshi take up half of them didn't seem fair. Instead, they had planned on taking the normal exam with most everybody else. Their quirks wouldn't do much against the practical exam, but Izuku hoped and calculated that their training with the pro heroes would be enough to counter the ineffectiveness of their quirks. Nedzu had still invited Izuku and Hitoshi to watch the recommendation exams from his office, and Izuku didn't hesitate to accept the invitation. Izuku watched them split into smaller groups as they took to the obstacle course, and Izuku muttered up a storm, taking notes on every quirk as fast as he could. He'd organize them later, but for now, Izuku was just trying to get all his thoughts down on paper. 5 students, in particular, stood out to him. Inasa Yorashi, Todoroki Shuto, Yaoyorozu Momo, Tokuji Setsuna, and Hananuki Jizu. They seemed to have the most potential when it came to heroics, and Izuku was sure even Dad would like them to some degree. They would no doubt be amazing in the hero course, though Inasa appeared to have some kind of problem with Todoroki. Izuku, after receiving permission from Nedzu, raced down with Hitoshi in tow. Everyone turned to them when Izuku slammed the door open and Izuku could hear Hitoshi sigh behind him. He was, however, much too distracted with all the new quirks to focus on. I have so many questions about your quirks. Izuku fought to keep his voice down as he excitedly bounced around the room, spouting questions faster than a bullet train and moving around the room before the students, his victims, could even answer them. You have great reflexes, Hananuki-kun, and you're smart when it comes to picking your battles. Your quirk has a variety of uses to capturing criminals, search and rescue work, evacuation. What kind of hero do you want to be? Can your quirk soften anything? You've only used it on non-living objects thus far, so I figured that must be one of your limitations. Hitoshi comforted the traumatized attacked student as Izuku moved on to his next target. Tokage, your quirk would also be great at search and rescue, but also at tracking criminals. What happens when a separated limb gets injured or destroyed? Would it be possible to separate a limb further once it's already been separated from your body? When it comes to controlling your limbs once separated, is it harder the more you have separated? After bothering all the students about their quirks, Izuku turned to Todoroki. I have some questions for you. Your quirk is pretty straightforward actually, but that's not what I really wanted to talk about. I have some questions about your father. Of course it comes back to him. Todoroki says disdainfully. I don't want to talk about him, especially not to you. Hitoshi stepped forwards, knowing Izuku didn't have a physical quirk to defend himself with should things get hostile, and the teachers would be mad if Izuku used their training to hurt another student. Actually, Izuku said, before Hitoshi could say anything. It's less about your father and more about how he treats you. Izuku dropped his voice down to a whisper. I have reason to believe he abuses you and your siblings. Don't ask how, I don't have the time to explain right now. I've been building a case against him since I was what? 3 years ago he was put on temporary leave to be investigated, but they couldn't find any physical evidence, so the case was dropped, but I know what I saw. If you need any help just call me or something. Izuku scrawled his phone number on the corner of his notebook and tore it off to hand to Todoroki. Why you know? Todoroki seemed shook as he accepted the proffered paper. How do you dash? What do you know? How can I help with the case? Izuku smiled. I've seen a lot. Because of my quirk. And I want to help in whatever way I can. If you can get any proof of him doing or saying something, then I could probably get the case back up and running. If we can gather enough proof, we could probably even put him behind bars. Izuku pulled out his phone and tapped at a few things. I have a meeting with your mother next week, and one of your siblings agreed to talk to me, Natsuo, though we haven't set a date or time yet. This is really happening. Todoroki muttered as Izuku skipped away. What is his quirk? How did he know? Hitoshi stuck behind because he knew firsthand how most people reacted to having Izuku right in their face spouting questions. His quirk is a kind of future vision, like Night Eye, and he already knew when we first met, so that's a question you'll have to ask him. Till then, take his advice. Hitoshi turned to follow Izuku, who was waiting at the same door he had thrown open only minutes before. As they were leaving, the students finally got over their shock. Wait! Somebody called out, though Izuku wasn't sure who. Who even are you guys? Izuku glanced at his brother. I guess we did kind of forget to introduce ourselves, didn't we? He turned around and gave an elegant bow, which probably would have looked cool and dramatic had Hitoshi not tripped him. Izuku picked himself off the floor and shot Hitoshi a glare. I'm Aizawa Izuku, and this is my brother Hitoshi. Izuku said, tipping. An invisible hat. You should remember us. He said, as if he hadn't made an unforgettable and not entirely good impression. One day will be important. Hitoshi added, before closing the door behind him. The recommendation student were left in stupor as Nedzu bustled into the room as if nothing had happened and announced that the tests were over. Izuku was dressed in a green tracksuit, stretching his muscles before the practical exam begins. Nedzu had warned that he wouldn't be in the same testing area as Hitoshi to prevent them from working together, but that didn't stop Izuku from hacking the school's cameras, which Nedzu had taught him to do, so he really should have expected this and watching Hitoshi fight robots. Izuku stood up and tucked his phone away as Present Mic came over the speakers announcing it was their turn to take the practical exam. Izuku wasn't particularly worried. He'd aced the written exam and he knew he could take down enough robots to at least make it into the hero course. But Hitoshi and him had made a bet on who could get the highest score, and Izuku had overheard i.e. eavesdropped via the video feed the teachers betting on who would get first place. Izuku was ready to put his training to the test and make some pocket change. 2 birds, 1 stone. Izuku glanced at the odd bird-headed guy in his arena as he though that metaphor. Ready? Present Mic asked via loudspeaker, and Izuku quickly dropped into a running position, ready to take off. Start! Izuku shot off as the other examinees stood confused behind him. Go, go, go! There are no countdowns in real life. Just look at him, he's already off taking down robots. True to his word, Izuku had already brought down 1 robot by sliding underneath it after it had locked onto him, effectively twisting the robot into a pretzel. Izuku continued taking down robots as the rest of the test takers scattered out around him. He recalled one of Nedzu's lessons from earlier in that year. I'll get the best result from combining stealth, power, and intelligence gathering. He muttered to himself, and a few other people looked at him oddly. Izuku carefully avoided the robot's attention except when he needed their attention, followed their tire tracks, and straight up ripped their head off when it came down to it. Netsu would be proud. Someone under a robot, screaming for help, but everybody is running away from the robot. They don't turn around, she calls out louder, attempts to use her quirk. They'll stop it, they say, it's just an exam. They try to stop it, but they wait to give someone time to save her. Nobody does. They stop it, but they aren't fast enough. Debris slams into her. Recovery girl is quick, but not quick enough. She's dead before they get there. Izuku stops. What he's seeing. It looks like the exam, but there are no giant robots. Nobody's died, nobody's in any actual danger. The ground rumbles, cracking beneath Izuku, and he knows he was wrong. There is a giant robot, and somebody is going to die because everybody here was too scared to help her. Izuku spins around as everybody around him runs past. They try to warn him, tell him to run, to save himself. He doesn't listen. He stares the robot down and searches. He searches for a brown bob, running towards it the moment he spots it. Help! She screams, and Izuku ignores the image of blood behind his eyes. Help! Help me! Somebody! Izuku dropped down to kneel beside her. Don't worry. He gives her his best all-might smile. I'm gonna save you. He stands up to face the robot head-on, his mind working a mile a minute. He didn't even register he was mumbling his plans aloud until the girl looked up at him amazed. Can you really do that? She asked. Izuku only smiled and put his plan in motion. He took off running straight at the robot. A few people behind him told him to turn around, but the girl called out, "Good luck." Izuku paused to take down one of the nearby three-pointer robots, ripping some of the wires from its control plate. Izuku twisted the wires together, careful to use the right kinds of wires. He jammed the unused control plate under the giant robot's track to jam it. He only had seconds. With dexterity he didn't have before the teachers trained him, Izuku jumped up onto the stalled robot, sneaking around the edge until he reached the panel hidden on the side. The wires used in the zero-pointers were much larger than the ones in the smaller robots, but they essentially worked the same way. Izuku placed the wires in the right places, twisting them in among the other wires. Finally, he connected the final two wires. It had a similar effect to jump-starting a car that's already running. The engine management computer short-circuited and the robot stalled. Izuku jumped down and ran back to the trapped girl and helped get the rubble off of her using a nearby pipe as a lever. She seemed to be injured, so Izuku carried her back towards the entrance as Recovery Girl made her way in. So dangerous. You could have been seriously hurt, young man. Recovery Girl scolded him as she healed the girl. So could she, Izuku said, and the hero paused at that. Do you mean Dash? She left the question open-ended. Tough Izuku knew what she was asking. Yeah, he said solemnly. I saw it, so I had to save her. That's why I'm becoming a hero after all. I should have known. Recovery Girl handed them some gummies, which Izuku eagerly devoured. Go on now, your dad is going to be worried about you after that stunt you pulled, and if Netsu was serious about letting Hitoshi watch your exam, then so is your brother. As Izuku ran off, he heard the girl ask Recovery Girl some questions, though he didn't stick around to hear. Tenya waved his hands around as he lectured his friends. They were walking to the teacher's lounge as Hitoshi and Izuku told him about their exams. Izuku said he had something he wanted to do and he needed Tenya's help to do it. That was incredibly dangerous, Izuku. There were a variety of other ways you could have better handled the situation without injury. But nobody got hurt besides the girl I saved, and that wasn't even because of me. Izuku refuted, though Tenya was not quick to believe him. In the 7 years since they'd first met, Tenya had seen time and time again how much trouble Izuku could get himself into, even when his brother wasn't there. Anyway, we're here. Come on, Midnight said she'd help too. I still don't know what you even need my help with, Tenya said, as Izuku pushed him inside and sat him down in a chair. Midnight burst into the room. Yamada will be here in 5 minutes, so we have to make this quick, she said, pulling out a case of something. I brought my darkest eyeshadow. This should do the trick. Tenya grew increasingly worried as she approached him with the makeup. Tenya tried to protest, though Izuku kept him in the chair. "Tenya?" Hitoshi asked, and like a fool, Tenya responded. "Yeah. Sit still in the chair until midnight is done." With no other choice than to submit himself to whatever Izuku and Hitoshi had planned, Tenya closed his eyes and waited. When they were finished and Hitoshi had freed him from his quirk, they neglected to tell him what exactly they did. It wasn't until Tenya caught a glance of himself in a mirror that he sort of understood. "You put fake eye bags on me?" Izuku giggled. "Yeah. Now hurry and sit down, Mike will be here any second now." Izuku handed them both a cup of juice and they all sat down on the couch. Tenya was still confused, but moments later Aizawa wandered in, took one look at them and grinned. "Are you doing what I think you're doing?" Izuku nodded, grinning mischievously as Aizawa sat down beside them. Footsteps could be heard as well as noisy whistling. Present Mike walked through the doors. He waved at them as he walked by, but froze seconds later and turned back to them slowly. "Shota, there's another one," he yelled, using his quirk until Aizawa erased it. It took Present Mike a minute to calm down while Izuku and Hitoshi cackled. "Wait, aren't you Tensei's brother? How'd you get those eye bags? I'm willing to bet you haven't been up past 10 once in your life." Izuku's cackling got louder and Tenya grew more confused. Hitoshi managed between laughs. "It's eyeshadow. Did you hear that? They're doing it on purpose now. Shota, they really are multiplying." "I know," Aizawa answered. "Then why aren't you doing any T-dash? I told them it was a good idea." The police called again minutes later to complain about Mike's screaming. Shudo glanced at his father as they drove home, Izuku's words echoing in his mind. He looked away, out the window. For now it was enough that somebody knew, somebody was doing something, even though his father was the number 2 hero. Even though the person doing something was just a kid Shudo's age. Someone believed them and was acting. That was enough to give Shudo a little hope. Hitoshi had been at U.A for 7 years, but now he and Izuku were finally students. The letters came a week after the exams, though Hitoshi already knew they made it in courtesy of Izuku, who informed him about seeing their classmates die wearing UA uniforms multiple times. When the day finally came, Izuku and Hitoshi snuck in through the teacher entrance, effectively avoiding the crowd of students. They climbed through the vents towards their classroom, nearly giving the few students who had already arrived a heart attack. "OMG! One of them, a girl with pink hair messy enough to rival Izuku's, pointed at them when they dropped in. "Are you the vent cryptids the senpais were warning me about?" Izuku said nothing, and Hitoshi was well aware of how he hated talking to people he didn't know unless it was about quirks. "Well, let's see. We are cryptids and we came from the vents, so by definition we are under vent cryptids." Hitoshi answered as Izuku claimed his seat. Tenya just looked at them tiredly, well accustomed to their mischief. Just as Hitoshi was about to do the same, the classroom door slammed open and a girl with a brown bob that seemed to defy gravity walked in. She waved and moved to find her seat until she spotted Hitoshi, or more likely, the person behind Hitoshi. "Hey, you're the guy who saved me from the zero-pointer. You were so cool, you moved so fast and you just took out a robot and grabbed its wiring and shoved them in the zero-pointer and it just stopped." Izuku balked as she spoke enthusiastically. "I'm so glad you got in because I didn't really have a chance to thank you back then." Somebody else, with red hair, inserted himself into their conversation. "Whoa, really? Did you take out the zero-pointer all on your own? That's so manly, dude. I'm Kirishima Aijuru, it's awesome to meet you. And I'm Uraraka Ochako. Thank you for saving me." She turned to Hitoshi, finally seeming to realize he was there too. "Oh, are you his friend? It's nice to meet you too." Hitoshi took one look at her and knew who she was immediately. "Ah, you must be the girl who died." The class went silent. The door slammed open once more and a familiar voice filled the silent classroom. "Hitoshi, you don't just say that to your classmates. Especially when they don't understand Izuku's quirk." Hitoshi shrugged and sat down in his seat as Dad made his way to the front of the classroom. "Welcome to the UA Hero course. Izuku, put your notebook away and pay attention. Put these on and meet me outside in 30 minutes or I'll expel you." He tossed a bunch of gym uniforms at them before wiggling back into his sleeping bag. Hitoshi, who was expecting as much, grabbed the notebook out of his brother's hands and handed him a gym uniform. "Come on, Izuku, it's time for the test." Izuku perked up and grabbed his notebook back, stuffing it in his backpack and following Hitoshi to the changing rooms. "It would have been faster to take the vents," he says as they walk with the rest of the class. "We can take the vents on the way out." They did just that, much to their classmates' confusion. Izuku and Hitoshi were already waiting on the field with Shota when the rest of the class showed up. To the class's confusion, Hitoshi was leaning on what looked like a baseball bat. "Well, you all made it. Guess nobody's getting expelled yet." Izuku snickered, but Shota shot him an evil look. "Izuku, you got first place in the entrance exam." There were two loud, confused exclamations, though nobody paid them any mind. "Throw this ball, you can even use your quirk if you want." Izuku easily caught the ball thrown at him and stepped into the circle. "Hey, Toshi," Izuku called, playing with the ball in his hands. "Care to help me out?" Izuku spun around and lobbed the ball at Hitoshi, who happily swung a bat at it. "Home run," Izuku called out as the ball flew off into the sky. Shota grinned and held up a device showing how far the ball had gone. 239.5 meters. "Impressive, Izuku. Better than the first time." Shota hid his smile in his scarf as Izuku returned to his brother's side. "Whoa, that was awesome. Yes, so manly. This is going to be so much fun. When is my turn?" Shota's grin turned evil. "Fun? Is that what you think this is?" He saw Hitoshi facepalm from the corner of his eye. "The person in the last place after all the tests is getting expelled." The class reacted accordingly. "What? There's no way he can do that, right? UA lets teachers run their classes any way they like as long as the results are positive, which means I can expel anyone I like anytime I like." Shota glanced at his kids, who looked just as excited as everyone else had seconds ago. "How's that for fun? The tests begin now." Shota kept one eye on the students taking the test and the other eye on his sons. Knowing them, they'd somehow find some way to cause trouble on the first day of school. They were soon approached by the two recommendation students as well as the girl who died, as Hitoshi put it. Shota, against his better judgment, listened to their conversation. "You were at the recommendation entrance exam, but you said you weren't a recommendation student?" Yaoyorozu asked. "Then how are you here?" Hitoshi shrugged and Izuku started to jump up and down, practically vibrating with excitement. Shota pinched the bridge of his nose. "I saw you use your quirk during the entrance test, but it's hard to get a really good grip on what you're capable of. However, after the tests, I think I have a better overall understanding of your quirk. I have more questions, could you answer them?" Izuku didn't even pause for a response before blurting out question after question. Their three classmates stared in shock. However, Hitoshi, knowing his brother, was nonplussed and simply grabbed his shoulder to shake him out of his rambling. You took the normal entrance exam too," Uraraka said. "Like I was saying earlier, you saved me from the giant robot." "Yeah," Hitoshi replied as Izuku took off in search of his backpack. "We were only there to watch the recommendation students. Izuku wanted to see what you guys are capable of. He wanted to observe your quirks. It's kinda the same with the actual entrance exam. Izuku wanted to see everybody's quirk, but we actually participated in that one." "I'll say," Uraraka snorted. "Didn't you and Izuku get first and second place?" "Yeah," Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck and looked over his shoulder, presumably for Izuku. "We had a little bet going to see who would get more points, and our dad had a bet going with his friends over which of us would get first place." Shota didn't even question how he knew that, especially not now that Izuku could hack the school's cameras. "Speak of the devil," Hitoshi muttered as Izuku came running back in like a bullet, notebook in hand. Before he could run into someone or run over someone, Shota wrapped him up in his capture weapon and pulled him away from the group, Hitoshi trailing behind. "It's time for the next test," he announced, prying the notebook from his son's hands. "You five better get ready. This one is an endurance test." It was almost 30 minutes later when Shota proudly showed the results to his class. His two sons in first and second place despite not having any quirks that gave them physical advantages. God damn it. An angry yell came, followed closely by explosions. Bakugo walked surprisingly slowly as he approached Izuku, sparks crackling on his palms. Bakugo grabbed him by the front of his shirt. Shota would have intervened, but what he said next was surprising, even to him. That's where I know you from. You're that kid from years ago who told my dad he died. The class stared at them, jaws dropped, eyes wide. Izuku blinked at him, and Shota could practically see the wheels turning in his brain. Aya, he said without elaborating, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. It took a moment, but the class exploded, even louder than when Shota said he'd expel someone. Holy, you did what? What the hell, dude? You know so many people already and they all have weird things to say. Shota cleared his throat, and when that didn't work to get their attention, he erased all their quirks. Izuku seemed the most startled, though that was because his quirk was probably the only one that never turned off, though Hagakure may be startled and they just couldn't see it. Get changed and go back to the classroom. Your next class starts soon and I won't excuse you if you're late. Shota glared at the class, and they took off to the locker rooms, all but two. Don't think I'll give you special treatment just because you're my kids. Of course not, Dad. Izuku said, mirth laced between his words. He and Hitoshi left, disappearing through a door Shota didn't know was there, probably the vents, and Shota himself made his way back to the classroom. Lunch came quick, and with lunch came questions. Before Hitoshi and Izuku could escape, their classmates surrounded Thin, throwing question after question. After 30 seconds of everybody talking over each other, Hitoshi had had enough. Everyone stop. He yelled, standing up. He was a good deal taller than most of their class. Izuku and Hitoshi yanked Izuku up out of his seat. Are going to eat lunch. If you sit with us, then we might answer your question while we eat. The class parted as Hitoshi dragged his brother out the door, and slowly the rest of the class followed behind. Lunch Rush happily handed Hitoshi and Izuku their usual lunches. Older students greeted them as they searched for a free table, a fair amount of them referring to them as the vent cryptids or that one kid who saved my life. That last one was more for Izuku, who did tend to save a lot of students. It made a lot more sense how he would rush off someone at random times only to end up saving somebody's life after Hitoshi knew about his quirk. The rest of their class seemed to be observing them with some mix of confusion and curiosity. They sat down and soon most of their class joined them. Tenya claimed he was only there to keep the peace and nobody was really sure if Hagakure was there or not. Izuku ignored them and dug into his katsudon. Okay, so, first question. Kirishima said. You guys call each other by your first names, right? So how do you know each other? Easy. Hitoshi said between bites. Izuku continued to ignore them. He's my brother. There was silence for a second until Yaoyorozu spoke up. So that answers a few other questions. My question is how you were at the recommendation exams even though you took the normal exam. That's not a question but an inquiry. Izuku said before returning to ignoring them. I'll answer it anyway. Hitoshi shot back. We could have taken the recommendation exam, but we wanted to leave the spots open for somebody else since we could easily pass the normal entrance exam and there's only 4 recommendation spots. We would have taken up half of those, so that wouldn't have been very fair. Also, I already told you why we were there even though we weren't taking the test. Izuku wanted to see your quirks. Hitoshi elbowed his brother's side. Izuku in turn glared at Hitoshi. Right, I have another question then. Yaoyorozu said. It's an actual question this time. Who recommended you? Dad. Izuku said, not bothering to elaborate even when bombarded with curious and confused looks. Oh, I have a question. The same girl with pink skin and hair from when they first arrived jumped up and raised her hand, before realizing they weren't in class anymore and she didn't need permission to ask a question. So you guys got first and second place in both the entrance exam and Aizawa-sensei's test, but we didn't see you use your quirks. What are your quirks? Izuku looked at Hitoshi. Hitoshi looked at Izuku. Oh, would you look at the time? Hitoshi declared loudly. He and Izuku stood up. Lunch is just about over. We should all throw away our trash and get back to the classroom. I agree. Tenya said, standing up and chopping his arms in true Tenya fashion. "We don't want to be late." The class, with various dubious looks, followed their lead and tossed their leftover food and trash. Izuku and Hitoshi stuck close together as the class trickled out of the cafeteria and back to class. The two brothers waved to lunch rush before they left. Tenya knew what they were doing. While he wasn't entirely sure what his friends' quirks were, he did know that their dad was also their homeroom teacher and that they were both self-conscious about their quirks. He knew they wanted to keep them a secret from the class as long as they could, and he was willing to help them in any way he could. So when All Might burst into the room later that day, Tenya was surprised when both Izuku and Hitoshi admitted to knowing him. "I am here." Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might laughed loudly and the class began to freak out. All Might himself seemed both surprised and not to see Izuku and Hitoshi in the class. "Oh, young Hitoshi, I suppose this will be my first time teaching you officially." The class gaped at them. "As UA students, that is." He laughed again, a big booming laugh that could probably compete with Present Mike's quirk. "Ah, well then." He turned back to the rest of the class. "Welcome, students, to your first Hero Studies class." The class quieted with Tenya's insistence. "Can anybody tell me what the most important part of being a hero is?" A few people in class raised their hands, including Izuku, but All Might didn't call on anyone. "The answer is, of course, costumes." With a click of a button, the wall opened to reveal costume cases. "Everyone come get yours and try them on. Then meet me at Training Ground Beta. Looking good in very important, ladies and gentlemen. Look alive now because from today onward you're all heroes." Izuku and Hitoshi grabbed their costumes and booked it to the changing room. Hitoshi's costume was easily reminiscent of Aizawa's. Mostly black baggy clothes and a gray capture weapon wrapped around his neck. At Izuku's insistence, he also had a voice changer and a watch with a microphone and speaker for contacting Izuku, who had a matching watch. Izuku's costume was similar, since they both planned on being underground heroes. His costume was black and dark red. Black breathes with various pockets, some hidden, some obvious for distractions, and black knee guards. He had a black hoodie with dark red geometric designs, accented with some brighter red lines. Gray gloves with finger grips which allowed him to grip the knives hidden in his sleeves better. Red boots with grips on the bottom to prevent slipping. Everything was fireproof, waterproof, and stab-resistant. Though they didn't stand out much in the colorful costumes of their classmates, Izuku and Hitoshi looked like heroes. They felt like heroes. That was enough for them. For now. "All right, young heroes-to-be. Let the battle training." All Might stared down at them, all dressed in their hero costumes. "Begin." "All right, young heroes-to-be. Let the battle training." All Might stared down at them, all dressed in their hero costumes. "Begin." "Sir," Tenya said as soon as All Might had finished speaking. "Seeing as we are in an urban areas, will we be battling outside once again?" "Not quite, young Ida." All Mights laughed. Hitoshi was sending a pattern. "We'll be doing indoor battle training today. 2 against 2 matches. We'll start by first drawing lots to decide teams. Then, once everybody has been assigned a team mate, we'll draw more lots to decide who are the heroes and what are the villains." "Isn't there a better way to decide teams?" Tenya asked, and though Izuku beside Hitoshi was mumbling about how it was actually accurate to field work, seeing as heroes often had to team up on the spot with other heroes from different agencies that they may not work well with, Hitoshi was fairly certain All Might was just too lazy to put the effort into examining their quirks individually and placing them into teams based on that. He almost said as much, but it seemed the class had heard Izuku's ramblings first and taken them as a serious answer. All Might began explaining the specifics of the exercise, but Izuku and Hitoshi had watched their dad run the exercise for every first-year class for the past 8 years. Instead, they shuffled over to 2 different corners of the room and tested out their watches. Izuku had given the blueprints for them to Power Loader, who had offered to have one of his students make them, but Izuku insisted he ask some of the first years to make his between the end of the entrance exam and the first day of school, stating that if anyone could do it, they would prove to be the best suited for making he and Hitoshi's support gear. To their surprise, someone actually managed to do it, and though Hitoshi hadn't met them yet, he knew Izuku liked them. As long as their gear worked the way it was supposed to, it was likely Izuku would ask them to be their official support company. They didn't stop playing around with their watches until All Might called their names. Boys, you two are together on Team D, okay? Remember that for when we draw rolls. Izuku blinked at the hero. Hitoshi knew Izuku didn't like loud sounds or new people in general, but he seemed surprisingly okay with most of their classmates, and surprisingly not okay with the #1 hero. Hitoshi wanted to ask about it, but he knew his brother would tell him when he's ready. Soon everybody had been put in a team, and All Might moved on to decided which teams would fight and who would be the heroes and villain. Izuku and Hitoshi were to be the villains, facing off against Uraraka and Bakugo as the heroes. Izuku was already tapping away at his phone, and Hitoshi had no doubt that he had a couple of plans already in the works. Villains, you have 15 minutes to get set up before the heroes are let into the building. All right, Hitoshi thought, sending a smirk towards the duo. Bakugo had explosions crackling on his palms, but Uraraka was smiling at them. Izuku didn't even seem to notice the two as he sprinted into the large building. Toshi, I have a plan, but it depends on how well you see in the dark, Izuku said as soon as they were well out of earshot. Aizu, the dark is our domain, it's where we thrive. We are going to be underground heroes, so we should get used to working in the dark anyway. Izuku nodded and tapped a few buttons on his phone and all the lights in the building went off. Was that on purpose? Is that your plan? Oh yeah, that's part of my plan. I hacked the building's security earlier while Yagi was talking. I figure if we turn the lights off, Bakugo and Uraraka will have a harder time finding their way around, and we can track Bakugo through the cameras. All we have to do is follow the light of his explosions. If you can sneak around and get Uraraka and Bakugo to split up, which shouldn't be too hard with how Bakugo is, then you could probably trick her into responding to you and wrap her in the capture tape. I can guard the bomb, and in the unlikely event that anyone finds me, I'm sure I can keep them occupied until time runs out. Hitoshi listened to Izuku ramble out his entire plan, noting his roles and agreeing without hesitation. That was just their dynamic. Izuku was the brains, coming up with plans, and backup plans. Hitoshi offered help when needed but did most of the fighting. Not to say that Izuku couldn't fight. He could handle himself with or without weapons. It just so happens he had various knives hidden throughout his costume. All Might announced that the heroes were entering just as Hitoshi and Izuku finished setting up a few traps and hiding the bomb. Let the games begin. Izuku watched as his brother left the only lighted room in the whole building. It was lit with just one light and had no windows so that the heroes wouldn't be able to find them based on that. He pulled up the security camera feed on his phone and watched as Hitoshi made his way down to the first floor entrance. Bakugo was already trying to explode the lights, though Uraraka was taking a more practical approach. She tried to use the dark to her advantage, though she clearly wasn't as used to it as he and Hitoshi. Izuku leant back against the wall as he watched the fight play out over the video. He watched as Hitoshi followed Uraraka and Bakugo down the hallways until eventually Bakugo blasted off, leaving Uraraka on her own. Hitoshi waited a few minutes before calling out to Uraraka with Bakugo's voice. Though she seemed confused, she answered easily enough, and Hitoshi didn't hesitate to wrap her in capture tape. Izuku watched as Hitoshi released Uraraka, who seemed disappointed but not too upset. A loud explosion in front of him made Izuku jump up, only to find himself face to face with one explosive blonde. Izuku didn't waste any time in pulling a knife from his sleeve and pointing it at the bomb. One step, one movement, hero, and I'll stab it, and we'll all blow up. Bakugo seemed startled for a moment, before he realized Izuku was pretending to be a villain. Put the knife down, villain, and surrender, Bakugo said with an angry look on his face. His hands had stopped sparking though. Izuku figured that was the best he could hope for. Bakugo, quick as a WHP, grabs his arm and red eyes stare right through him. Izuku stares back, even though he knows he can't be seen. Bakugo is chained to a chair in the middle of a dark, sparsely decorated room. There are others in the room but they pay Izuku no mind as he approaches his classmate. Izuku can't speak, he never can when this happens, he can only go so far when it comes to walking around. Bakugo looks up surprised, and for a moment Izuku thinks he can see him. He's soon brought to his senses when a crusty man with blue hair appears behind Izuku. Izuku knows this man, or rather, he knows who he used to be. Papa brought him hope one day when Izuku was 3, though Izuku never saw him again. He wants to think harder, try to remember more, but before he can, the blue-haired guy mutters something and grabs Bakuga's face. Izuku watches with barely contained horror as his new classmate disintegrates before his eyes. With a gasp, Izuku is back at the battle trial. Bakugo stands in front of him, one hand on his wrist, eyes glassy and blank, as if Hitoshi had used his quirk on him, but Hitoshi isn't here. It's just Izuku and Bakugo alone in the barely lit room. Someone says something, but all Izuku can hear is the pounding of his pulse in his ear. He doesn't even realize he's hyperventilating until his chest constricts and Izuku tumbles to the ground. The moment Bakuga's hand lets go of his wrist, Bakugo too is back. He looks around panicked and sees Izuku on the ground. He manages 5 words before he too collapses. What the hell was that? They both lose conscientiousness there on the floor. When All Might calls the exercise to an end, Hitoshi figured Izuku had captured Bakugo, but when Hitoshi and Uraraka exit, there's nobody else there. They wait, but nobody else exits the building. Hitoshi desperately tries to contact Izuku via their watches, but he gets no response. He issues an SOS signal, still no response. Hitoshi knows something is wrong, very wrong. Before he can race back into the building, All Might appears with Recovery Girl close behind him. Hitoshi follows them, and right after they enter, the lights flash back on, and Ned's voice comes over the speakers. Izuku and Bakugo are on the 3rd floor. Once you reach, I'll guide you to the room they're in. The principal's voice gets more serious. Hitoshi, Uraraka, return to your classmates. Hitoshi wants to fight it. He wants to find his brother and find out what happened, but he knows Nedzu has things under control, so he grudgingly obeys, following Uraraka back to the room where their classmates wait. They surround them immediately, but Hitoshi's focus jumps to the screens displaying the security footage. There he sees both Bakugo and Izuku passed out on the floor, not a mark on either of them. Hitoshi doesn't know what happened, but he knows it must be bad if Izuku sees my friends and family die on a regular basis, passed out because of it. Bakugo wakes up later that day and is cleared to go home, though they ask him some questions first. Hitoshi doesn't hear all his answers, but whatever he said worried Recovery Girl. Izuku doesn't wake up until much farther into the night. Hitoshi demanded to stay with Izuku in the school infirmary until he woke up. Hitoshi is asleep in a nearby chair when Izuku wakes him up to ask what happened. He doesn't remember anything, and Hitoshi figures Bakugo doesn't either, which is what made all the teachers worry. They have no idea what actually happened, so they have no way to keep it from happening again. The next morning, when Izuku and Bakugo return to class, there's practically a riot as everybody crowds around them. Hitoshi stands protectively in front of his brother. He is exhausted despite the hours he spent unconscious. They manage to get to their seats before Shota appears in the doorway, threatening to expel anyone who isn't at their desk. Izuku is asleep with his head against the desk before Shota even announces what they're doing that day. He's still asleep as they take a vote for class president. Hitoshi would vote for him if he didn't know how uncomfortable Izuku would be. He doesn't want to out his brother in a tight spot, especially after what happened the day before. Instead, Tenya and Yaoyorozu are elected as class president and vice president respectively. Hitoshi rouses his brother for lunch, only for Izuku to fall asleep the moment he sits down again. To everyone's surprise, Izuku startles awake only minutes later. He pulls Hitoshi up and marches down to Nedzu's office. The bags beneath his eyes are darker than Hitoshi has ever seen them, but there's a sharpness to them, a gleam of determination. The moment Izuku throws open the doors, an alarm goes off. Before Nedzu can make an announcement, Izuku points out the window and loudly proclaims, "It's just the press. Tell everybody not to panic." Nedzu grins and does exactly that. They return to the cafeteria just in time to finish lunch, though Izuku sleeps through most of it. When their classmates ask where they went, Hitoshi gives a vague answer and Izuku grins in his half-asleep state. When Shota announces a field trip, Izuku bolts upright in his chair with panic in his eyes, though he never quite explains why. Water and blood and drowning. Limbs so heavy he couldn't help but sink, sink, sink. There was light, but it was so after away and he couldn't breath. He was so tired. So very tired. He let his eyes drift closed. Sleep sounded nice. Cold ice and the drift of blustery wind around him. Loud noises, pale screams, the sounds of a fight. Everything was cold and it hurt to move. Even the slightest movement sent waves of pain and ache and cold. He didn't like the cold, not anymore. There was someone else here in front of him, but he couldn't see them. Everything was blurry and there was so much white. He didn't know when it happened, but he fell. The cold ate away at him. He didn't want it to, he didn't want to close his eyes and let the cold take him away, but it did. The burning was a hard contrast to the ice cold. He was surrounded by fire, and through the fire he could see people. Their smiles screamed evil, but the fire kept them from getting closer. He watched them, watched the fire, watched the smoke. There wasn't a way out, not that he could see. He didn't want to do it, but he'd rather the fire kill him than the people behind the fire. There was burning, then there was nothing. The bus was crowded, filled with teenagers practically vibrating with nervous energy. Izuku was curled up in the very corner of the bus, scribbling away at his notebook. He'd had a panic attack that morning, and it had been so severe that Hitoshi had to use his quirk to calm him down. He never explained why, and every time they asked about Izuku got an odd haunted look in his eyes and made them promise to be careful. Hitoshi was sitting with his classmates as they chatted to each other. They discussed classes, hobbies, the entrance exam, and when the dreaded topic of quirks finally came up, Hitoshi found he wasn't as nervous as he expected. So, Kaminari was the first to bring it up. After the he hesitated, sending a glance towards Izuku and Bakugo who were in the back of the bus. Battle trial, I think we have a pretty good idea of each other's quirks. Everyone voiced their agreement. Before he continued. Except for you two. We didn't really get a chance to see you use it in the battle trial, since we were all watching Bakugo and Izuku's interaction. Yeah. Uraraka jumps in. I kinda have an idea of what it might be, but I'm not sure. I don't remember what happened during our fight very well. It's kind of fuzzy. Oh. Hitoshi says, and steels himself for what he's about to say. That's easy to explain. I brainwashed you. Nobody reacted for a few seconds, and then everybody seemed to understand and react at the same time. You what? That is so cool. You could be such a great hero. Brainwash all the villains. Isn't my cape so sparkly and magnificent? But what about Izuku-chan's quirk? Everybody turned to Azui when she spoke up amidst the chaos. You two are brothers, correct? Would I be wrong to assume he too has some kind of mind control quirk? You would be wrong actually. Hitoshi blinks innocently, trying to copy the way Izuku looks when he gets excited about someone's quirk. Did I forget to mention? We're both adopted. Sorry, Azui, but his quirk is nothing like mine. You're welcome to try to guess it though. If you ask nicely, Izuku might even give you some hints. Everybody turned to Izuku, who was asleep against the seat, his notebook open in front of him. Hitoshi snickered and nudged him awake. Izuku. Zuzu. Izuku. His brother blinked his eyes blearily. It took him a moment to register where he was, but when he did he quickly snapped his notebook closed. Izu, they want to know about your quirk. Do you want to tell them, or just give them some hints? Before he could answer, the bus was cast into darkness as they went through a tunnel, the only remaining light being the glow of Izuku's eyes. None of their classmates had commented on it before, which made sense. They had only known each other for 3 days after all, and it wasn't that noticeable in the daylight. In the dark of a tunnel, though, was a different story. The glow cast an odd green hue over Izuku's face. The class screamed. There are rocks and rubble everywhere, all around him. He can see all the villains from here. They look like they all have Earth-themed quirks. No doubt they're strong here, where there's plenty of Earth to work with. He watches them watch him. It's stressful. There's a sound behind him, he turns. There's nothing more after that. He stands in front of the blue-haired crusty man, who is busy whining to the black, cloud-like, warp man. They don't notice him. He doesn't want them to. He sinks further to the ground, hoping to avoid attention. He's not so lucky. A large black beast barrels into him at the blue-haired man's command. There is pain, intense immediate pain, and then he sees black, and all that's left is the memory of pain. A ghost left behind by some injury no doubt too severe to be fixed. They wouldn't reach him in time to save him, he knew that. It just made the pain worse. He closed his eyes, squeezing them shut with all that was left of his energy. He let go. Panic. That's all he could feel as his lungs became tight. He knew these people around him. He had only known them for a short amount of time, but he cared for them. He didn't want to see them leave. He didn't want to see their deaths. Still he watched them all. He heard the screams and watched them fight for their lives. They died in front of him, each and every one of them. There were just so many people, they couldn't fight back effectively. He watched because he couldn't do anything else. They kept him. He didn't know why, but they left him alive. Nobody else lived. Just him. They left after all was said and done, with the promise they'd be back. Dead bodies, corpses, lay out in front of him. He too tired to think. His family was gone. Fin. He was alone. Fin. They were all dead. Fin. He couldn't save them. Fin. Not a dream. His mind screamed. Not a dream, not a dream, not a dream. A prophecy. A promise. A premonition. A possibility. Izuku startled awake, only to be met with blinding light and his brother's face. He just barely registered Hitoshi's voice in his ear when the light was replaced with darkness. Izuku couldn't see anything. Dark, pain, disintegrate, friends, death, run, blood, gone, alone, dark, alone. Izuku didn't realize he was hyperventilating until Hitoshi grabbed his arm. There were voices around him, but he didn't want to hear them. It was loud, so loud and dark, and it felt just like what he'd seen. What he'd felt. Izuku let his instincts take over, and he panicked. Hitoshi watched the light in his brother's eyes fade slightly before they closed. He knew Izuku was panicking by the loud, quick breaths. He tried to get Izuku's attention, to get him to say something so Hitoshi could brainwash him, but Izuku didn't speak. The darkness of the tunnel passed, and Hitoshi was met with the panicked, crying, terrified face of his brother. Dad was there in a second, brushing past the rest his classmates, keeping them from crowding around them. 2 panic attacks before noon. Dad muttered so only Hitoshi could hear. What did he see? Hitoshi didn't answer. Izuku didn't stop hyperventilating until Hitoshi wrapped him up in a hug while Dad erased his quirk. When Izuku opened his eyes a few minutes later, he didn't speak. Instead he held his hands up and began signing. Hitoshi couldn't hide his surprise. Izuku hadn't had trouble speaking for a few years, and he hadn't needed to resort to sign language since they were 8. Nevertheless, both he and Dad began signing with him. Hitoshi could feel the curious and worried gazes of his classmates boring into his back. He spun around to address them. Izuku is fine, just don't bother him, okay? They nodded, no doubt remembering what had happened during the battle trial. Hitoshi took the time to look each of his classmates in the eye, making sure they understood. To his surprise, everyone, even Bakugo, looked worried for Izuku. Once they confirmed that Izuku was alright, Dad returned to the front of the bus, and Hitoshi returned to his seat. It didn't take long for Izuku to fall back asleep, though Hitoshi kept a close eye on him, even closer than before, just in case he woke up panicking again. They arrived at the USJ a little while later, Hitoshi waking his brother up again. Though this time their classmates stood back, just in case, and 13 met at the entrance. All Might was nowhere to be seen, though Hitoshi knew he was supposed to be there. He had an inkling of an idea of what might have happened. Izuku had known the heroes since before the fight, so when it happened, Izuku was not kept in the dark. Neither was Hitoshi, though he supposed that was more because Izuku couldn't lie to his brother than Hitoshi was supposed to know. Izuku had odd standards when it came to what he would and wouldn't tell Hitoshi. Sometimes he insisted it was something Hitoshi had to know. Something Izuku wouldn't keep from his brother. Sometimes Izuku was tight-lipped, not spilling so much as a hint. Often, when it had to do with his quirk or something Izuku had seen, Hitoshi found himself left in the dark. He didn't mind, he understood that Izuku saw things he didn't want to talk about, but Ti didn't help his worry. Just before they entered, Izuku stopped and called out to Tenya. Tenya, do you think you could wait outside for like 10 minutes? Hitoshi was confused. He knew Izuku had seen something about the USJ, though he neglected to tell them what, which meant it was likely too painful for Izuku to talk about. If we don't come out in 10 minutes to tell you it's fine, then run back to school and get the other teachers. Don't question him, just do it. Dad said, and he looked at Izuku tiredly. I hope you're wrong, he said, and Izuku nodded. Me too, he said, and Hitoshi couldn't help but think his brother sounded so tired. Not tired like physically exhausted, but he sounded like his soul was tired. 13 gave them a brief speech after they entered. My quirk, black hole, can SCK in and tear apart anything. I've used it to save a lot of people, but my power could very easily kill. I'm sure some of you have similar quirks. It only takes on wrong move, one uncontrolled quirk, for hundreds of people to die. Izuku looked up with blank eyes, and Hitoshi wondered what he was seeing behind that glow. Who was dying right in front of him? It wasn't something he regularly thought about, but he couldn't help himself as 13 made their speech. While in Aizawa and All Might's classes you learned about your hidden potential and the danger your quirk can pose to others, but in this class you will learn something new. How to use your quirk to save other people. I hope you leave here today with the understanding that your powers are meant to help people, not hurt them. Everybody clapped, but soon the attention was drawn from 13 to Izuku. Not wrong. He mumbled. Not wrong. Hitoshi approached him slowly. Izuku, what's wrong? His brother looked him in the eye, and Hitoshi was surprised to see the glow was gone. He knew the energy and effort it took Izuku to turn his quirk off. He knew it wasn't something Izuku did often. Yet he'd done it now. Not wrong. I'm not wrong. Why couldn't I have been wrong? Izuku said, spinning around. Everyone else did the same. A dark mist was spinning in the middle of the UFA. Soon people, criminals, villains were piling out of the mist/portal. Not wrong. Izuku looked up at the sky, and Hitoshi turned to him just in time to see a tear leak from the corner of his eye. Hitoshi jumped into a fighting stance as their dad reacted. 13, protect the children. Izuku was still muttering, too lost in his own thoughts to react, much less get ready to fight. Dad leapt towards the villains, ready to fight. A voice behind them pulled Hitoshi's attention away from the horde of villains to some misty man in the middle of a monologue. Ready to fight? Hitoshi asked no one in particular. To his surprise he got a response. Yeah. Izuku said shakily. Let's fight. Dust in his lungs, light in his eyes, water dripping from his hair. The blue-haired man stood in front of him, hand outstretched, ready to grab, ready to destroy, ready to fight, ready to hurt. He held the man's wrist with all the strength left in him. He watched as the man's expression shifted from anger to horror to terror. He felt proud, he felt powerful, he felt like he'd won. Around him his friends fought, alive and holding their own, even against the crowd of villains. He was here to help, to save them. The green glow from his eyes brightened, and he watched as those around him noticed. This is my family, he said sharply. You are not allowed to take them, Shigaraki Tamura. He spit the name as if it were a curse. I will not let you take them. He let the villain go, and watched as he scrambled back, away from him. Not wrong. He whispered. Not wrong and not a dream. He took a confident step forward. The villains took a step back, flinching. A prophecy. A promise. A premonition. A possibility. Izuku knew death. He knew pain, he knew grief, he knew loss. He also knew love and family and happiness. He was familiar with what the world could give and take. Ready to fight? Came his brother's voice. Izuku knew his answer to that. He knew it like the back of his hand, and he knew it would never change. Yeah. He answered, shifting into a fighting stance, hands up, unwavering. His voice shook, not with fear, not with sadness, not with pain, but with anger. With rage. Let's fight. Let's fight. Bakugo and Kirishima charged the Mist Man, though their attack failed because he was exactly that. Izuku watched from behind his classmates. He was confused, though not for any reason they would understand. When the black portals appeared and the class fell through them, Something in Izuku's mind clicked and he rounded on the villains. I know you. The villain seems so surprised to see him there that he actually flinched back. Izuku wasn't sure why, but he didn't mind. If they were scared of him, they'd leave him alone. I figured out why I've never seen you die. His voice dropped to a whisper, not wanting the few students around to hear. You're all ready to dash. Izuku didn't get to finish as the mist man made a portal beneath him, unceremoniously dropping Izuku through it. There's the slap as Izuku plummets into water. Water, the rush of water around him, the laugh of a villain as he tries to hold his breath. His chest is so tight and it hurts. He drown. This isn't one of his visions. It's not happening that way. Izuku won't let it. He forces his arms and legs to move until he resurfaces, gulping in as much fresh air as his lungs can handle. Something wraps around him. He tries to fight before his mind connects the dots: pink, soft, long, a tongue, a frog quirk, Azui to you. She lifts him from the water up onto the nearby ship. Izuku-chan? Why were you tossed in later than the rest of us? Karo. Izuku coughs a few times before looking up to see who else was there. He was met with the worried gazes of Azui, Kaminari, and Ishido. I'm not sure. I think I startled him and he just warped me wherever. Izuku glanced over the side of the boat, where various water-based villains were waiting. We should probably think of a plan to get out of here, before they get impatient and start sinking the boat. As the other three begin discussing ways to get off the boat and to dry land, Izuku mumbles to himself. It's odd that they put both Azui and Kaminari in the shipwreck zone. Electricity and water don't mix well, and Azui has a frog-based quirk, so the water won't hinder her movement. If they knew our quirks dash, Izuku freezes before talking again, only this time louder and excited. If they knew our quirks, then they probably would have out us in better areas to counter our quirks. We should take advantage of that. They don't know what we're capable of, but they also won't underestimate us. The other three students turned to him as he started to whisper. Guys, I think I have a plan. Hitoshi watched the mist villain warp away most of his classmates. He then watched him whisk away his brother to God knows where. He watched his dad fight villain after villain, though Hitoshi knew he must be getting tired. He wanted to help. He wanted to do something. All he had done so far was stand and watch. Hitoshi checked his watch, 3.5 minutes before Tenya ran to get help, if he hadn't done so already after hearing the chaos from inside. Hitoshi could stall for 3.5 minutes. Hey, Misty Dude, what do you call ranch in a cowboy hat? The plan was simple. Kaminari electrocutes all the villains in the water, while their injured Azui carries them to dry land, and Ishido keeps away any remaining villains with her acid. It worked like a charm, and soon Izuku found himself near the center plaza. Izuku watched as his dad fought villain after villain. He was worried but also immensely relieved. His dad was still alive and fighting, and as long as he was fighting, Izuku knew he could do something. Knew he could think of a plan. Knew he could stall. The crusty man with blue hair stood there with a large black beast. The mist man appeared nearby soon after that. Izuku couldn't quite hear what they were saying, except for the crusty man because he was whining and yelling like a child. Eventually he stopped, instead yelling 3 words that almost stopped Izuku's heart. Nomu, get Eraserhead. Frozen and horrified, Izuku watches as the black beast moves faster than Izuku can see and grabs his dad. This isn't how he dies, a voice in his head says. This isn't what's supposed to happen. Of all the futures you've seen, he doesn't die this way in any of them. Do what he trained you to do. Do what you do best, better than anyone else. So Izuku stands, dust in his lungs, water dripping from his hair, eyes clouded by still glowing clearly, and he yells, "Stop!" The villains do, to his surprise, stop and turn to him. Eyes wide and frozen, the villains stare. The crusty man is in front of him a second later. Dust, all his friends turned to dust, disintegrated right in front of him, and there was nothing he could do, nothing he tried to do, nothing he can do to stop it. Oh, you were right, Kurajar. This one does look like Sensei. He kind of reminds me of Sensei's brat. I'm not a brat. Izuku wants to say. I'm nobody's brat. I'm my own person, and I won't let you do this. I won't let you hurt my family. But he can't say it. His throat is clogged and Hitoshi isn't here to speak for him. The crusty man's hand reaches out towards them, one aimed for Izuku and the other for Azui. His fingers press against Izuku's face, and Izuku waits. He waits for the pain he's felt so much whenever he sees, and feels, himself die in another lifetime. He waits for death like a man on death row. Nothing happens. Oh boy, you really are amazing, Eraserhead. Even after all this fighting you save your student. The crusty man smiles, and Izuku wants to think it's terrifying. He wants to cower in fear and beg for his life, because that's what should happen. This man is a villain who wouldn't hesitate to kill them, who didn't hesitate to try to kill them. However, for some reason that Izuku cannot even begin to fathom, he is not the least bit scary. Izuku stares blankly at the man. No, Mukildash. No. No, Dad. He's screaming his throat raw and he knows it, but Izuku yells anyway. Before he knows what he's doing, Izuku reaches out his own hand, grabbing the crusty man's wrist as the glow behind his eyes brightens. They both freeze. You're not scary, Izuku whispers, though he doesn't know if he can be heard. You smile and you speak as if you are. As if I should run away fearing for my life. I've seen scary. I've seen death, I've felt death. You aren't scary. You don't know scary. Show me his death. Izuku begs his quirk. Show me something wicked and horrifying and terrible. Show it to him too. See how he likes it. Show me, show him, show me, show him. It's kind of comforting, chanting the 3 words in his head as he watches someone die. He waits for that death to end and the next one to begin. There's no pause, no wait, it's one death after another. Are you ready to die, Shigaraki Tamura? Izuku asks in as calm a voice as he can manage as they're both thrown into the scene. It's a prophecy, you know. Izuku has never been so happy to see someone die before. The world around them is quiet. Izuku can't see anyone else, but he knows Shigaraki is watching too. He doesn't know how he knows, but he does. It's a gut feeling. An impulse. They're standing in the middle of a busy mall, people everywhere. Izuku wandered the street for a bit. He doesn't see Shigaraki anywhere, but sometimes it takes a while for the person who dies to actually, die. People meander around and Izuku spies some familiar faces. There's Uraraka, and Ashido, and Aoyama. They wander around and eventually into a store. They walk back out and pass someone who looks like Shigaraki but in a hoodie. He pauses and turns to follow them. Someone blocks his way. It's another Izuku, one with less eye bags and no glowing eyes. It's not Izuku, but him form another timeline. Don't touch them. The other Izuku says. Shigaraki tries to pass by him, but this Izuku moves to clock him again, repeating his earlier statement, only this time a bit more forcefully. Don't them. This Izuku is scary, he wears all black and his hair is cut differently. This Izuku is confident and strong. Move, child, if you know what's good for you. Just because you're sensei's kid doesn't mean I won't hurt you. Shigaraki hisses. I know. The other Izuku states, and Izuku walks a little closer. This Izuku looks sad, his eyes are blank, dead. This Izuku hasn't found his family. But we both know I could kill you far more efficiently. I'm much stronger than you, and you know that. Shigaraki tries to move the other Izuku, tries to force him to the side, tries to push him away. There's blood before Shigaraki even touches the other Izuku. This Izuku watches as the villain falls to the ground, clutching his hands to his chest. The other Izuku doesn't react, even as Shigaraki bleeds out and people around them panic. He simply walk away, unconcerned. Someone screams, it sounds like Shigaraki but wobbly, and not quite there. Izuku turns to see Shigaraki, not the one on the floor but the one he was fighting. His form is fuzzy and transparent. Izuku reaches out to grab Shigaraki and the scene goes black. Izuku closes his eyes, and when he opens them again he and Shigaraki are standing someone else. The sky is black and lacking any stars. A large warehouse stands in front of them. Though no lights are on, Izuku can tell someone is in there. There is crying and screaming. Izuku doesn't hesitate to step forward. The door slams open and someone storms out, too fast for Izuku to see who it is. Soon after Shigaraki stumbles out, looking tired. He falls to the ground, and that's when Izuku sees the knife lodged into his side. Shigaraki screams again, but the other Shigaraki doesn't even flinch. Izuku doesn't remember what it was like to first see someone die. He grew up with the images playing in the back of his head. He never had the chance to fear it, to learn what it was, to experience it before he was watching people lose their lives, lose their lived ones, lose their heroes. He tries to imagine what it's like for Shigaraki, who is watching himself die over and over again for the first time in his life. It must be scary and painful and confusing. Izuku spares a moment to pity the villain. Nobody, no matter how awful, deserves to see something so traumatizing, but it's the only way Izuku can help. The only way he can save his family. The other Shigaraki bloods out, just like the last one, and Izuku waits for it to shift to a new scene. This one is in the middle of a forest. There's a giant man standing there, fighting Shigaraki and a few other people Izuku doesn't recognize. Izuku and Shigaraki watch them fight for a bit before the other Shigaraki shows up. He fights with the others, but the giant is simply too strong. They cannot win against him. The other Shigaraki gets hit, flung away from the group into the trees. Izuku is quirked to follow, and Shigaraki is pulled along with him. They find the other Shigaraki on the ground, alive but heavily injured. I don't understand. Shigaraki says, staring at his other self. I'm not dead, none of this has happened, I'm right here. I don't understand. A promise. Izuku answers, only for Shigaraki to turn towards him horrified. Oh, no, what are you? How are you doing this? Let me go. Right now. Izuku smiles wryly, and the scene turns to black again. Oh, I see now. You're not an NPC, like I though. You are the secret boss. Izuku doesn't answer. He couldn't even if he wanted to. His limbs sag, and exhaustion permeates his mind. He waits for the next death to begin, but it doesn't. Izuku opens his eyes to find Shigaraki on the ground beneath him, terror filling his eyes as he stares up at Izuku. Monster! Shigaraki hisses. He tries to scramble back, away from Izuku, but he still holds the crusty man's wrist. With the least of his energy, Izuku keeps his grip on his wrist. You may be the secret boss, but you cheated to get there. You're not scary. Izuku is too tired to filter his mouth, so the words come tumbling out. You think you are with your whole league of villains, we're gonna kill the symbol of peace, disintegration quirk thing, but you really aren't. What you just saw. That was scary, and that wasn't even the worst of it. There are eyes boring into Izuku back, most likely his classmates, but Izuku is much too tired to care. You don't scare me, Shigaraki Tamura. Dust in his lungs, a light in his eyes, and water dripping from his hair. Izuku stands proud, holding the villain's wrist with all the strength he can manage. Another death plays behind his eyes, and for a brief moment Izuku wonders if he can save them. Maybe that's a death he can stop. Maybe they're all deaths he can stop. With that though, Izuku looks up. He looks at the crowd of villains scared out of their skins. He looks at his classmates, emerging from their disaster zones, roughed up, injured, but alive. This is my family. Izuku says, the words reverberating around the building. The glow of his eyes brightens as Izuku takes a step forward. This is my family, and you are not allowed to kill them, Shigaraki Tamura. Another name nudges its way into Izuku's mind. I will not let you take them from me, Shimura Tenko. He dropped the villain's wrist, letting it fall to the ground. Said villain was frozen, almost shaking his fear. Izuku took another confident step forward. I'm not wrong. He says, quieter this time. I'm not wrong, and this is not a dream. Do you know what that means? Izuku stops walking when a portal warps Shigaraki away, dropping him near Kurogiri. A premonition, Shigaraki. Loud shots ring out, startling everybody. Izuku doesn't look away from the villains. He knows the teachers are here. He knows they're all safe, all alright, all alive. Kurogiri. Shigaraki hisses desperately, looking between the mist man and Izuku. Get me out of here. Now. The mist man does as he says and warp the both of them away, leaving the horde of villains alone to be caught by the heroes. The Nomu still holds Izuku's dad in his grip, but he isn't hurting him anymore. With a sigh of relief, Izuku collapses. Hitoshi is fine. He keeps telling the paramedics that he's alright. He wants them to focus on Izuku, who had to be carried out on a stretcher, or Dad, who was bleeding heavily when Hitoshi last saw him. They don't listen, assuring him that his family is in good hands. Nobody tells him if they're actually alright, though. They give him vague answers and avoid the question. The rest of his classmates are gathered around the door, mostly uninjured. They talk quietly, and when the paramedics finally declare him free to go, Hitoshi is quick to join them. And then there was this loud scream, like somebody was dying, and I was like, I have to get to the center plaza and help. Hagakure is waving her arms about, and Hitoshi guesses she's telling them all what happened when she was warped away. But when I got there, all I saw was Aizawa-sensei fighting a bunch of villains. Then I got closer and I saw Izuku. He was talking to the weird hand guy. Then he actually grabbed the guy and the guy started screaming. He did what? Hitoshi was sure his heart was going to stop. Izuku had faced down one of the main villains on his own? If he's not already dead, I'm going to kill him myself. Everybody turned to stare at Hitoshi. You mean Izuku is he dead? Somebody asked. Hitoshi wasn't sure who. No. At least, I don't think so. They tell me if he was dead, he's my brother after all, but nobody is telling me anything. Azui approached him slowly. You know, I was there when Izuku started doing that. The hand guy sent the black beast to attack Aizawa-sensei, and Izuku got super worried, called him dad and everything. It was only after that Izuku started to fight the hand villain, if you can even call it a fight. Hitoshi sighed. Yeah, Aizawa is our dad. The class was silent for a moment and then, yeah, I can see it. That makes so much sense. You look just like him. The messy hair, the eye bags, sleeping in random places at random times. All the signs were there. How did we not guess it? Are we that blind? Hitoshi blinked, before looking at his classmates incredulously. We're both adopted. What do you mean we look just like him? Hitoshi closed his eyes, opening them again when all he saw was his dad covered in blood and Izuku unconscious. You know what? Never mind. I don't care. I'm going to go see my family in the hospital. They're in the hospital? Someone screamed. Hitoshi found himself with 18 stowaways on his trip to the hospital. The class visited Izuku in the hospital, bringing cards, gifts, balloons, and a melon, though they weren't allowed to see Aizawa yet. Izuku was still asleep when Hitoshi visited, and he didn't wake up for a few days. When he did finally wake up, the police tried to question him, though Izuku didn't remember anything after Shigaraki had tried to kill him. Once Izuku was cleared to leave, they both visited their dad in his room. They told him school was cancelled until the next week, and when he insisted he be there to teach classes when they resumed, they didn't try to pursue him against it. They knew he needed to be back in the classroom, to see his students alive and well. They all needed that sense of normalcy back in their lives. So, the next Monday, Izuku, Hitoshi, and their dad returned to the school. Shota was wrapped up in bandages like a mummy, Izuku had some bandages wrapped around his head, and Hitoshi had a couple band-aids. The class rioted when they walked in. Sir, with all due respect, you should not be here to teach classes in the state you're in. Tenya moved as if he was chopping the air, though Shota only gave a grunt in response. And you? When he realized Shota wasn't going to listen, Tenya turned his attention to Izuku. You should be resting. Izuku signed something, and the class looked at him curiously. I wasn't injured. Recover Girl says I just overused my quirk. Hitoshi translated. She cleared me for school soon after I was released from the hospital. Shota sighed. Izuku probably won't be speaking again for a while, so if you need something from him, go find Hitoshi or a teacher who can translate. Shota eyed his class as they nodded. Izuku and Hitoshi took their seats, and the class settled down. Now, you all should know this already, but the sports festival is on its way. Ashido raised her hand. Really? They're still holding the sports festival after UA was just infiltrated. We need to show we're still strong even after that. Hitoshi said as Izuku signed rapidly behind him. Izuku says it's a good way to prove that. As first years we are already strong and can handle ourselves after a villain attack. As long as UA steps up security everything should be fine, and there will be a lot of pro heroes attending so even if something does happen we won't be on our own. Their classmates murmured their agreement. Shota would have pinched the bridge of his nose if his arms weren't in casts. That's right. Nedzua's reviewing the security measures. This is the chance to show the world what you can do. Before quirks came about, the Olympics were a big deal, it was how people showcased their talents. Now the sports festival has taken their place. 1 chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime, it's not something to take lightly. Shota moved towards the door as he finished explaining. If you want to be a pro, the sports festival is where you begin. He heard the students talking excitedly as he left but Shota was much too tired to pay attention to what they were saying. All he wanted was to take a nap. Izuku watched his classmates discuss the upcoming sports festival. Izuku was planning something too, just not for his sports festival. He and Hitoshi moved to follow their dad to leave, but when they opened the door they were blocked by a crowd of students. What are they doing? Someone behind him asked, though Izuku wasn't sure who. What do you think they're doing? Bakugo asked. They're scoping out the competition. We are the class who survived a real live villain attack. Izuku signed something to Hitoshi who nodded. Get out of my way, shitty extras. Tenya was quick to lecture Bakugo on being polite, but Izuku was too busy getting ready to enact his plan to really notice. He pulled a thin rope from his backpack, and everybody around him went silent. Why is there a coil of rope in your backpack? Uraraka asked with a funny look on her face. For plans. Hitoshi answered in his stead. Izuku tied the rope around the grappling hook he had also pulled from his backpack. At this point even the crowd in front of their door had gone silent. What else do you keep in there? Kaminari shuffled closer in an attention to peek into Izuku's backpack, but he was quickly met with a harsh glare from Hitoshi. Izuku threw the grappling hook up towards the ceiling. It hit the grate over the vent, knocking the grate into the vent and letting the hook attach to the ceiling. Izuku gave the rope a few tugs to make sure it would stick before he began to climb up it. The crowd began to talk loudly again, though this time Izuku heard mentions of the vent cryptids and the weird sounds in the ceiling. Once Izuku was up, Hitoshi tossed their backpacks up and began to climb up himself. The class watched in silence, even as the other students talked, some with awe Shido, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro, some with anger Bakugo and Tenya, some with curiosity Uraraka, Tokoyami, Yairuzu, Azui, Aoyama, and Shuji, and some with blank expressions Shudo, Sato, Ojiro, Koda, and Jiro. Izuku ignored them all as he helped his brother into the vents. With over 20 pairs of eyes trained on them, Izuku replaced the vent grate and disappeared into the vents with his brother. Everyone just saw that, right? Someone, probably Hagakure, asked. Like, I'm not crazy, that actually just happened. The class nodded, but the students out in the hallway just stared at where Izuku and Hitoshi had been. Wow! A head popped up over the crowd. You 1A guys sure are full of yourselves. Everybody turned to the person who dared break the awed silence. I'm Tetsu from Class 1B. I've heard about you guys but I didn't think you would just walk away. How arrogant. That doesn't matter. Bakugo yelled. Ignore those idiots in the vents. All that matters is that I'm going to win. Izuku was crawling through the vents during lunch. Dad had told him someone from the support course wanted to talk to him about his hero costume and Izuku was on his way to the support lab to talk to them. He'd received various warnings from teachers and classmates about the support course. The warnings backfired, however, seeing as the mention of explosions didn't scare him off, but made him even more excited for this meeting. When he reached the support lab, he dropped through the ceiling, landing on a perfectly placed pillow. With a tuck and roll, Izuku found himself on the ground in front of a pink-haired girl with crosshairs in her eyes. Izuku signed, despite knowing she probably wouldn't understand him. Are you Hatsume? You've heard of me? The girl yelled. I'm famous already. Soon I'll have flocks of potential patrons flooding the halls asking for my babies. You're just the beginning vent boy. You should feel lucky I'm trusting you to beta test some of my new babies. Izuku nodded slowly as she spoke. If it had been anyone else, they likely wouldn't have understood a thing she said since she was talking so fast, but Izuku was used to rambling. It takes one to know one after all. I took a look at what you submitted for your hero costume, and I hate it. It was so blunt Izuku would have fallen over if he wasn't already on the ground. Even if you're going to be an underground hero, you should wear something stylish, so that those who do know you remember you. That means no hoodies. No matter how stylized. Izuku pushed his way off the ground as Mei turned around and pulled something off the nearby table. It was a silver case just like the one his original hero costume was in. What's this? Izuku asked. Your new hero costume, of course. At Izuku's baffled look she laughed. What? You didn't think I was going to let you keep that sorry excuse for a costume, did you? I took it upon myself to design you a new, better costume. Go ahead, take a look, try it on. Izuku nodded, grabbing the case and racing to the nearest changing room. His first costume may not have been very heroic, but Izuku isn't very creative and it was the best he could come up with. This costume was much better, he had to agree with Mei. It was still mostly black, and he still had his black briefs with various hidden pockets. In place of a hoodie there was a dark red shirt made of a sturdy but stretchy material. His sleeves still had pockets near his wrists for easy access to his knives. There were black lines along his sides in a geometric pattern. A black mask slipped over the top half of his face hid his identity well without restricting his movement. Dark gray boots with knives hidden in the soles and special grips on the bottom made it easier to climb and harder to slip when running. Black gloves with similar grips made it easier to keep a hold of his knives, making it more difficult to knock them away. Unlike with the hoodie, his messy green hair was on display, but somehow it worked well with the red and black of his costume. When he walked back into the support lab, costume still on, Mei clapped. It's perfect, just like I pictured. Now you have to try out some of my babies. I have so many that would work well. You value speed and precision when you fight, right? Take a look at these. She pulled out a couple of knives and handed them to Izuku. Unlike the knives he already had, these had a button on the grips. They're electric. When you press the button, they send an electric shock through whatever is touching the metal part. It's not much, just enough to stun an opponent, but your gloves should protect you nonetheless. With Mei's direction, Izuku pressed the button and the knife vibrated slightly. That's not all. Mei said excitedly. If you like those, you should take a look at this. She grabbed something from her pocket that looked just like a gumball. It's a restraining gum. You pop it in your mouth, chew for a few seconds, and spit it out. It expands to capture and hold a criminal. I designed it so it could only be dissolved with a special solution I made. That's cool. Izuku signed as she handed him the gum, tucking it into one of his many pockets. He signed for a bit about how cool it would be to use in battle, and how helpful it could be when it came to hostage situations. The two rambled together. A few times somebody would walk in meaning to retrieve something, only to turn around and walk right back out once they caught sight of the two chaotic geniuses talking excitedly about contained explosions and how to recreate a certain hothead's nitroglycerin-based quirk. They talked until the bell rang signaling the end of lunch, though Izuku left with the promise to return so they could talk more. He didn't return because Power Loader banned them from being in the support lab at the same time, for other students' safety. 3. Mirio had met a lot of first years. He himself had been a first year not 2 years prior. The point is, Mirio knew what most first years were like, and these two did no fit the bill. Their first impression left much to be desired. They fell out of the vents in the middle of an English lesson, and from then on they had proved to be chaotic gremlins hell-bent on causing chaos. And one of them was friends with Tamaki, so it's not like Mirio could do anything to stop them. Case in point, one of the gremlins, the one with green hair and glowing green eyes, Izuku, if Mirio remembered correctly, came running around the corner at full speed, jumped over Mirio, and continued running as if he hadn't just straight up leaped over someone at least a head taller than him. Mirio stood there in confusion as another one, a support course student with pink hair, rounded the corner equally as fast, and ran around Mirio, ducking into a classroom a second later. The other gremlin rounded the corner not a second later, ran at Mirio straight on, brushed his hand over Mirio's arm, and ran away with only the words, "You're it." Oh, it is so on. Mirio grinned. Maybe he could get Nijire and Tamaki in on the game too, since it seemed only the 3 first years were playing. Mirio ran into the room he had seen the pink-haired support corps student run into, but no matter where he checked there was nobody there. Yelling from outside drew his attention, and as Mirio looked out the window he spotted said student climbing down the side of the building. The green-haired one was waiting at the bottom already, and Mirio couldn't help but wonder how he'd gotten there so quickly. With a grin, Mirio ran off to find his friends and get them both in on the game of tag. School was supposed to be over an hour ago. Students of varying ages, from varying courses were running all over school grounds, using their quirks to avoid the people who were it. The taggers were marked by having them tie their tie around their forehead. It worked for various reasons, especially since once you were tagged you had to take a moment to tie your tie around your forehead, giving the previous person a chance to get away before being tagged again. Mirio hadn't seen the 3 students who had started the game, but he knew most of the school was in on it at this point, and the teacher were allowing it since it helped them use their quirks in a practical setting. Mirio didn't hear the approaching footsteps until it was too late. The green gremlin hopped over his head again and ripped the tie off his head. "Tagger." He's signing the words as he turned to run away. Mirio grinned as he undid his tie and wrapped it around his head. For Shudo had been ambushed by Izuku and his brother on his way out. They dragged him, rather unceremoniously, to the staff lounge where Aizawa-sensei was already waiting. They left him there for a few minutes before returning with Ida in tow. Ida did not seem surprised. He seemed like he had resigned himself to this fate, so Shudo felt he should do the same. Whatever Izuku and Hitoshi were planning, it had to at least be safe if Aizawa-sensei was allowing it. Izuku left once more, returning with his arms laden with odd yellow floppy objects which were soon revealed to be yellow sleeping bags, identical to Aizawa-sensei's. "Izuku?" Shudo asked slowly, almost scared to ask what was going on. "What are you doing?" Izuku signed something Shudo couldn't understand, but Hitoshi was quick to translate. "We are all going to get into sleeping bags and lay next to Dad," Hitoshi said quickly to keep up with Izuku's fast signing. "And when Yamada comes in we're going to record his reaction and post it on HeroTube." Tenya nodded as if he expected as much. Shout decided to go along with it since it didn't seem like it would do any actual harm. The 4 of them zipped themselves up into a sleeping bag, which Shudo found was a lot more comfortable than he imagined, and they lay on the floor. Aizawa-sensei soon joined them. Shudo wasn't sure how long they waited there. He fell asleep at some point, though not for long. He was awoken by a loud, and when he says loud he means loud, yell. The kind of high-pitched scream only present Mike was capable of producing. "Aizawa! They're infecting the others. You have to stop this madness." Present Mike continued to yell until Aizawa-sensei sat up and erased his quirk. "How could you let them do this?" Izuku, or who Shudo assumed was Izuku, rolled over in his sleeping bag and grabbed something from the corner of the room. Something that had been hidden until now. A video cam. "Wait, you guys were serious?" The video goes viral in just a few days, and present Mike swears he won't speak to any of them for a whole day. He lasts about an hour before forgetting and accidentally asking Shudo for help. Izuku didn't remember a lot about his parents. He was only 4 when they died for real. He remembered Mama's soft voice when she told him about death for the first time. He remembered Papa playing with him and listening when Izuku told him about what he saw. He remembers both of them showing him videos from before he was born, back when Mama was a hero, and Papa was a villain. He remembers Papa handing him a knife for the first time and telling him how to throw it until Izuku could throw with almost 100% accuracy. He remembers Mama teaching him about a person's vital parts and how to take advantage of any visible weaknesses. He remembers them both helping him find books on poison and how to treat fatal wounds. He's seen so many people die, some peacefully, dying of old age like they were meant to, some violently at the hands of a villain tearing the city apart, some quickly, cleanly, because somebody just wanted to watch them die. Izuku's seen himself take lives. He's seen himself use what his Mama and Papa taught him to kill. The memories gave him nightmares for weeks. He remembers when he first met present Mike. He saw him die a few times the previous day, all in the same place because of the same people. Izuku searched and searched until he found the place. Mama and Papa had taught him how to be sneaky, how to get into things without being noticed, so he slipped inside. That's where he met Kohei-chan. She was scared, and bleeding, and really hurt, and Izuku decided he didn't like that. He had seen kids die before, he watched them die. Bloody, painful deaths, but this time he could do something. He could stop it. So he padded back into the house and slipped some poison into the food in the fridge, his parents' lessons echoing in his head. Not too much or else they will die, Izuku. You only put enough to incapacitate them. Papa held up a chart with lots of numbers and words that Izuku didn't know. It takes less poison than you'd think. Do you want to try? When the teachers first started training him and Hitoshi, Izuku wondered why they were so surprised he knew how to throw a knife with startling accuracy, or how to aim for areas of the body that would knock someone unconscious, or how to disassemble a bomb in less than a minute. Dad didn't question why Izuku could make a fatal poison from common household ingredients, or how he could pick apart a person's quirk until he knew every strengths and weakness, or how sometimes Izuku would just stop talking altogether and resort to sign language. When he shows them the notebook of the people who died alone, they look at him with sad eyes. Not Nedzu. Nedzu nods and offers a better idea than just remembering them in a notebook. Nedzu offers to help him build a grave, a shrine, something solid to remember them by. Izuku is glad Nedzu understands. The haunted eyes follow Izuku around. They are dead men's eyes and Izuku cannot escape them. So many lives that Izuku could not help, and they haunt him like a ghost. Never forgotten, never forgiven. Lives lost because Izuku wasn't fast enough. Izuku sees a little girl in his dreams often. He watches her die so many times. She gives blood and skin in her quirk and they kill her over and over again. It drags Izuku's attention from the world around him. An inescapable void until her death is over and the next one begins. He sees her eyes, red and wide and scared, and he wants to help. He sees their eyes too. Endeavor's children. He sees one who overuses his quirk and died to the blue flames of his own making. He sees one who dies when the house collapses because of the stress from all the heat. He sees his wife die from stress, from pain, from grief, because she simply cannot handle it anymore. When Dad tells him she's ended up in a hospital, Izuku insists he meet her. Izuku visits her in the hospital from time to time. She tells him all about her quirk, and Izuku in turn tells her about her children. Izuku doesn't cry when he watches two pro-heroes, water hose, die fighting a villain. He doesn't cry when he watches their son hear the news for the first time. He doesn't cry when he watches their son die to the same villain they did. Dad sits with him after the villain's attack. They sit on the couch in silence. Eventually Hitoshi joins them, but still nobody speaks. My parents, Izuku begins, when he finally has the courage. This conversation is long overdue, and Izuku knows it. He just never thought he'd be able to talk about them again. My mama and papa loved each other very much. Mama was a hero and Papa his breath hitches, but he forges on. If he doesn't tell the story now, he probably never will. Papa was a villain. He fell in love with her, and they got married, and when I was born they both retired. Mama and Papa taught me a lot. They said I would need to protect myself when I got older. That I couldn't rely on the heroes. Papa helped me with my quirk sometimes. He would listen to me when I told him about how somebody would die, and he would point out all the ways that person could avoid it. Suddenly, Izuku doesn't feel like a 15-year-old boy who made it into the top hero school in the country. He feels like a child telling his parents about a nightmare he had. He feels like screaming and crying and letting all the emotions he tried not to feel out into the world. The girl dies again, her white hair stained with blood. She doesn't scream like most children do. She doesn't whimper or cry or beg for her life. She's used to it. She shouldn't be used to it. It's not something a child should get used to. Sometimes, Izuku says quietly, as a heavy feeling weighs his chest down. I see myself die. Dad gasps. It's an odd sound, and Izuku focuses on that. He doesn't picture all the times he's seen himself bleed out, hit the ground, suffocate. He focuses on Hitoshi, who leans forward to hug him. He focuses on the feeling of family around him. Izuku wants to say more, to say something comforting, but the words feel stuck to his mouth. They don't make him talk. They just hug him in silence, and Izuku is happy. Fire, raging and angry, and boiling water that doesn't hurt as much physically as it does emotionally, and the loneliness that comes from being kept from your own siblings. Izuku doesn't say it aloud, but as he remembers all the deaths he's seen, he promises he'll save Shudo from his BSTRD of a father. Blood and water mixed together, angry tears and a missing presence of someone who was supposed to be there always, a red cap with horns and memories that are too painful to keep in mind, hatred and anger, and sadness. Izuku promises he'll save the little boy whose parents were heroes before he can die by the hand of his parents' murderer. Red eyes and white hair, pale, thin, bandages covering her arms and legs. She shakes like a leaf every time they come. They smile and smile, but the gloves come off and there's too much blood to be alive, but she lives. Izuku promises he'll save the little white-haired girl from the many deaths that await her at the hands of her captors. He promises, just to himself, that maybe if he can save all these people, if he can become a hero people trust to keep them safe, if he can keep more people from dying, if he can save their lives, then maybe, just maybe, he can save himself too. Green and red, a haunting reminder of what could have been. A flickering in his head, not a dream, not a dream, not a dream, standing up to the fire that rages so high, but hurts so much when it falls. Another flicker, a fight against a murderer, protecting a child who has lost so much already. It flickers again, long hair clinging to his back and a promise to get her out. A fight to the death, but he's not the one who dies. Not a dream, not a dream, not a dream. Familiar words in his head. A prophecy, a future of people living the best life they can manage and uncontrolled smiles. A promise of better things to come, of people worth saving, of family and friends. A premonition, fights worth fighting and strength to keep going on, to keep saving lives that were meant to be lost. A possibility of a different person and a different place, but happy all the same. Izuku dreams of being a hero, of saving people, of the smiles he gets when they come out alive when they thought they had died. Izuku dreams of their smiles while his head screams. Not a dream, not a dream, not a dream. We have to figure out what on earth is going on with his quirk. Shota stood in front of Recovery Girl, who was sitting at her desk. Izuku was sitting on a nearby medical bed with an uncomfortable look on his face, his eyes trained on the floor. He can't keep dash. Shota himself was having trouble both getting his thoughts out and not yelling them. I don't want him to dash. He was this close to just pulling his hair out. It's not healthy for him to keep passing out from quirk exhaustion. Actually, Recovery Girl had just been listening to him rant so far, being unable to provide any kind of answer or solution until now. Don't think it's quirk overuse. Shota stared at her and even Izuku looked up. I have a different theory now. Think Izuku has been unconsciously holding himself back. It's more common than you think, especially for kids with quirks that could potentially be traumatizing. They're afraid of their quirks or what they might do with them, so they, whether they know it or not, end up restricting themselves and their quirk. It's highly plausible that's exactly what Izuku has been doing up till this point. So, let me get this straight. You think there's more to Izuku's quirk? We just don't know it because Izuku has been subconsciously holding it back. Shota eyed her suspiciously. Sure, it made some kind of sense, but this was his son they were talking about. Shota would die before he made sure Izuku got the help he needed. But what about Dash? I knew you would ask that. Recovery Girl cut him off before he even asked the question. Have you ever heard of hysterical strength? She waved off Izuku as he started to sign. I know that you know, Izuku. I'm asking your dad. No. Shota grumbled. I haven't. Hysterical strength is what we call it when the body ignores its limits. It's caused by high adrenaline situations. Normally, your mind is always holding your body back, since we would end up seriously injuring ourselves if we constantly used our body's full potential. However, when your brain receives an adrenaline rush or is in a life or death situation, your brain decides it would rather break a few bones than die, so it ignores your body's limitations, whether the limitations it naturally imposes or limitations you yourself have subconsciously put in place. Izuku was practically vibrating in excitement as he listened to Recovery Girl's explanation. So you think, he gestured to Recovery Girl, that I could learn to bypass these restrictions I've set for myself and figure out how to really control my quirk? That's exactly what I think. Recovery Girl sighed and spun around in her chair, away from them. However, to do that we'd first need to know what exactly you're doing that your mind doesn't want you to do. Whatever you did to Bakugo was traumatic enough that his mind is suppressing the memory, and the only other person you've done it to was the villain at the USJ, and I doubt he'll let us ask him some questions. Izuku started to sign with his hands, too fast for either hero to understand, like his mumbling in sign language form. Eventually his hands just froze, and he stared at Recovery Girl with wide eyes. If I could find some way to use it without my mind stopping me, I'd have to be in another high-stakes, high-adrenaline situation, right? Recovery Girl nodded. A situation like the sports festival. Shota shook his head immediately. No. It's much too dangerous for you to use your quirk on your classmates like that. No, no, no. I can't believe I agreed to this. Shota pinched the bridge of his nose as he watched the classes make their way out onto the field. Whoever had agreed to let Midnight host the festival this year had clearly made an error. What? Mike asked beside him. Agreed to be a co-announcer with me or agreed to let your kid use his quirk in the sports festival? Both. All right. Please welcome to the stage your first-year representative, Aizawa Izuku, who placed first in the entrance exam. Izuku meandered up the stairs, trying desperately not to look up at the crowds of pro-heroes and civilians, all watching his every move. Hitoshi had asked if he'd be all right on his own or if Hitoshi would have to translate for him. Izuku had said he could do it on his own. He was regretting that decision now. He cleared his throat as he approached the microphone. It had been 2 weeks since the USJ, since what he saw, and Izuku knew he should be ready to speak again, but every time he saw his classmates' faces the words just wouldn't come out. Now he would have to face his problem in front of thousands of people. Hi. He began, but the mic screeched with feedback. I'm Izuku. Dad had told him he had 10 minutes to make his speech before Midnight would kick him off stage. Izuku had worked for days on what to say, but now that he was actually up here, no words came to mind. My quirk is, it's dangerous and painful. I've seen a lot of terrible things because of it. Izuku glanced up at the announcer's box where he knew his dad was. When I was 5, I decided I wanted to be a hero. I wanted to keep awful things from happening. Next he looked to Hitoshi, who gave him 2 thumbs up and a nervous smile. And here I am dash. Here I am, his mind whispered, the words echoing over the cracked walls of an empty stadium. There's nobody around. Izuku is alone. Standing here, one step closer to making that dream come true. Dreams burn to ashes right in front of your eyes. Dead along with everything and everybody else you loved. You cannot save them if you can't save yourself first. This is far from the last step, but one step forward is one less step back. So I'm going to do my best and I'm going to win, because if that's what it takes for my dream to come true. Izuku shrugged and grinned at his family. So be it. The crowd of students yelled in outrage, but Izuku ignored them, though not on purpose. Everywhere he looked the stadium was both empty and filled to the brim. His mind dancing between the 2 images, the 2 possibilities, like it wasn't really throwing Izuku off balance. Midnight pushed him the side of the stage and began talking about the first event, but Izuku wasn't paying attention. He was vaguely aware of someone grabbing his hand and leading him down the steps, but when he looked nobody was there. You couldn't save them because you're weak. You push away power that is rightfully yours for no good reason. Use it, Izuku, learn to wield your strength like a sword, and shape it like a shield. It is your power though it will only destroy you as you are now. And the first challenge is a King of the Hill style battle. Izuku looked up as the voice that sounded suspiciously like his own faded from his head and the images of an empty stadium went with it. A large structure will be built inside the stadium, and all the students will line up around the bottom of it. When the timer starts, the students must try to stay at the top as long as they can. The top 42 who spent the longest at the top will move on to the next event. Quirks aren't just allowed, they're encouraged. The students were corralled back into the preparation rooms to wait while Cementos built the arena. Aizu, are you okay? Izuku knew his brother would be worried after he just stood there staring off into space at the end of his speech. What really surprised Izuku was how he was prepared to answer that question. Not yet, but I will be. Izuku murmured. Hitoshi nodded but stuck close to Izuku. I will be. With the pro hero's help, the arena was ready in minutes and all the students were let back out onto the field. The crowd's cheering fell on deaf ears as Izuku stared up at the massive pyramid in front of him. Midnight spread the students out along the bottom of the pyramid. Remember, kiddos. The goal is to get to the top and stay there. You have 30 minutes. She cracked her WHP as the screen showed a giant timer. On your mark, get set, go. Most students rushed the pyramid, but Izuku held back. This game seemed too easy from an outside perspective. This is UA after all, the students here are the best of the best, so there's no way they wouldn't challenge us. There must be something. Bingo. As students ran up the stairs, traps began to activate left and right knocking. Student back. Bakugo had managed to blast his way to the top, though he was soon fighting against other students trying to not get knocked off. Izuku slipped quietly through the yelling, fighting students. Instead of taking the stairs, Izuku elected to climb up the side of the pyramid. A few people had tried already and gotten knocked down by traps, but they likely weren't as observant or sneaky as Izuku had been trained his whole life to be. He made his way up the side of the pyramid no problem, and as far as he knew, nobody had noticed him. Until Present Mike decided to announce his brilliant idea to the whole world. Would you look at that? Aizawa Izuku from Class 1A has made his way up the pyramid without problem by avoiding the stairs. We'll have to keep our eye on him and see how long he can keep his spot at the top. Izuku could almost feel the hundreds of pairs of eyes shoot to him. He gave himself a moment to grieve the loss of his invisibility before students started clamoring up after him, ready for a fight. Izuku hopped up onto the top of the pyramid and into a fighting position. Hit quirk wouldn't be very helpful until he could figure out how to do whatever he'd been doing that made him pass out. Before he'd even started class, Izuku had gone through the list of accepted applicants, reviewed their quirks and school records. Now his mind recited all the information he'd unintentionally memorized as classmate after classmate approached, trying to knock him off the top. He fought back, of course, using their own momentum against them, tripping them up, fainting, anything he could do to get a step ahead. The teachers had taught him how to fight dirty after all. Villains don't play fair. Papa used to tell him. So if you want to protect yourself, you have to learn to fight back. Whatever you can do to get the fight in your favor, you do it. Villains and heroes don't fight fair, so neither should you. When Hitoshi managed to join Izuku at the top of the pyramid, the two stood back to back, ready to face the rest of the students vying for a spot in the second round. While Hitoshi managed to use his quirk on most people who came at them, Izuku was fighting mostly quirkless. Occasionally he'd grab someone's arm or leg and try to use his quirk, but it was like grasping at strings that weren't there. When the 30 minutes were up, Izuku and Hitoshi had been knocked down a few times, but they always managed to get back up, to claw their way back to the top. Getting 14th and 15th place overall wasn't bad. Izuku was happy with his placements, because they meant both he and Hitoshi would move on. Though they didn't want too much attention drawn to them since they planned to be underground heroes, so getting a little lower on the scoreboard was preferable. As they all shuffled back into the waiting area, Izuku caught sight of something that made his blood boil. Or rather someone. There, standing haughtily as if he hadn't a care in the world, was the person Izuku considered to be the worst person alive. Even villains weren't as bad as him, because at least villains were hated and acknowledged as awful. He, however, was often praised for saving people and being a hero. Who else could it be but Endeavor? If Izuku wasn't so shy, he would have flipped him off and cursed him out. As it was, Izuku sat there stewing in his rage as he eyed the youngest Todoroki child. Endeavor was here, and it was the first time in years Izuku had come face to face with the heathen. He may not have been expecting it, but Izuku is always prepared. Children who have just discovered their quirks being tossed aside by their own father, burning skin, painful cries, emotional pain beyond what any child can bear, the loss of a mother, all because of him. Today Endeavor was going down, and Izuku would make sure of it. Shudo didn't mind his classmates. His father had never allowed him to have friends, so the idea was rather foreign to him. Until Izuku dragged him off to prank one of their teachers. All things considered, Shudo should have expected it after finding out Izuku and Hitoshi were not only brothers but the sons of their homeroom teacher. They said they were adopted, but Shudo is almost 100% sure they're lying. He just has to figure out who the mother is. So, when Izuku walks up to Yaoyorozu and, for the first time since the USJ, actually speaks, Shudo is shook. He should stop talking to Hitoshi so much. When Yaoyorozu creates a fire extinguisher and hands it to Izuku, Shudo has a very bad feeling about what his friend is planning and he has no plans to stop him. Instead, Shudo follows Izuku as he leaves the student area of the arena and heads towards the crowds. Hitoshi appears a few moments later and accompanies him. Shudo almost runs into them when Izuku stops walking suddenly. "Would you like to walk with us or are you just going to follow me?" He probably should have guessed that their teacher's son would notice someone following him. Shudo doesn't hesitate to move to walk beside them. Izuku rambles on about the probability of the game for the next round and what would be best to eat for lunch to maximize energy versus intake. Most of it is lost on Shudo, but he follows Hitoshi's lead and nods along anyway. He ducks behind a wall once his father comes into view. Izuku doesn't hesitate to walk right up to the flame hero, who stands as if he has nothing to fear with his arms crossed over his chest. He has something to fear, actually, and it's Izuku. Izuku clears his throat loudly, and nearby news cameras swing over to him as Endeavor finally takes notice of the tiny green bean in front of him. "Oh, you're the little kid Aizawa found, aren't you?" Shudo can hear the annoyance in his father's voice and he hopes Izuku is fast enough to get out of there before he gets hurt. "I am, sir." Hitoshi is visibly startled when Izuku is so polite. "I also have this." Izuku holds up the fire extinguisher and Shudo holds his breath. "That's very nice, now run along dash." Izuku doesn't bother to wait until he's done speaking to open fire, spraying the foam all over the hero. He doesn't stop even as Endeavor yells in outrage. Izuku doesn't so much as flinch as the stomps around and tries to wipe the foam from his eyes. He simply continues spraying him with a blank expression until the extinguisher is empty. "In behalf of your children, sir," Izuku says, and Shudo is desperately trying to hold back a laugh. Cameras from all directions are quick to pan over to his father. The sight of Endeavor covered in fire extinguisher foam is not something to pass up. Shudo figures he could win the rest of the sports festival, and even that wouldn't make him as happy as watching Izuku destroy his father with 3 sentences and a fire extinguisher. "Get back here, boy. You insolent child." "You dash." Shudo is almost afraid for Izuku, but he knows this boy. It's the boy who faced down, fought against, and won against villains capable of killing All Might. It's the boy who has haunted glowing eyes and messy hair. It's the boy whose quirk is unknown but so dangerous. It's the boy who did something to Bakugo, the class hothead, so traumatizing he made himself forget. It's the boy who smiled like the sun when they first met, no matter how cold Shudo was. It's the boy who faced down his father with a fire extinguisher. "If you so much as touch your children again, I'll do so much worse than this." It's Izuku, with a look in his eye like he's ready to kill a man, and Shudo has never been so glad to have a friend before now. Izuku skipped on his way back to the prep room. Step 1 of his ruin endeavor during the sports festival plan was complete and it had gone off without a hitch. He tossed the now empty fire extinguisher to the side where he knew nobody would trip over it. He could hear Hitoshi and Shudo whispering behind him, but he was in a good mood and decided not to eavesdrop on them. "Is that normal?" Shudo asked in a hushed voice, as if Izuku wasn't trained his whole life to listen in on conversations he wasn't meant to hear. "I mean the whole hating endeavor thing. Do you remember when you first met us?" Hitoshi asked with absolutely no patience for whispering. "You remember how one of the first things he said to you was he knows? It was a big deal for years, he would not shut up about it. He wanted to build this big case against him and get him arrested and have his hero license taken away. We were kids then, so it seemed a lot easier than it actually is. Netsu's been helping him find proof for years." "Okay, but why? And how?" Hitoshi sighed audibly. "His quirk. He knows because his quirk told him, showed him? I don't really know. Ask him. He's the one who has had his quirk for 10 years, not me." Izuku stopping skipping and spun around. "Not yet." Izuku smiled as he saw Hitoshi dejectedly translate what he'd signed. Soon but not yet. After all, what's the point of having a quirk nobody knows about if you can't use it to take your opponents by surprise? They made it back to the prep room just as their class was being moved back out onto the field. That was one intense first round, huh? Midnight cracks her WHP as the students are released back onto the field, which is now taken up by a giant building. The second round's game has been decided. It is a blind maze. All of you will split up into teams or 4 or less. Once everybody has a team, you will be placed into the maze, which is pitch black. Don't worry, the audience can watch via the night vision cameras scattered throughout the maze. When the whistle sounds, you may begin to make your way to the middle of the maze, encountering faux villains and other teams along the way. In order to move on to the third and final round, you must be one of the first 5 teams to the middle of the maze with all of your teammates accounted for. If you're separated from your team, you must reunite before reaching the center or you'll be disqualified. Scattered around the maze are objects like this dash. She held up a small dagger and a couple throwing knives. They can be used to defend against traps and other teams, though the more you bring with you to the center, the more points you gain. At the end, the number of objects you brought back will be combined with the points you gain depending on how fast you found the middle. The teams will be ranked on how many points you emerge with. Once again, quirks are not just allowed but encouraged. You have 5 minutes to find your teams before we begin. Go! Izuku looked around at his classmates, who were quick to clump together with their friend groups. Hitoshi was beside him soon enough, and they nodded to each other. Izuku was going through the quirks of the kids around them, considering their skills and raw talent, when someone approached him. Izuku spun around when he was tapped on the shoulder. He just barely managed to keep his fists from flying up into a fight position. Standing behind them, shifting from foot to foot nervously, was a short girl with white hair and odd blue eyes. She has silver glasses and some kind of device woven into a bracelet on her wrist. Long white hair and a horn and terrified red eyes. Arms covered in bandages and scars. Too young, always too young. A fight to the death and blood disappearing. Everything moving forwards and backwards at the same time. Blood, there's always blood, so much blood. A hero and his cape, someone he could and couldn't save. You're Aizawa Izuku. The girl signed, though it was clearly not a question. You speak but you also sign. Why yeah? Izuku said, signing along as he spoke. He rubbed the back of his neck when she stared at him for too long. Would you? She hesitated. I mean, could I join your team, Aizawa-kun? Hitoshi decided to interrupt right them. His sign name is Green and you can call me Purple. Sure, you can join our team. Izuku nodded rapidly, smiling brightly. Another person who could understand his sign when he didn't feel like talking. Perfect. Footsteps behind them told Izuku someone else was following them, and this time Izuku turned around calmly. Do you need someone else? Kuda Koji signed nervously, and Izuku smiled so wide he thought for a second his face might split in half. Do you have a team? Izuku asked, and Kuda shook his head. You should join ours. A team full of people who can sign. How cool is that? Izuku stuck out his hand, and to his surprise Kuda shook it with a small smile. Welcome to the team. The whistle blew just then and Izuku let his smile turn predatory. The first game was just a warm-up. The second would give him a chance to show what he could do. Hitoshi knew that look. He'd seen it so many times before and it never, ever led to anything good. All right, quickly everybody introduce yourselves. Hitoshi signed as he spoke. I'm Aizawa Hitoshi and this is my brother Izuku. Not the rest of you. My quirk is brainwashing. Get it? Got it? Could. He hoped the other two would ignore how he hadn't mentioned Izuku's quirk. The girl with white hair stopped wringing her hands and moved to sign. My name is Shizuka Kei. I'm in the general studies class, and my quirk is called silence. I can silence any sound I want, but it has a detrimental effect on my hearing, so I'm slowly going deaf. She pushed her hair back, showing hearing aids that had previously been hidden. I can still hear, but speaking is hard, so I'm glad I found people who can understand sign. I'm Kuda, I'm in the hero course with them. Kuda gestured to Hitoshi and Izuku. I can talk to animals but I really don't like talking to most people. Is everybody ready? Midnight asked loudly from the stage. Take your places. Each team will be starting at a different entrance point. There are multiple paths to the center, so you may or may not run into other teams. On your mark. Beside him, he watched the glow of Izuku's eyes brighten slightly, and Hitoshi paused to wonder what he was seeing right then. Get set. Both he and Izuku shifted into running stances, the other two members of their team following their lead. Go! Hitoshi ran into the maze, Shizuka and Kuda right behind him, though Izuku lagged behind. Soon they are encased in darkness. Hitoshi spins around to face Izuku, who has his face lit up slightly in the green glow of his eyes. So what's the plan? He asks, and Izuku begins spitting out word after word far too fast for anyone to understand. Hitoshi slapped a hand over his brother's mouth before he could give away their position to the other teams. In human terms, please, Izuku. Right. Izuku took a deep breath, and Hitoshi realized he'd have to talk, since it was too dark to understand sign. So I figure we should wander around for a little while, but not too long, so we can gather some of the weapons and such. The traps will probably get more dense and more difficult the closer we get to the center, so having weapons would not only help without final score but also with getting past the traps and other teams. We should hold hands or do something to keep together, since splitting up is an automatic disqualification. It's a maze, but the finish line is at the center, so we won't get there if we just turn right. We'll probably have to find our way there through other means. Hitoshi was used to Izuku rambling, but clearly the other two weren't if their wide eyes were any hint. Anybody else have any ideas? We could use all the help we can get. Hitoshi looked to their teammates, but both shook their heads. Well, now that our eyes are used to the dark and we can probably move forward. Watch out for any traps or weapons. The four of them started to move, Izuku grabbing onto Hitoshi's arm, Shizuka holding Izuku's hand, and Kuda gripping the back of Shizuka's shirt. A few minutes in, Hitoshi almost tripped over something small lying in the middle of their path. Hitoshi grinned as he bent down to pick it up. Hey Izuku, look what I found. He held the three small items out and Izuku excitedly accepted them. Throwing knives. He breathed, his eyes glowing brighter. Hitoshi saw the dangerous gleam in his eyes and knew that Izuku was itching to fight. He'd never know his brother to be so excited to fight, but since the beginning of the sports festival Izuku seemed to be waiting for a chance to fight someone. Hitoshi shrugged off his curiosity for the moment, ready to continue on their course. They stumbled across a few more weapons before the traps began popping up. The first was expected. Izuku had reached out and grabbed Hitoshi's shirt, holding him back and subsequently keeping Hitoshi from stepping onto a trigger. The floor in front of them was a slightly different color, and when Izuku hesitantly stepped on it, that portion of the floor sunk down and a new fell from the ceiling, landing on the very spot they would have been had they kept walking. The second trap came in the form of a button on the wall that Izuku was much too curious not to press. It's so obvious, there's no way someone could accidentally press it. Izuku had argued. Why would they put it there like that? I want to know what it does. I want to see why they would put it in such an obvious spot. It had resulted in a high-pitched sound that made them all cover their ears. Shizuka was quick to silence it, but the effect had already taken place. Footsteps nearby told Hitoshi the real trap, leading other teams right to them. Izuku grabbed his knives from his pocket, and Hitoshi jumped into a fighting stance. In the dark of the maze, Hitoshi could see the vague outline of another team coming around the corner. They had a couple of weapons, but they clearly didn't know how to wield them. Izuku caught them off guard with a couple of his knives, and Hitoshi moved in quickly to knock their feet out from under them. Kuda grabbed their weapons while Shizuka helped Izuku locate his knives. The four of them ran off quickly, leaving the other team dizzy and on the ground but otherwise unharmed. The third trap caught them off guard. Shizuku had been going to grab another weapon at the end of the hallway, but she stepped on a tripwire in the process. To their discomfort, robotic spiders descended from the ceiling. Shizuka grabbed the weapon while the other three fought off the spiders. Once she was back, all four of them booked it out of there. The fourth trap happened right before they made it to the center, the only part of the maze without a roof. Hitoshi had seen the light at the end of the hallway and gotten excited, dragging his brother behind him as he ran towards the finish. They had, of course, tripped the trap near the end of the hallway and gotten hit by a falling log. Shizuka and Kuda ended up having to help them stand up and walk out of the hallway while Izuku and Hitoshi fought off a concussion. Well, would you look at that? The second team to fin their way out is Team Hitoshi, with a decent amount of bonus points strapped to their backs. Present Mike's voice proved to be too much for the two boys who had just gotten hit by a log. Both of them passed out on the grass of the field, medical bots appearing soon to take them away to Recovery Girl. Izuku woke up in Recovery Girl's temporary infirmary. Was it? He said eloquently, and his muddled brain struggled to catch up with the rest of the world. What's going on? Hitoshi was still asleep in the bed beside him, and Izuku squinted at the large purple bruise on his brother's forehead. With his sleep-addled brain slowly waking up, Izuku pressed his own hand to his throbbing forehead. What happened? Recovery Girl slapped his hand away from his head. Don't touch that, you might make it worse. She clicked her tongue. Really, you ought to know better. You took quite the hit from that log. She eyed his forehead, and Izuku realized she was looking at something other than the bruise. It took him a moment to figure out what else she was looking at, but Izuku knew the scar on his temple made a lot of people curious about his past. His hair brushed over the scar as Izuku sat up, and Recovery Girl turned away. You and Hitoshi both have minor concussions, but you'll be fine if you rest during lunch. I tried to tell you not to participate in the last round, but knowing you two, you'll just ignore me and fight anyway. You're right. I'm gonna fight in the third round, but don't worry. I don't want too much attention on me, so I won't try too hard. Izuku propped himself up on his forearms as he joked. Don't want to hurt anybody's ego either. All right then. Recovery Girl huffed, and Izuku got the feeling she would have smacked him on the head if he didn't already have a concussion. Now off with you. Go eat lunch. I'll send your bother after you when he wakes up. Izuku did as she said and made his way out of the infirmary towards the lunchroom. The students had been asked to pack their own lunch if they didn't already, so Izuku made a stop by the locker room to grab his own lunch. Look who it is. Uraraka practically yelled when he plopped down at the end of their table. The entirety of Class 1A was at one table, and Izuku was sure that could not end well. First place is pretty impressive, even if you did get hit by a trap at the end. Izuku looked up at his classmates. Blood-stained uniforms and wide glassy eyes. Lost friends and comrades, never to be seen again. Yeah. He smiles, and though a few of them looked startled that he spoke, Izuku went on to detail what had happened while they were in the maze. I guess in the end Hitoshi and I were just too excited to get out of there. That sounds exciting. Yaoyorozu said. My team didn't run into anybody else, so we just fought off the traps and made it to the center. I'm sure you did great, Yaoyorozu, though I don't remember anything after getting hit by that log. Hitoshi stumbled in soon after Izuku, and the class commented on their matching bruises, which inevitably drew attention to the scar on Izuku's forehead. He knew it would come up eventually, but even Dad and Hitoshi hadn't asked him about it yet, and Izuku wasn't sure he was ready to answer any questions about it just yet. Green hair mixed with red, the pleading eyes of Mama telling him to run. Papa fighting the best he could against the intruders, and Izuku desperately holding back a scream. Could we have all the students back to the field for some fun games during the intermission? Midnight's voice broke through Izuku's thoughts memories, and he was herded along with the rest of his class back to the locker room and then to the field. He focused on the feel of people. Pressed close around him, bumping into each other as they walked. He focused on the voices, loud and insistent, talking about a variety of trivial matters. He focused on the here and now, if only just to ignore the image of blood behind his eyes. The games set up were simple children games, but they worked well when it came to relieving Izuku's stress. They played a game of hide and seek, tag Q war flashbacks from Chapter 12, and even a scavenger hunt. Hitoshi insisted on bringing Izuku when he had to find something scary. He focused on just having fun for a few minutes, but like most everything, it was over much too soon, and the third round was upon them. Welcome back, ladies, gents, and non-binaries. Present Mike's voice echoed through the stadium as the crowds cheered. It was the final round of the sports festival, after all. The round to decide who among the first years was the best fighter. The arena has been prepared for the one-on-one fights. Our first competitors are Kirishima Aijuru, with his rock-hard determination, from Class 1A, and the copycat Monoma Nito from Class 1B. Monoma continuously copied Kirishima's quirk, but eventually quirk exhaustion got to him and Kirishima came out victorious. The next fight up is Tokage Setsuna, a kind of creepy lizard girl from Class 1B versus Bakugo Katsuki, with a face only a mother could love, from Class 1A. Hopefully this fight will be more interesting, though I'll bet it will be much more explosive. Shota leveled a glare at his co-announcer before leaning back so the microphones wouldn't catch his words. Mike, if you make another pun just one more time, then so help me God I throw you into that arena and you will fight my children yourself, are we clear? He was met with an evil grin and some funny noises coming from the vents. It looks to me like Bakugo is just exploding away whatever tries to get close to him. What's this? Tokage has been blasted out of bounds. Bakugo is the winner. Everyone give a warm welcome to Aizawa Hitoshi, who also got first place in his second round alongside his brother, versus Kudakuji, the quiet boy who also was on the first place team in round 2. They both have vocal quirks, so this battle could turn out to be. Wait a moment. Is he walking out of bounds? And Midnight has called it. Kudakuji has stepped out of bounds. Hitoshi is the winner. That was anticlimactic. Now, we have the Queen of Zero Gravity, Uraraka Achiko from Class 1A, battling it out against Class 1B's assassin. Every rose has its thorns, huh? It's Shiozaki Ibara. Excuse me. Mike paused his announcing when Shiozaki straight up turned around to address them directly. I am not an assassin. At Beats I simply want to continue to the next round in order to pursue victory. It is a worthy endeavor and not one to be mocked like so. I insist you take back your statement, and I would like an apology. Sorry? It's Shiozaki Ibara, the girl from 1B who doesn't want to be called an assassin even though assassins are cool. Thank you. On with the match then. Uraraka is getting into a decent fighting stance, while Shiozaki is. Is she praying? Alright then, you do. Midnight begins the match and Uraraka runs forwards and dash. Muffled laughter can be heard as someone in the stands yells. Shota, is that your son? Is he yelling, do it for the vine? Shota, what are you teaching your children? Eraserhead's voice is quiet in comparison to Mike's, but he can be heard through the speakers. That one came like that. Alright, well that's one mystery solved. Uraraka seems to have used her quirk on both Shiozaki and her vines, and is pushing them out the arena and dash. There is silence for a moment as something is yelled from the arena. The crowd bursts into laughter. That's it. Uraraka just tossed Shiozaki, currently weightless, out of the arena while yelling yeet. It's not me you have to worry about anymore, Shota. Your own class is quoting vines now. Alright everybody. We have the stickler for the rules, the speedster with class, the Sonic ripoff, Ida Tenya, against the shadow of Class 1A, the bird and his demon, Tokoyami Fumikichi. The fight has only just begun, but Dark Shadow, that's Tokoyami's quirk, has already made a move against Ida. Ida may be fast, but it's clear that Dark Shadow can keep up with him well. Oh, and it looks like Tokoyami is slowly forcing Ida closer and closer to the edge of the arena. One wrong step and Ida could be out of bounds. Shota glared at the very loud blonde next to him, who seemed to only get louder as the fights went on. And look at that, folks. Ida Tenya has crossed the boundary line. Looks like his speed wasn't quite what he needed in this fight. So now, the fight between Todoroki Shudo, who showed off his fantastic quirk in the first round of the sports festival, versus Tetsu. Did I read that right? Silence, filled only by muffled sounds, formed the speakers and the chatter of the crowds. For those of you who don't know, Todoroki is the son of our very own, number 2 hero Endeavor. From the audience, in a loud voice that sounded very much like Izuku, came a chant that the rest of the crowd picked it up on surprisingly fast. Screw Endeavor, cheer for Shudo. Screw Endeavor, cheer for Shudo. On the other side of the arena, a certain fiery hero, who was still slightly covered in fire extinguisher foam, was trying and failing to get his flames to ignite. The cheer continued until the fight began and the crowd quieted down to focus on the fight that wasn't really even a fight. Well, that giant glacier was kind of overkill, but it worked. Tetsu is unable to move, so Shuto is the winner. The crowd cheered more as Shuto unfroze his opponent. He looked sort of sad. Izuku thought. And lonely. I guess it's about time I put plan send Endeavor to the Arctic in action. Are you ready? It's Yaoyorozu Momo versus Kendo Itsuka. Two powerful women fighting it out for a chance to make it the end. Can I get a yeah? Yaoyorozu gets a good start, making a shield to protect herself from Kendo's quirk, Big Fist. It seems Kendo is on the offensive from the very beginning, pushing Yaoyorozu back, closer and closer to the boundary line. Yaoyorozu is doing her best to resist, to stay inside the arena, but oh no. And just like that, it's over. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds and Kendo moves on. Aizawa Izuku, who won first place in the second round before passing out on the field, versus Kaminari Denki, who hasn't really done much to stand out. Things are about to get electric. Izuku stood alone on the field. He is alone facing a villain that just screams power. It is just Izuku here, everybody else has turned away. Nobody to stand with him, nobody to back him up. Just Izuku. Always just Izuku. The voices of the audience screamed as his opponent stepped out. Brown hair dyed red and a promise to take care of people well loved. A hero's suit caught in the after image, stained with blood and the memory of what happened, how he failed. Green glowing eyes met yellow and Izuku could swear he felt electricity crackle across the arena, even though the fight had yet to start and his opponent had yet to use his quirk. Trust me. 2 words he'd heard himself say so many times to so many different people. Trust me, I'm fine. Trust me, I'll come back. Trust me, I love you. Trust me, I'll save them, you, everybody, only to watch them die, watch him die, time and time again. He never saw if he kept his promise. Sometimes he died before he could, but they always trusted him. Midnight is saying something, but Izuku can't hear her. He hears the crowd, and Hitoshi's voice behind him. Kaminari has died 12 times since we met, he died twice before that. How would he react to seeing himself die? How would he react to knowing I've seen him and his friends die? Izuku shifted to a fighting stance. It all begins here, there, somewhere else, there's no coming back, no stopping it, it comes and goes and it leaves and returns. Prophecies are meant to be fulfilled. Shota watched his son on the battlefield. He was facing his classmates in one-on-one fight, and without a physical quirk the third round would prove to be difficult for him. For the first fight Izuku would be facing Kaminari. Shota considered how far Izuku would make it while Midnight explained the rules. Yamada is beside him, practically yelling into his microphone as he announces the first fight of the third round. Aizawa Izuku, who won first place in the second round before passing out on the field, versus Kaminari Denki, who hasn't really done much to stand out. Things are about to get electric. Shota does not react to the pun, far too engrossed in his own thoughts to pay attention to the world around him. Izuku doesn't have an offensive quirk, but that doesn't mean he can't win, or at least come close. If he manages to do whatever he's been doing that he can't seem to remember, then he'll probably manage to make it farther than anyone expects. Not that Shota is okay with Izuku using his quirk like that, not after he saw the effect it had on him, but it's much too late to stop him from trying. Midnight begins the fight, and almost immediately Kaminari makes his move. Electricity crackles through the air, but Izuku jumps, and by the time his feet touch the ground, Kaminari is out of juice, stumbling around the pitch with that idiotic expression on his face. Izuku approaches slowly. That's Kaminari Denki, his quirk electrification. It allows him to generate electricity and cover his body in it. With enough power he can discharge it over the area around him, as we just saw. Shota elbowed the announcer and leant forward to his own mic. Izuku easily bypassed Kaminari's quirk by jumping in the air, and the electricity would have no effect on someone who wasn't grounded. Kaminari is left unable to battle after overusing his quirk like that. Izuku is smart in approaching slowly though, since it could easily be a trap. He learned his lesson with the log, huh? There's scattered laughter through the crowd, but most people are watching the scene before them intently, as Izuku walks up to a very brain-dead Kaminari and gently nudges him out of the arena. It wasn't a particularly flashy fight, or really a fight at all, but Izuku won nonetheless and moves on the next bracket. Lucky for Izuku and Hitoshi, the arena hosting the first-year sports festival has vents just like the actual UA campus, which meant they had plenty of room and time to crawl around between fights to get up to their regularly scheduled chaos. Todoroki Enji was not afraid of anything. He is the number 2 hero, there has yet to be a villain capable of beating him. Soon his son will surpass All Might and everything will be perfect. Now all that's left to do is find that little green brat with the fire extinguisher. He had to be around here somewhere. Enji had seen him in the fights. Endeavor, a voice he didn't recognize echoed around the hallway he was in. It was slightly distorted, likely the product of a voice changer. Endeavor, it's time to pay for how you treated your children. Enji looked around, but he could not for the life of him find the source of the voice. Steps, loud steps that were so obvious the person definitely wanted him to know they were there, came from behind him and Enji spun around. There, with a maniacal grin that was quite the difference to his cool and composed expression the last time, was the very same green-haired boy. He approached with his hands held behind his back, though Enji couldn't see another fire extinguisher. I wanted to apologize, Endeavor, sir. Enji scowled. I brought you this as a peace offering. The boy held out a framed piece of pear, and the moment Enji took it he bolted, running back the way he came. Enji ignored him and turned his attention to the paper. It took him a minute to read and comprehend what it read. It was an A-hole certificate with Enji's name on it. Get back here, child. He screamed as he raced off in the direction the boy had gone. Though it seemed the boy had just disappeared. He ignored the sounds coming from the vents that sounded suspiciously like giggling and searched for the boy until the next fight. Hitoshi had been planning this for a few years ago and had been perfecting it ever since. All that was left was to get Izuku in on it, since he was the heart of the prank, and until now he had always refused. Please, Izu. For me. Hitoshi gave his best puppy dog eyes, which he knew were nowhere as effective as Izuku's own. I promise nobody will get hurt this time. Izuku stared at him with a blank expression, and Hitoshi knew he was getting nowhere. There had to be some way to convince his brother to help him out. Some trade he could make. So, I'll get Power Loader to let you back into the support lab. Izuku went from doubtful to excited in 0.3 seconds. Deal. Siro was on his way to get a snack during the intermission. The teachers had to fix up the arena before the fights resumed, so they had some free time to check out the sports festival. Siro had heard rumors about a cotton candy stand somewhere in the building and he was determined to find it. Until all the lights went out at the exact same time. Siro squinted in the dark, trying to hold his hands out so he wouldn't bump into anything, as he made his way through the hallways. The sound of something echoing in the vents above him gave him pause. He looked up, only to be met with 2 glowing eyes watching him from above. Siro wasted no time in turning and sprinting back the way he came. He ran into at least 3 walls on his way, but he didn't mind. It was better than being attacked by some vent monster. Mina did not like the dark. She wasn't scared of it or anything, she just wasn't a big fan of it. The power had shut off right as she was using the vending machine too, which meant she never got her chocolate bar. She was prepared to stomp back to the stands when 2 eyes met hers from out of the darkness. She spun around without a second thought. Not today, Satan. The lights in the stadium had all shut off and this time it wasn't Denki's fault. Nobody really believed him no matter how many times he said it, but it was true. He was currently slumped against a wall, carefully not touching anything until they got the power working again. Some footsteps coming from somewhere in front of him drew his attention. Who in their right mind would be walking around in the dark like this? They turned the corner to face Denki and he was met with green glowing eyes. Dash? What are you doing? They asked and Denki screamed. They stepped closer and Denki shot up and ran, not even realizing he had activated his quirk until he ran into a wall and the lights flickered back on. Hey, would you look at that? I fixed it. Izuku was waiting for the fights to resume. The teachers, or somebody, had restored the power, Hitoshi was tracking down Power Loader, as per his promise, and most everybody else was preparing for their fights. Izuku himself was playing on his phone and half paying attention to the death currently being shown in the movie theater of his mind. Izuku! Izuku's head shot up, but he relaxed when he saw who it was. Shudo! Did you need something? Shudo seemed nervous, fiddling with his fingers, not looking Izuku in the eyes, shuffling his feet. Not exactly. Shudo finally looked at him, and Izuku knew immediately something was wrong. I think it's about time I told you what's really going on. My story at least. I'm not sure how much you already know but Shudo took a deep breath, and without meaning to Izuku held his. Shudo, do you mind if I record this? As evidence. No. Shudo shook his head. After another, much shakier, deep breath, he waited for Izuku to begin recording on his phone before he spoke. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? I think I'm going to have to move forward with plans send Endeavor to the Arctic a bit faster than I anticipated. Izuku steepled his fingers and he examined the plan he had meticulously written down in his notebook. I got your back. Hitoshi responded. But maybe we should go with plan take Endeavor down or rescue the Todoroki children instead. Those are faster, though they might need some additional planning. You're right. We'll go with both. Welcome back, folks. Present, Mike said, startling the students still meandering around the halls. We're about to resume the fights, so hurry back to your seats, and for the first years still out and about, you better get back to the preparation area before it's your turn to fight. Izuku and Hitoshi scrambled through the vents, dropping out once they reached Prep Room B. It startled a few of their classmates. Two actually screamed aloud about a demon? Before realizing it was Izuku and Hitoshi. The remaining 1A contestants were seated in the room turned to look at them. Before anyone could say anything, the speakers above them crackled to life and Presents Mike's much too loud voice filled the room again. Our first fight is between the first place winner of the second round, Aizawa Izuku, fighting the Rocky 1A student, Kirishima Iger. Oh, I guess that's me, huh? Izuku waved goodbye to Hitoshi, his mind already running through possible strategies and how to get his quirk to activate. He was so distracted he almost ran into the door, but Hitoshi, knowing his brother so well, grabbed the back of his shirt before he could knock into the door head-on. Kirishima clapped him on the shoulder as he passed. The crowd got louder as Izuku stepped out onto the field. He stood stock still for a moment, doing something he should have done in the first round. He looked up into the crowd of heroes and civilians alike, looked at all the faces watching him, all the eyes trained on this fight. He knew Hitoshi would be watching from the screen in the prep room, and Dad was up in the announcer's booth. Would Mama have watched him? If she and Papa were still alive, would they have watched him fight his way to the top? Would they have been proud? Green and red, bloodshot eyes and a kind smile that spoke of past pain and a refusal to let that harden her. Mama was so proud when he learned what his quirk was, the horror she hid when he first told her about it. Papa's face when he would help him take notes, when he said he wanted to remember the ones who died alone. Midnight repeats the rules of the fight, but Izuku knows he heard them already, so he shifts into a fighting stance. For Kirishima to use his quirk effectively, he'll have to have a lot of skin showing, making it easier for Izuku to use his quirk. Or try to, at least. A voice that's not his in his brain, whispering behind his own thoughts, speaking of prophesies, premonitions, promises, possibilities. He doesn't listen. Kirishima starts to run forward, but Izuku's mind is already whirling a mile a minute, and he dodges easily. Dad moves much faster, so he's used to dodging as fast as physically possible. Kirishima moves again, but Izuku carefully wraps his hand around Kirishima's wrist and twists it behind him. Another death behind his eyes, a little girl with blue hair who screams for her mother as she dies alone in an alley. Another one for his book, another one for the shrine. Kirishima wriggles out of Izuku's grip while he concentrates, trying to use his quirk. Izuku doesn't notice the fist aimed for his stomach until it's too late, and he ends up doubled over and in some serious pain. Kirishima's punches, especially with his quirk activated, are nothing to toy around with. Izuku drops to the ground and rolls away while he gathers his thoughts. Kirishima is quick to follow, and he lets his quirk drop for a moment, since they aren't actively fighting. Izuku takes advantage of this, and grabs his ankle as tight as he can. He squeezes his eyes shut and focuses all his attention on the vision playing in his mind. He begs his quirk to work, to help him win, to do something. It complies. A fight in a forest, a lot of their classmates struggling against villains. Kirishima is there, as is Izuku. He watches as some girl springs up behind Izuku and stabs him. Blood gushes from the wound, and a couple classmates run to help. They get tangled in the fight, and the girl stabs a few more people before running off. Kirishima chases off another villains, and Bakuga helps. When they turn around, there's a pile of their classmates bleeding out on the red-stained forest floor. Izuku watches the horror bloom on his friend's face, so similar to the expression his mother would show when he told her about what he saw. Bakuga flinches, and Izuku watches his other self open his eyes to give them a wry smile. Other Izuku says something Izuku can't hear, and Kirishima picks him up, along with a couple other classmates, the ones who are still alive. Everybody dies one day, the voice that is not his own says. It is only a matter of time. We all end up alone. Izuku opens his eyes to find Kirishima unconscious on the ground, Izuku's hands still wrapped around his ankle. Izuku lets himself feel guilty for a moment before Midnight pulls him away to set Kirishima on a stretcher. Present Mike announces him as the winner, but Izuku almost doesn't hear, something else echoing in his head. Prophecies are meant to be fulfilled. Kirishima is fine. Izuku and his friends speed walk. Tenya won't let them run to the infirmary to check on him as soon as they can. Hitoshi leaves soon, since his match is next, but the rest of them stay for a few minutes to talk with him. After a while, Izuku finally works up the courage to ask the question that's been plaguing him since their fight. "Don't remember a thing," is Kirishima's cheery response, as if he didn't just admit to having amnesia. Izuku nods slowly. It had been the same with Bakuga, and even him at one point, hadn't it? Izuku scoots his chair over to grab his notebook off of the desk along with a pencil. He asks a few more questions, to which Kirishima responds in the same happy tone despite the vague answers. Izuku scribbles the answers down nonetheless. He's in the middle of a mutter storm when something occurs to him. "Hey, Kirishima?" said Redhead. "Sorry, not sorry." I couldn't resist. Turns away from Uraraka to smile at him. "That was a good fight," Izuku says once he has his friend's attention. "You're a really tough opponent, and if my quirk hadn't activated when it did, I probably would have lost." "Thanks, man." Kirishima claps him on the back, and if it were before the teachers had trained him, Izuku would have folded like a noodle. "Most people say I'm too happy to be so tough. It's nice to hear something else for once." Izuku gives him a small smile. Speaking of which, Uraraka interrupts, shushing Tenya when he tries to lecture her. "What is your quirk?" Tenya quiets for a moment, a solemn look on his face. "I too wonder. You've said it's some kind of future sight, correct?" Izuku nods warily. "Then how, may I ask, did you knock Kirishima unconscious with it?" Izuku rubs the back of his neck nervously. He's not good at talking without Hitoshi by his side. "I'll tell you after the sports festival." All right, after that dramatic fight, I bet you all are ready to see something more explosive." The crowd cheers and Present Mike continues on as Hitoshi steps out onto the arena, Bakuga walking out opposite him, his permanent scowl right where it's always been. Now we have Aizawa Hitoshi, with his mysterious quirk, fighting Bakuga Katsuki, the explosive teen with some anger issues. "Let's get ready to rumble." Hitoshi looks Bakuga up and down with disdain. People like him remind Hitoshi of why he wants to be a hero, why he wants to prove everybody wrong, why he wants to show people he's not a villain. Born with a perfect quirk, a terrible personality, and has everything in life handed to him on a silver platter. Midnight began the fight before Hitoshi should finish his thought, and Bakuga didn't hesitate to fire up his explosions and propel himself at top speed towards Hitoshi, who deftly avoids it with a duck. "Are you an idiot?" Hitoshi can see Bakuga's eye twitch, but he doesn't respond. Someone must have warned him about Hitoshi's quirk. "What? Do you just run around and explode anything that gets in your way?" "Oh, look at me. Big tough, testosterone-filled boy with a powerful quirk who is angry at everything. What did life ever do to you?" Bakuga swings his fist around, an explosion already crackling on his palm. Hitoshi dodges again. "Bet you never got bullied." You had everything you wanted handed to you. You don't know what it's like to have a quirk like mine. Bakugo shoves his hand on Hitoshi's chest. Or Izuku's. Bakugo flinches and no explosion goes off. Hitoshi, seeing his chance, dives forward in an attempt to knock his opponent off balance. Bakugo reacts, letting himself fall backwards to avoid Hitoshi's attack. He counterattacks by throwing his feet up and kicking Hitoshi's feet out from under him. You don't know what I've been through. Hitoshi is yelling now, to be heard over Bakugo's explosions. You don't know what I lived through to get here. Bakugo kicks back up, explosions on his fingertips, and Charger Hitoshi, who is still splayed out on the ground. Hitoshi is better than this. He's fought people better than Bakugo, with better quirks and better skills, and he's won against those people. But right now, it's like his brain has checked out. The adrenaline is making it hard to think, and Hitoshi has been too busy focusing on winning that he hasn't been focusing on fighting well. Izuku will win. Hitoshi says, much quieter. He's already lost this, he knows. Izuku knows he's seen the worst of the world. Bakugo picks him up and prepares to toss Hitoshi out of the arena. Do me a favor, will ya? Don't underestimate him. And with that impressive display of strength, Bakugo Katsuki has won this match and moves on to the semifinals. Welcome back Tachi stage, the queen of zero gravity, Uraraka Ochako, who is taking on the king of darkness, who's assisted by his very own living shadow, Tokoyami Fumikichi. Ochako is just so excited. She had that Vine Girl form class 1B earlier and had so much fun. Hitoshi had insisted vehemently before her match that she, quote, do it for the Vine. He was even yelling that from the stands while she was fighting. How could she resist? Now she was fighting Tokoyami, arguably one of the strongest members of their class. She was ready to win this thing. First prize, here she comes. Her parents are going to be so proud. Midnight begins the match, and Dark Shadow is on her before she can even think. She tries to avoid it, and Dark Shadow hits the pavement behind her. Some of it breaks off, and Ochako has a light bulb moment. She dives for Tokoyami, who easily avoids her, but that's not the point. Dark Shadow continues to attack, and the more he misses her, the more they break the floor. She's focusing so much on getting the broken pieces into the air, she doesn't even notice she's ended up right behind Tokoyami. She blinks, startled for a minute, and reaches out. All 5 fingers press against Tokoyami before he notices she's there. By the time he's reacted, he's already floating into the sky while Ochako watches with a grin. I forfeit. Tokoyami says calmly as he floats into the sky. Forfeit? Midnight seems stunned for a moment, before shaking her head. Then Uraraka is the winner by default, and moves on to the next bracket. Ochako smiles as wide as she can. It almost hurts, being this happy. She's ready to win this thing. All right, listeners big and small. This is the last fight of this bracket. It's the Frosty Boy from Class 1A Todoroki Shudo, facing the last remaining competitor from Class 1B, Kendo Itsuka. Midnight, please get things started with the rules. The crowd cheers, repeating the same phrase as the last time Shudo fought. His mind floats back to when he told Izuku about his past, about what really happened. His right side begins to frost. He'll win without his father power if it's the last thing he does. And it begins with ill. Todoro, Shudo, Izuku stop glaring at me, I called him Shudo, freezing Kendo in another ice glacier. This seems to be his MO. Kendo is unable to battle, Shudo is the winner. That was anticlimactic compared to the last 3 battles. Alternate chapter title, The Day Class 1A learned about what Izuku can and cannot have. And were all traumatized because of it. There were various food stands scattered about the Utada premise. They were both outside and inside the arena. Cotton candy, taiyaki, candied apples, all kinds of sugary finger foods that you would find at a festival. It was only a matter of time until Izuku found them. Or, better yet, until they found Izuku. And Izuku, well equipped with his puppy dog eyes, managed to drag his family down to the food stalls. When Izuku returned, Hitoshi in tow, he was as hyped up on sugar as he had been the first time he and Hitoshi had arrived at UA, prepared to prank the heck out of everyone in the building. Only this time, it was worse. They had a ton of civilians and pro-heroes to prank instead. Class 1A was quickly roped into playing practical jokes on everyone in the stadium, though mostly Endeavor and other pro-heroes. Tenya had war flashback. Hitoshi fell asleep on the floor halfway through. It went something like this. Shudo was tired and cold. When his classmates dragged him along on what Izuku had called a class-bonding fun-time extravaganza, he didn't know what to think. Izuku was bouncing around like he was on a pogo stick, except he wasn't, and Hitoshi looked dead inside, and he may very well be, while the rest of the classmates looked mildly terrified. When Izuku began proposing they prank Shudo's father, well, he wasn't against it. Izuku was talking faster than what should, theoretically, be possible. Though when it came to Izuku, Shudo wasn't sure what was and wasn't possible anymore. Eventually Izuku's talking turned to mumbling, which proceeded to get quieter. And quieter until nobody could understand him anymore. Hitoshi calmly tapped his brother on the shoulder, but Izuku didn't seem to notice. Hitoshi sighed. Well, guess that's over. At everybody's questioning looks, he elaborated. Izuku's stuck in a mumble storm now. There's nothing we can do to get his attention. He'll have to snap himself out of it or we'll have to wait until he's done. The class, being the absolute chaos lovers and troublemakers they are, took that as a challenge. Uraraka shook Izuku by his shoulders. He didn't react. Mina straight up jumped onto Izuku's back, arms wrapped around his neck and legs wrapping around his torso. Izuku didn't even flinch. Kaminari gave him a small shock, though Ida kept him from doing it more than once. Izuku's eye twitched, but he didn't react other than that. Tsuyu stuck her tongue in his ear. She regretted it immediately. Izuku did not notice. A few of them, Kuda, Ojiro, and Sado, took turns poking him in various places, his arm, his face, his chest, but they garnered no reaction. Bakugo blasted a couple explosions by his ears. Still nothing. Finally Hitoshi wandered off with an "I told you so," and Shudo took the chance to step up. He started by letting some frost run along Izuku's arm. Nothing too bad, certainly not enough to harm him. Nothing. With only some hesitation, Shudo brought his left hand up and lit a flame in front of Izuku's face. Izuku's eyes snapped up to his with a bright smile, startling everyone, Shudo included. Wow. Is that the left side of your quirk, Shudo? Izuku prodded at the flame, and Shudo kept it lit despite its purpose having been served. I wonder what else you could do with it. Since you have both ice and fire, you could probably regulate your temperature pretty well. It would be super useful in a fight and dash. I don't want to use my father fire in a fight. Shudo whispered so only Izuku could hear. Right. Izuku's smile was tight now, and Shudo felt a stab of guilt in his chest. Hitoshi was located a few minutes later, asleep on a table in the prep room, a half-empty can of coffee next to him. Izuku bounced into the room first, the rest of the class following behind him in a more orderly fashion, thank goodness. Tenya felt an odd sense of dread as Izuku approached his brother. Oh, is that coffee? He asked, eyeing the can. He picked it up, and Hitoshi quickly sat up in his seat. Hey Toshi, can I have some? Izuku bounced in place as Hitoshi blinked the sleep from his eyes. I'll take that as a yes. Izuku said cheerily. Tenya was about to scold him. It didn't matter if it was his brother, he should wait for a proper answer before just taking something. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance, as the moment Izuku took a drink, Hitoshi fell out of his seat trying to stop him. Yum. Haven't had coffee in a while. There was a terrible sense of foreboding in the air as Hitoshi looked on in horror. As Izuku bounced around the room, happily chatting with anyone who would take the time to talk to him, Tenya watched Hitoshi pull out his phone and call somebody. Dad? Hitoshi asked, and Tenya knew he was speaking with their teacher. It was still odd, thinking about Aizawa-sensei as both his teacher and his friend's parent. Code Red, I repeat, Code Red. A short pause and Hitoshi's voice shifted to a horrified whisper. Izuku's had so much candy and coffee. The moment the caffeine kicks in, we're done for. Tenya thought back to Izuku hyperactivity, the candy he had been snacking on during the fights, and how Hitoshi and Aizawa-sensei has been very careful to never allow Izuku to drink any coffee. I can't tie him up. Not here at least. Hitoshi hissed into his phone, drawing Tenya's attention back to the present. He still has another fight, maybe 2 more? Though he felt bad for eavesdropping, Tenya felt it was important to assist his classmates and friends in any way he could. Sure, Zero could tape him up until then, but then all that energy would just build up, and his next match would be a disaster. He got caught in a mutter storm already. I still don't know what snapped him out of it. If we let him lose on a classmate, who knows what will happen. Tenya cleared his throat, and Hitoshi's eye snapped up to him. I may be able to help. Hey Dad? Tenya says he can help. Hitoshi nodded, and Tenya assumed Aizawa was telling him something, though he was careful not to eavesdrop any longer. When Midnight has to knock him out because he's too hyper, you're getting blamed. By Dad. Hitoshi tucked his phone back in his pocket, slapped his hands on the table, looked Tenya right in the eye, and asked, so what's the plan? What have you got? Izuku was practically vibrating with energy when they got Uraraka to float him up into the corner of the room where he couldn't cause any damage until the sugar/caffeine high wore off. Later, when someone asks why there's not 1, not 2, but 5 footprints on the ceiling, Class 1A will laugh nervously and carefully hide any coffee or sugary snack somewhere Izuku would never look. With the broccoli. The rest of the intermission was spent keeping a careful eye on Izuku as he bounced off the walls literally and tried to play pranks while floating through the air. Shudo continuously got stuck with Izuku watch duty, as he was the only one who could distract their classmate long enough to get him back in the prep room with the least amount of damages. Eventually they just get Zero to wrap him in tape and call it a day. They later present him with a trophy Yayorozu made, which very kindly names him the best Izuku watch man. Shudo is flattered but firmly says he is never doing that again. The rest of the class agrees. Well, we return after the brief intermission. I heard some of the Hero Course kids got in a fair amount of trouble in between matches, but that's none of my business. Stop gossiping, Mike, and get on with the tournament. Now we have Aizawa Izuku, who's made it this far while only using his quirk once, which is amazing, versus Bakugo Katsuki, the explosive Hero Course student. When these 2 strong classmates face off, who will come out the winner? You'll have to pay attention to find out. Katsuki is scared. He shouldn't be. Fear is for those 2-bit extras who can't hold their own in a fight. Fear is for the weaklings who will only prove to be stepping stones for Katsuki. He's strong, he always has been. He's the toughest guy there is, and his quirk is perfect for heroics. He's going to beat everyone, show them he's the best, and become the #1 hero. But he's not going to beat everyone, is he? Because this little shrimp with green hair who nerds out about quirks beat him fair and square. Katsuki doesn't remember what happened exactly. When he tries to think about it, it's like trying to pull up something that doesn't exist. Or rather, something that does exist but is being held back. What he does remember is the fear. The pure, unadulterated fear that had filled him the last time he fought the nerd. Katsuki is scared, because whatever happened last time was enough that Katsuki's mind wouldn't let him remember it. It was scary enough, horrifying enough, traumatizing enough that Katsuki couldn't even remember it. And the only thing worse than being scared is not knowing why. Izuku wasn't as nervous as he thought he'd be. All the sugar and coffee actually helped his nerves, since with all the extra energy, he could do 12 things at once and keep his mind occupied. Only now he couldn't do that, because the fight was upon him and, trapped to a chair, snarling lips, angry red eyes, dusty blonde hair. A crusty man in front of him, hand outstretched, screams and laughter and the stench of blood in the air. Dust falling to the ground and the loss of a classmate, a future hero, a friend. The fight begins and Izuku shifts into a fighting stance. Bakugo does the same across from him. Nobody moves. Red eyes stare right through him. Izuku takes a step forward, then another. He runs towards Bakugo, and explosions begin to crackle as soon as Izuku moves. When Izuku moved to hit him, he dodges, sending an explosion in Izuku's direction. Izuku takes a moment to think. Bakugo is very carefully avoiding touching him. Bakugo is chained to a chair in the middle of a dark, sparsely decorated room. Izuku plays with the idea that Bakugo is avoiding him. He tries to grab him a few more times, and each time he is dodged and exploded away. Bakugo looks up surprised, and for a moment Izuku thinks he can see him. It's not the first time Izuku's seen someone die. It's not the first time he's fighting someone he's watched die. It is, however, the first time he's fighting someone who Izuku has used his quirk on. Izuku watches with barely contained horror as his new classmate disintegrates before his eyes. By some slide of luck, Izuku wraps his hand around Bakugo's bicep and his opponent freezes. Izuku stares wide-eyed as Bakugo tenses and squeezes his eyes shut and, is that fear? Is Bakugo scared of him? Izuku watches the death playing behind his eyes, someone guy in a suit who is poisoned in an office, and he blinks. Does he remember? He shouldn't. Nobody else remembered. He didn't remember before. Does Bakugo remember? The voice in his head that is not his own whispers in the back of his mind. Does he remember? Izuku pushes Bakugo, and his eyes snap open. If you're going to fight me, Izuku says, looking his opponent right in the eye. Fight with everything you've got. Red eyes meet green. Red eyes meet green. Bakugo grins, wide, practically feral. Izuku grins, an evil glint in his eyes. Explosions will the air with smoke and Izuku ducks away to avoid taking one to the face. Blood drips down the side of his face, and another death plays behind his eyes. Somewhere in the stand someone yells, Dad is talking with present Mike, Hitoshi is cheering with the rest of their class, the heroes are watching with bated breaths. Midnight is standing, ready to intervene. Bakugo is across from him, in a fighting stance once again, palms open and wide. They fight. I swear, his only goal is to give me a heart attack. Shota rubbed his temples, setting aside the empty coffee cup. It sits on a table beside 3 others just like it. I'm going to need 12 more cups before this tournament is over. The sugar incident earlier had already caused enough trouble. Now he's having a heart-to-heart with Bakugo in the middle of a fight? How much more trouble can he get in? Wait, no, he's going to jinx himself. Oh, look at that. Bakugo charges in with another explosion and Izuku rolls out of the way. When did he end up on the floor? Yamada's yelling next to him is not doing his headache any favors. Izuku has tripped Bakugo. Maybe all this running around isn't such a smart idea. It's hard to see with all the smoke, but, oh, Midnight is waving her W. Is this it? Bakugo has stepped out of bounds, he loses by default. Izuku is the winner and moves on to the finals. Did you hear that, Shota? Your son has made it to the final fight of the final round in his first sports festival? And we still don't really know what his quirk is. Yeah. Shota mutters, watching as Izuku walks off the field, and angry, explosive Bakugo trailing behind him. Izuku is laughing and bouncing, the sugar and caffeine still in his system. His eyes are glowing as they always are, and Shota can see even from here. Next, welcome back onto the field everyone's favorite icy fighter, Todoroki Shudo, facing the Queen of Zero Gravity, the Princess of Space, the Duchess of, I can't think of another space reference, so here's Uraraka Ochako. Everybody clap. Cheer. The two of them are getting into place. Midnight is repeating the rules again. I bet that gets old fast. Shudo is just standing there while Uraraka is getting ready to fight. Midnight is stepping away. Let the battle begin. And it's over. This really is his MO, isn't it? Just freezing his opponents in a block of ice. But it seems his glaciers have gotten smaller and smaller each time. Will he be able to use the same move in the finals against Izuku? Seems like we'll have to wait to find out. Shudo pauses. He was on his way to the prep rooms, but his father's voice behind him makes him hesitate. Father, your performance so far has been disappointing. You would win much easier if you would simply use your fire. That's Dash. They both startle when a blur of green falls out from the vent above them. Izuku lands neatly on the ground in a crouch, and he bounces back up so fast both Shudo and his father have to take a step back. Shudo! It's obvious there are still traces of sugar and caffeine in his friend's system, since he's usually not this energetic. I was watching your fight with my dad and Hitoshi and Izuku doesn't seem to notice Endeavor at first, but it's obvious when he does notice because he stops talking in the middle of his sentence. The bubbly look on his face fades to one disdain. Shudo stares in slight awe as Izuku scowls at his father. What are you doing here? Shudo swears he's never heard Izuku use that emotionless voice before. He knows for certain he never wants to hear it again, especially not directed at him. I'm his father and the number 2 pro hero. I have the right to be anywhere I please. Endeavor scowls right back, and to Shudo's surprise Izuku doesn't so much as flinch. I can have a fire extinguisher here in less than 30 seconds, don't think I won't do it again. It almost sounds like Izuku is threatening Endeavor. Shudo watches as his father grimaces, his flames shrinking for a moment. He scowls down at Izuku. It's almost funny, Izuku blank-faced and staring up at Endeavor unflinching, and Endeavor clearly upset because of this boy who is half his height. The higher you stand, the farther you fall. Watch your back, Todoroki Enji. Endeavor snarls and stomps away, leaving Shudo and Izuku there on their own. Shudo! Izuku's demeanor changes in less than a second, from the empty, dead gaze that could scare a hardened criminal, to a bubbly smile and glowing eyes. I was watching your fight, and I noticed something, and though I could just ask you about it, but if it's uncomfortable then feel free to stop me. Go ahead. Izuku deserves to ask whatever he wants after scaring off his father like that. Izuku's face turns serious again, but still pleasant, nothing like the scary look he'd given Shudo's father. I know you said you'd never use your fire in a fight, but surely you've noticed. You're freezing, Shudo. You can't go on like this much longer. You'll end up with frostbite at this rate. You won't be able to pull off one of those big ice attack on me, not without seriously harming yourself. I won't use his fire. Not now, not ever. Shudo, that's not dash. Izuku squints, looking Shudo up and down. You can't dash. Izuku, I won't. I can't. Izuku is quiet, which is unusual in this scenario. Alright. See you on the battlefield. Welcome to the finals, everybody. This is a big fight, I'm sure you've all been looking forward to it. Aizawa Izuku, who has made it this far, even against strong opponents, is fighting the one, the only, Todoroki Shudo, the son of the flame hero Endeavor. Izuku faces Shudo. Ice red with blood. Blue flames and the memory of a boy long lost to the world. White hair streaked with red and frost-bitten fingertips. Red and white hair, split, frost and flames. A haunted past and an oppressed future. Ice came barreling for him, not nearly as much as there had been in the first round. Izuku jumped over it easily enough. Shudo. Shudo is standing across from him, shaking, clearly freezing. Shudo, why are you letting him control you? Shudo grimaced as he sent another wave of ice, even weaker. You say you won't use your fire because of your father, but all I'm seeing is you letting him control you even more. White hair stained with blood, too late, too late, too late. What happens when you have to save someone and your ice isn't enough? What happens when somebody dies because you refuse to fight using your fire? Another dodge. It's a dance of attack and dodge. Izuku is screaming now. I won't use his quirk. I won't. Shudo yells too. What is wrong with you? Izuku runs at him, and Shudo is too frozen to evade him. Izuku grabs his friend by his shoulder, his left shoulder. Izuku shakes him, and he briefly wonders what he looks like right now, in this moment. Blood and fire and feathers, fighting for those around them, fighting for their lives, fighting with everything they have. If you stand for nothing, Shudo, then what will you fall for? Izuku pushes into his friend's mind, the scenes playing behind his eyes become real, if for only a moment. They're surrounded by classmates staring with blank glassy eyes. Izuku and Shudo are in the middle, Izuku clutching his friend's shoulder, just like they were in the fight. Blood drips from wounds, on their heads, arm, chests, legs. Clothes are torn apart, burnt, dust on the ground. Ice encases Shudo's feet, and like a puppet whose strings have been cut, he falls to the ground, gasping for air. What is this? What's going on? Where are we? Shudo manages between breaths. The future, or one version of it. Izuku answers. He doesn't know how he knows that, but he does. It's like information he's knows forever, though it's long been forgotten. This is what happens when you don't give your all. People die, Shudo. The scene around them shifts. Izuku watches as death after death plays around them. Their teachers, their classmates, their friends, their family, civilians, other heroes. Person after person dies as Izuku and Shudo sit there on the ground. By not using your quirk, you're only giving him more power over you. But my mother, I don't want to use his dash. It's your quirk, isn't it? Izuku's composure breaks and he yells once again. Sorry, it's just dash. He takes a deep breath. If you want to be a hero, if you want to show him you can be something great without him, then what better way to do that than to use your quirk, the one he tried so hard to control, and use it the way you want to. In front of them the scene changes to a hospital. On a bed, a woman with long white hair and familiar gray eyes stares down at a photo of her family. Shudo's eyes widen, he clearly recognizes her, but Izuku doesn't question it. A tear leaks from her eyes as she sets the photo down and lays back, eyes closing. Is she alive? Did she die? Am I too late? Shudo clutches at Izuku's arm, panic in his eyes. White hair mixed with red. Red eyes stricken with panic and terrified. Reaching hands and arms covered in bandages. The similarities are too much to ignore. She's fine, Izuku says, patting his friend on the back. Like I said, this is only a future possibility. A prophecy, a promise, a premonition, a possibility. Always a possibility. Shudo stays silent for a moment, letting go of Izuku. Do you think I could do that? Shudo, I think you can do anything. Shudo blinks and the dead people are gone. The arena is back, with the cheering crowds, their classmates alive and well in the stands, present Mike very loudly wondering what's going on, his father up in the stands, arms crossed and a scowl etched into his face, and Izuku, on the ground in front of him, wide glowing green eyes trained on Shudo. His left side bursts into flames and Izuku, being the maniac he is, bursts into laughter right along with it. Shudo grins and they both stand up. The ice on his right side melts away, and Shudo feels better than ever. Izuku backs up as the flames grow higher and higher. Shudo dodges a punch aimed for his left side, and swings his right arm around. They fight like this, punching, kicking, dodging, until Shudo has Izuku backed against a wall of ice. With a smile not befitting the situation, Izuku raises his hands and laughs once again. I give. When Midnight announces Shudo as the winner, Izuku tackles him in a hug and they fall to the ground together laughing. Shudo stands up on the first place pedestal as All Might places a gold medal around his neck. Beneath him Izuku is standing looking much too happy for someone who just lost. When he notices Shudo's gaze on him, his smile widens and he shoots Shudo a thumbs up. Shudo returns the smile. You did it. Izuku mouths. Shudo has never been prouder.